Hello. What are you guys waiting on? Are you guys wondering what's going on? It's awful quiet. Yeah, kind of quiet. Oh, I know. Welcome. Cantina is open. Yes, 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 yes.
I had a really messed up day. And a little Chardonnay. And I keep the party. So I'm going to the front of the line. Let me not call me online. I'm going to the front of the line.
And I got someone backstage. I had to do that. I love it. Robbie. For those of you who don't know, that was our dear save Robbie with the most awesomest, is it awesomest a word? It is now. Awesomest intro ever. And that was the greatest thing. I was like, oh my God, I swear, all of us have our little videos that when you see it, you start playing it over and over and over. That was one. And it probably will get played multiple times tonight. I have a gut feeling. So thank you, Robbie. I love you so much. Love you. And yeah, the dog's saying I love you too. Aren't you? Are you saying I love you? Are you say I love you? Say I love you, Uncle Robbie. Yes, I do. Even if it isn't the puppy right now. Puppy's standing up. Shh. Oh, welcome everyone. Cantina is open. And I've got a dog trying to figure out how to, hey, Pia, come. Okay, treats are coming out. They get enough treats during these Fridays. Okay, I have to almost buy a whole new, forget buying me an iced tea. Okay, if anyone ever does my PayPal, it's going to go towards treats for the dogs, I think. So, yes. Oh, E.T., thank you so much, my dear. And with that note, I got to go through because there was a question at the beginning. People were like, someone came in and said, am I first? Someone's like, nope. Whoop, yeah, damn it. No, yes. Guess what? Christola was first tonight. First person in chat goes to Christola. And so she got it. And I don't know if she's here or not because she had to say she'd be right back. She is here. So yes, Christola, you're first, my dear. Followed by E.T. Phone Home. Hello, E.T. Phone Home. Which, by the way, E.T. is one of the most amazing movies ever. And I don't know if anyone's ever seen, there are these symphonic movie things. You go and the symphony for your town or whatever. Oh, Bird says hi. The symphony plays the music, the soundtrack, while you're watching the movie. So I've actually done that here in Hawaii. Whoopsie, sorry, Cassie. Cassie just fell. And I've actually done that with all the Harry Potter movies. Well, not all, about half of the Harry Potter movies. And, oh, you got that. Oh, I bet if that was your initials. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I really, if you live in a larger town with its own symphony, sometimes they'll do this. And they have the Harry Potters. I've seen, I think, 3 or 4 of them now. I saw, God, what other shows? A couple different movies. And yeah, the whole symphony plays the music. So there's 2 movies I want to see done that way. One is Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and the other is E.T. I want to see those 2 so badly with a full orchestra live. It's chicken skin. It's totally chicken skin. So can I just put E.T. in chat? There you go. And we'll all get that. So yeah, E.T. and oh my gosh, yes. I love that movie. I love it. I mean, that was like my childhood right there. So yes, hello, E.T. Phone Home. Hello. Actually, that's more The Shining, but yeah. And also, Chris Tola, we said hi to, and then Robbie came in. So hello, Mr. Robbie. And thank you so much. Okay, you can go back on the chair, Cassie. And Rosaline made it to this one. Thank you, Rosaline. I have missed seeing Rosaline around, but I love it when I came into Robbie's live the other day and I saw her in there and got a big smile on my face and all. So it's funny when I watch replays, I try to get the chat up just because I love seeing everyone who comes into chats. That's where the fun is. So Katie K, how you doing, my dear? And Katie K, and there's Sandra's here. Hello, my sis. And is that, nope, that's not all. That's not all. We also have, let's see, Susan made it here also. Perfect. Yes, I was hoping you'd catch it. I hope he caught, because this is when we have fun. This is when we have, and a dog who barks way too much. And so, yeah, we really have, same with you, Cloudy. I know you might have peeked in with your mom or not, I don't know, but this is when all the fun happens. And yeah, we've had some quiet times. We've had some tears before in Canada. It just depends where the night takes us. And the night sometimes can take us all over the world and back. That is for sure. So as I'm throwing treats out to the pups, Katie K will be back later for real this time. That works. So yeah, for those of you who've always wondered, yeah, Cantina actually started as just a way for all of us to get together, hang out, work on some different crafts. Let me see if I can sneak the real puppy. Here we go. Here is Uncle Robbie's real puppy. Aren't you? Are you the real puppy? Are you the real puppy? This is Wrigley. And here's Cassie. And Mommy's still on the floor. Mommy will come up at some point. You go back down here. Here, let me see. Here, come here. Oh, I got Mommy. Here comes Mommy. Here's Mommy. And this is Halpia. And yes, they're all Maltese. And Halpia is the sweetie pie. She's the real sweetie pie. So, and she's the one who barks. If you're ever wondering which one barks, she actually came to me. She's mom of both of the. Oh, now we're both gonna. They were, actually we had a change. Okay, for those of you who've been watching babies, this one was pregnant. Actually, Cassie, and Sandra is Cassie's auntie. And Cassie we bought 2 years ago. This is Mommy here. And she came to live with us when she was real little. And about, oh gosh, a little over a year ago, I got a call from the breeder. I've been good friends with the breeder. Basically, I was going to show Cassie. That's why she's in long hair and all that. And she's like, I need to rehome Cassie's mom because I got to have room. She only has, I think she's got 4 dogs at home, but they're all for breeding purposes. In fact, Dad is grand champion. And so, it was supposed to be a half Maltese. Oh, Morkies are so cute. You got a Chihuahua. But that'd be cute too. That would be cute too. Yorkies do really cute halfsies. Okay, they really do good halfsy type pups. But yeah, so we're like, oh hell yeah, we'll take her. The only deal was she had to go through 2 more litters. Then she was being retired. We went through 1 litter. She had a really rough pregnancy. A lot of people will remember, but had 3 puppies, 2 girls, 1 boy. I got to keep the boy, Mr. Wrigley here. Wrigley is going to be a stud in all forms of the word. You are a stud and you will be a stud. Yes, you will. And Gizmo's the cutest name. I've always wanted to name one Gizmo. Oh, 2 greyhounds. Oh my gosh, Susan. I love all these people with all their dogs. Oh my God, I love it. But yeah, so the 2 girls that all you guys saw for all this time when I had the puppies. Hey guys. The 2 girls, the breeder kept 1 and is going to replace Halpia as a mom for their AKC breeding program. And the girl that was supposed to go to the other island did not go to the other island. Instead, the breeder's daughter bought her. So they're all on an island, and I'll always get to see the puppies. I will always get to see my little puppies that I raised from the time they were 3 or 4 days old. So I will, they'll always be in my life. Sounds good, Robbie. See you when you get back. Have fun. Or whatever. And also, yes, I'm feeding pups right now. So, I'm sorry, we have evil chihuahuas that, I'm worried about that with Wrigley. My last boy dog, marked and peed. I loved him to death. He was named Wrigley too. And he marked everywhere. Oh, yeah. Sandra has a boxer pit mix that's cutest, sweetest thing in the world, even if he does kill birds. But we won't go there. No, we won't go there. So, Cosmo is blue, and his younger brother is Sonny is Brindle. Oh, gosh. Those are gorgeous dogs. I know my mom used to love greyhounds. We ended up with smaller dogs just because we were military, and it was, you never knew what your yard was going to be like or anything. And I was allergic to dogs growing up, and Maltese are hypoallergenic. So it kind of worked out real well. A vindictive peer. There you go, the vindictive peer. That sounds very familiar. And also, anyhow, welcome everyone. I am real quickly up in the pinned link, but I'm going to post it here too. I've got our link for our panel. Let me on panel. Please, as everyone who's been here before knows, don't need permission. The only thing I am going to ask people, because we've had way too many pin bombings lately, is that everyone has to at least let me see who you are before we pop you on screen. Then you could go back to just no cam. You do not need to be on cam, but I do need to make sure that I'm not looking at something that should not be there. Well, it should be there, just not on screen. And also, Pia. So everyone, you do not need permission. You just come on up if you feel like joining us up here on panel. And I have food that's going to be delivered sometime tonight. I'm not sure when. We will find out. And I may have a little talk with a little Halpia who keeps barking. Yes, I will. Oh my gosh, that was a great live. I enjoyed that live earlier, guys. It's great because I see the interaction. I'll be honest, I could have done these lives as just recorded stuff, but I made the decision to do them with chat with people. I'm so happy I did it that way because it makes all the difference. And guess what? We have someone backstage right now already, and I wonder who it is. It is all the way from way back on the first Cantina, which was Craft and Chat. She is still coming to Cantina, which I can't believe it. But no. She's one of the founders of the Cantina, Miss Sandra Martinez.
Good evening.
How are you, my dear?
Good.
Good. Oh, thanks, Cristola. Thanks. Yes. I said Siren's favorite word. Now he's all excited. And so this has been the week of that, though. Everyone is getting porn bombed one way or another, it seems. Everywhere I look.
You have to be live to have that happen.
It's starting. I don't know. Yep, Cooter Puncher is up. For those, God, all these people who don't know the whole story.
No, it's funny because I did something to my shoulder, and it was actually last night. Me and AJ were talking, my husband, and he was like, "You need to call Amber so you can get the Cooter Puncher for your shoulder." I was like, I know.
We need to get you guys
He's
a
like,
Cooter
that one has miles on it, so you need a new one.
Oh, yes. For any of you guys who are a Cooter, if you guys have ever seen those electric massage hammer type things that tap out, that's what we're talking about. Yes. So Jeff is in the house. Oh, God help us. We have Siren and Jeff in the house. We are in deep trouble now. So deep trouble now. So for all you guys who are wondering, I'm going to change now that we're open. I will change the pin message so you guys have it nice and easy access. Okay, we have a stunt double on when we cam up for initial identification. Hey, Jeff, you can let me know. I know you, so don't worry. We'll figure something out with you. We'll figure something out. So, but yeah.
Is he coming on? Is he going to come on?
Hey, he has been coming on when he feels like it. When us girls are talking too much and he can never get a word in, that's usually how it works.
No edibles tonight. That's for sure.
Yay! That was so funny last week. From the moment you did, I was like, okay, how long are we going to last here?
Well, I was drinking before, so
No.
not
Oh, no. That would do it. That would do it. Yep.
I
No,
ended up
that's
throwing up too. I was like, done. It was bad.
yeah, I can see. It's funny because you can watch, especially me, because I'm so early in the times of everyone. I can sit and watch people start to fade out very quickly. So, yeah, Siren. Yeah, Siren had an amazing. Oh my God. Siren's been going on Natasha's channel. They've been doing these parody things, which have been hilarious. People have been dressing up as different creators and all that. And he did a blonde Tina. Yeah, come here, Pia. You can get help.
I
Come
need
here,
to
big
watch
girl.
them. I feel bad because honestly, I don't.
That's fine.
I'm not on YouTube like I used to, and I think people might get offended when I pop in every once in a while in different discords, and I'm like not trying to offend people, but I'm just like I'm literally super super busy with work, and I come home, I cook dinner for the family, and me and hubby and the kids will relax, and then I'm getting the kids back on a schedule because school starts next week.
Yep. Jeff.
Just so much.
Jeff is very offended. So offended right now that you're doing this to him all the time. No, I think that's why when people come to me and they're like, oh, sorry, I got to get off and go be with that. I'm like, to me, being with family is more important than YouTube any old day. Okay. It's just, yeah, you go through different times in your life, and sometimes you can be really
you
involved.
all offended people can be offended. Okay.
Yeah.
Go back to boundaries. We're going to go back to boundaries. Okay, Sandra.
There we go.
Boundaries.
There we go. Our total boundaries. Our total.
No, I was gonna message in the chat earlier. So like I had I had a friend reach out to me and earlier this week, and she was like, what did I do wrong? And I was like, what are you talking about? She's like, you never hang out with me anymore. And I'm like, well, I don't hang out with anyone
Anybody
anymore.
right now.
Like, it's nothing against anyone, but I feel like people don't understand since I've started therapy again and the type of therapy that I'm doing, it literally takes me about 2 weeks after I do a session to like be back to ground, like if that makes sense.
Right.
And the only reason why I was able to kind of speed up a little bit of the process of not being so like disconnected was it was so long in between my last one to this one last week, and then B, I have to wait a couple more weeks. So like I'm gonna have to restart the process again. So
right, you got it.
But it's a lot. Like the therapy I'm in is a lot. Like a lot.
That's it. Do you mind telling us the type? You don't have to. And by the way, if you come backstage,
EMDR.
What's it? Sorry. EMDR. Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah.
That shit's no joke. Like I don't think people understand.
Hard. I did EMDR, and it is. Let me introduce first. We've got Miss Rosaline. Yay!
Hello, everybody. No
Who's working on
tonight.
your socks?
Oh, yeah, I guess I do have to cam up to show you socks. Hang on a second.
If you feel you don't have to. I just did that. Ooh, oh, they're gold.
Gulf Coast Mama does not have a Discord.
It's a dusty blue.
Trick you.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Jeff's talking about Gulf Coast Mama having a
Discord.
No.
Yeah, she doesn't have one.
I'm doing two at a time.
She adopts all ours. Those are pretty, though.
See?
I love those colors.
Because they're much thinner, and I'm really thrilled with how thin they are coming out.
Right. These are yours. These are the ones you're going to do for you. Yeah.
So once I get this one down, I know that I can do it and figure out how fast I can do it. Then I can start doing it for everybody else again. So I'm really pleased with the way they're coming out.
The thin is nice, though. The thin is definitely nice.
Yeah, they're not nearly as thick as the others, but the others are great for winter.
Oh,
so I'll just hide back here. Let me turn off my camera. There you go.
No worries. Everything true crime. First of all, welcome, my dear. Second of all, okay, what do we all use? I actually right now It's not a great camera. It's my laptop camera is what
Same
I'm
here.
using. Same with
Same here.
Sandra.
And I've got,
Rosaline usually has a better,
I
usually.
do
or
have a
not.
different cam, but it's a cheapie off Amazon, and it looks like the name is Alura Tech, Allura Tech,
Oh,
and it
Lord.
was just real inexpensive. I put more money into the mic because I like to do the voice of God
Yes. She's got that nice,
and
soft,
do the
sexy
ASMR
voice.
voice.
Mhm,
But yeah,
mhm.
later if I go do my hair, I'll, I'll come back
You
on
got it.
camera.
You got it. Yeah, and she changes hair for us all the time, which is just as much fun.
That was a fun live. That was a fun
Oh,
live.
that
Sandra, it
was a
is
lot of fun.
wonderful to see you.
Yes.
It's really good to see you.
Yes. Totally.
Yeah,
And
it's good to
but
see all these
yeah,
people in chat too. This is
I'm loving
incredible.
this.
No.
This is really getting awesome.
Of
Yeah,
course, Mama says
everything
her
true
channel
crime.
is amazing.
You got it. Everything true crime. That's kind of what I've done. I've set it up that, what, I'm using everything that came with my computer to start.
Yeah,
And over time, if my channel gets large enough and I get donations or stuff like that, I'll
right.
just start building from there.
Exactly.
Yep.
Use what you have and do the best you can. And as you start getting money, put the money back towards the channel. And that's exactly what I did because
Yep.
my channel was starting to get a little bit of coffee fund and I got
Yeah.
this new mic. So yeah, so I'm very pleased with that. Thank you, ET Phone Home.
Do check everything true crime or anyone else who actually looks at cameras. One thing I discovered with mine, if I turned off my overhead lights, because I'm not using a ring light upstairs, downstairs I do have something, I just haven't set it up here. And you could see all this noise in my my display. But if I go with the other one, it's so much better. And 5 years locum, I will have a full studio and 5 people.
5 people on stage.
Hey, I'll take that any old day.
I'm one. I'll be fully
There.
staffed.
Yep.
I'm
Taking
retired.
applications. A couple of jobs have been filled.
Right.
And hey, no, I would love it because this is what Rosalie and I have talked about this. Okay, so is
Totally.
Sandra, so the rest of the girls. It's about reaching other people
We should
because
do
we're
a
all.
podcast.
Totally about reaching
A
people.
podcast. We should design a podcast.
We should.
That
That would be
neat.
cool.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like we do this
Yes.
for fun, but like actually, you have Fridays where you do your serious topics, but we can pick one day out of the week where we talk about other
Switch it out.
topics. You know what I'm
That
saying?
would be
I think
cool.
we should do a podcast.
That would be cool. I think there's a lot. I mean, there's so much.
There's so much that we can
play
do.
with.
Gulf
Because
Coast
we all
Mama,
have-
no, you're not vice president. I'm vice president.
Well, a vice president of all these different sides, and we all vice president. Yes, Jeff B has vice president of sarcasm.
Very
The
good.
siren owns 51% of this.
Of this bird. No,
I
you have
love
to
it. I love
you have to
it.
fight my son over the bird.
Yeah, that's true. Her
This is
son
true.
will attack anyone whoever. Now that bird. Now who knows what other birds may be involved too? Okay, because
I
we all
know,
know
right?
a couple other birds that come into play at times.
Oh my God.
ET's president drinking beer. That one works. Oh, that
Hey,
reminds
yeah,
me. They
Cody
grabbed
needs
my
to do
Julie.
it, right?
Right, Paul.
You got your okay. I'm definitely when my food gets delivered,
It's
I will grab my.
watermelon.
Yes,
And
that
I'm
looks
usually doing
Oh,
vodka
stop.
tonics, but they're in the other room. So I might have to
Ooh.
break. Because right
There.
now, when I'm on this mic, I'm in the crafting room. So
Mhm.
when my voice is way down here, yeah, I'm in the
Oh my God,
crafting
I
room.
love it.
So I may take a little break after a bit and go get that. But
No,
yeah, but I think that a lot of what you are doing on your channel is so similar to what I was doing on my channel.
yes,
And I'm just taking a wee break. As Margot would say, I'm just taking a wee little break.
Wee
at
little
a time, right? She's so lovely. So I can get my life back in order and take care of some of the things that I was neglecting being
Yeah.
live 3 times a week.
yeah,
So it's really neat to see the people that are in here and lots of new names for you.
this
This
is.
is incredible.
I'm
And-
loving this today. It's
and-
a lot of new people.
Yeah, and the fact that you were doing the earlier chat and the teachings and the way you do it is so I'm right off the cuff. but you have done your research and everything, and you've got your bullet points, and I love that. And I tried to duplicate it in one of my last lives, and it's like, yeah, okay, that's not me. That's local Mayan. That's okay,
And that's it.
and that's
That's it.
good.
And
But
we all
yeah,
have our different way. And actually, what you guys don't know, those bullet points are what I use for notes.
it, I know that because
It's
that's what I
so
did
funny. I'm
as
being
a
open
regular.
honest. I mean, if I don't
Yeah,
have those, I'm lost. I've done notes on a piece
transparency.
of paper and all that, but plus I'm visual. I'm always been a visual. You know how everyone's a different
Yeah,
type of learning. Okay,
yeah.
so you need to do the sleep. Yes, I agree, Et. She needs to do those ASMR sleeps
Well,
and also.
yeah, I'll just read you Dr. Seuss again.
I'm just happy to see everyone joining in now. It's just, and all the
It
new
is.
names popping
Yeah,
up. It's just really, it's a lot of fun. And then
pretty
what
cool.
Robbie did that video, we are
That
so
was
going to have to,
amazing. Oh my gosh. It was got a
Yes,
little bit of all of us in there. That was so cool.
I love
That
it.
was so cool.
he is so talented at doing, see, that's the thing. All of us have these little talents, okay,
Mm-hmm.
that they're up to us whether we use them or not and grow them. And
Kind of
that's
like
what he's
this.
great at doing. Okay, Siren, look at what he did. He never would have found that he could do the face painting like he does.
Oh, I think he
And
would have found that eventually, but yeah.
Yeah, but we boosted him and gave
yeah,
him
Yeah,
more
I
support to
love what
want to do
Siren
it.
does with the makeup. It's
yep,
incredible. It's nothing I would have ever dreamed of trying. So it's really inspiring to see it. And
exactly.
and 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 watching the different people that have been along for the ride since way early or the beginning, and seeing the changes, the
Craft and
positive
chat.
behavioral changes that are occurring in them, it's so uplifting because
Yes.
just like your channel is trying to reach out and touch people and help people find out who they really are. That's what I'm doing over when I was on mine as well, and just to see how it's working, that it's getting out there, that it's so exciting.
Well, that's what I've told other people, and is that I've been watching all of us. Okay, me, I'm learning new things because I'm learning from other people. I'm watching other people come out of. For some people, it's coming out of their shells and feeling more comfortable talking with other people. Other
Yes.
people, it's learning boundary. One thing I did discover, they tell you go back into your past lives to see what people are most interested in.
Mm-hmm.
And the boundary thing seems to be something that, because I'm trying to figure out what is it people need the most help with
Right.
right now. And also, oh, we're printing. We also got
Well,
someone who's going to be coming on in a second, but
it's
I'm going to let her finish
boundaries.
that up.
It's boundaries because you have to think of, everyone still had boundaries, but last year, like, no one really had to enforce them because you weren't really around anyone.
That's true.
And so now you're getting back integrated back to work and being around people and
And last year,
trying
people
to.
took a lot more liberties too, don't you think? Because they
Yeah,
were
Mm,
yeah,
hiding behind
absolutely. Like
keyboards.
I think I've done the most self growth and like trying to understand more of like why I was why I was the way I was, or what I needed to fix, or what was
right.
the issue. And I feel like if COVID, and it sounds bad because COVID is such a bad thing, but
Hey,
I feel like a
Brandy.
lot of people weren't able to, if that never happened, people wouldn't have stopped and
Yep.
taken the time
Yeah.
to want to actually take care of themselves. Like I actually went to the doctor and,
Hey,
some
Cassie.
medical things happen and, found out more about my health. I
Yep.
did my DNA test. I got back in therapy. Like all these things happen. I gained tons, with what I've been working on. I found all these people, like I feel like if people weren't able to have that time to just be able to reflect and take the time to understand what was going on or be able to
Right.
handle things, like I wouldn't have grown so much within this past year.
Right. Talking about, because I do want to get back to that because I think that's a big subject, but we got someone else backstage right now, and I've been watching her move her camera around, and she's got it actually in a gorgeous location right now. I love this
Yay.
location, actually, my favorite yet. It's Miss Jet's mom.
Yay. I'm waving, but you can't see me.
Look at that
I,
hoodie.
I know.
I love the
Oh,
flowers.
It just
yes.
came today.
That's amazing.
His stuff is great. I mean, I got the pillow downstairs. I mean, getting up at the hoodie. Oh, yes, yes. And, yeah, we had fun the other day. Someone had mentioned, oh, his merch store was down, so it had to go back up. So it's back up for anyone who wants to go to Save Robbie's merch store. Hey, Alchemy's here. Thanks for joining the first time. I've gotten to see Alchemy around, but thank you for joining us here. We're just having fun talking story right now. Little of everything. Oh, yeah. It's windy outside. We are getting wind through Hawaii right now. So, but yeah, Gulf Coast Mama had talked about how she's learning how to trust people. We were just talking about what all we've learned.
And meeting her and like actually sitting down and like meeting her in person and talking with her. Like you really understand why she had all those trust issues, you know? Yep. And then being able to like show her like not everyone is going to treat you that way, you know? And so I'm telling you, like COVID was a very dark place for a lot of people. And I know a lot of people struggled. But it also helped people that were struggling to finally want to do something about it as well, you know?
And it helped a lot of people find their voice.
Yes, that too.
It did.
Like if you would have told me the 31 years of my life, I would be sitting here and like actually speaking out and telling my story, I would have laughed at you 2 years ago. I would be like, hey, you're funny. It would never happen. Like, nope. I'm in the shadows. Like, I know what happened. I mean, not saying I never told people my story, you know, but like publicly speaking out about it, I would have just been like, no, like, who are you? Like, But
it's that one step.
It's the self-reflecting that COVID did, you know what I'm saying? And then also getting COVID, you know, and not knowing what would happen, that also pushed me as well, you know?
Yeah, I think I hadn't thought about that, but I think for a lot of people, when I was never diagnosed with COVID. Okay, I had to have a test last week because I was with someone who ended up sick. But I think if you had gotten that diagnosis, especially earlier, there probably was definitely this almost, I don't want to compare it to like the C word cancer, but there was probably that same fear. Does that mean I'm now going to die? Or it kind of opens up this thing that no one had ever really had to deal with before. Yeah. But what I like what you said with a lot of those things, yes, it was a dark time, but it had some bright thing because there was so much you learned because of it.
Yeah.
And that's life in general. If you kind of like I was talking today with the toxicity bit, you could either focus on the negative side of all this or, okay, you know what? There is positive towards all this. You just got to find the right angle for it. Yeah. And Jet's mom, sorry, you're still muted.
You're muted.
Sorry, we have really bad hay fever right now, so it's really bad. It's bad. It's never been this bad this early, so I'm sitting here like, I can't, honestly, I don't mean to interrupt, but I mean, really.
No,
but darling, you look magnificent, and it's better to look good than to
look
feel
great,
good.
actually.
Hay fever is awful. Allergies are awful. It's so bad.
Is.
This season. Like,
and that's the thing. Oh God, we're both like, I can't stop. It's just horrible. It's bad. It's bad.
What is it, Crystal?
Yeah, in fact, I was just going to say, Christola. No, exactly. So it's hay fever, Christola, that she's dealing with. I get you, girl.
That's what she says. So are you okay? I'm like, yeah, no, I just can't. Like, I'm just like,
eyes watering and can't breathe and all. Yep, I get you.
You're pulling a Rosaline by sitting back from the camera.
You're sitting there on the phone, like, you know, in the morning or whatever, and your nose starts dripping. You're like,
isn't that pretty?
Ain't it though, ain't it? So yeah, Christola, we could definitely talk about that more. Is there a certain part of that or just general? And that goes for everyone in chat. If there's a subject, a lot of times this first hour of this tends to be reflection on what just happened. And then we go into chaos after that. And God help us what we end up in.
Chaos.
The wrong way and both people get defensive type of thing. Yes.
I like that. Yeah.
I think that's something, I don't know. I think Rosaline, Sandra, Marge, Jet's mom, unless you're okay with, sorry, my dad. But yeah, no, throw in ideas with that. But I think a lot of time, because we're all coming from our own point of view on things.
That's the
Mhm.
domestication, right?
Yeah,
That's-
domestication.
That's the whole thing, you know?
I'm sorry,
Yep.
back to the 4 agreements. Crystal, I know
Mhm.
you and I don't always seem to understand each other well, and sometimes I say things that might not be received in the manner that I mean to put them out there. And sometimes I don't always receive your words in the manner in which you mean for me to receive them. And I know that's a problem that is partly my fault. And when both people take things the wrong way, it's just because we're not, I know I am not taking a moment to understand that we have different backgrounds and different cultures and different ways of communication. And so I am taking responsibility to try and be better at that. So it is a matter, like ET says, of finding a better way to communicate and to not assume anything. 4 agreements. Come on, guys, what are they?
No.
Be
Exactly.
impeccable in your speech.
Yeah.
Assume nothing. Take nothing personal, and do your best.
Do your best. Do your
You know,
best.
it's so I had someone that we all might have communication with call me yesterday, and kind of a little bit out of the blue, and they're going through a hard time right now. They have some family
Right.
stuff going on,
That's right.
and there's even different roles we take within our own family and our own siblings.
Right.
I'm the oldest with me and my sister, so you have this different role
Hierarchy, right?
that can transpire, and you create your own little culture within your own realm, and it can be really hard. Her example was, she's just fierce. She's the oldest like me. You just kind of become this fierce kind of, just do what I say.
Mhm.
It's just kind of what happens for some people. I definitely identified with that with her, and it was really interesting though because we talked exactly what you're saying, Rosalind. You have to. That was my advice, and it went straight back to thank you, Lokamai.
Thanks,
The
Loco.
4 agreements.
Yeah, I was too slow because I was concentrating on listening, paying attention. You done good, kid.
Yeah,
No,
no. And I see that. That's what amazes me is I'm looking at everyone, the 4 people here, and gosh, if not 100%, but the people that I know in chat. And I've
Yeah.
seen these changes, sometimes small, sometimes large. Just even Christola, like what you just said there. You recognize I get very defensive. Sometimes I should tell people what my triggers are. I act them out, and I'm sorry. That alone is a huge step when people can look at themselves,
Totally.
because that's it. I just told someone else on a private DM, literally 10 minutes before we started this live, you can't change other people. All you can do is address and change issues within yourself.
Exactly. And the way you respond to them.
And
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, and the other thing to add to that is if you're willing to change, you can't expect someone to be okay with your changes. And that's a huge thing is like you're like, okay, well, if I change this aspect of myself that I know that's toxic or causes issues, am I still going to have these people? Like, you can't think that way. You have to do everything for yourself. And
Hey, Tart.
the people that are going to sit there and be like, oh, well, you're selfish, or why did you change, or who the heck are you and whatnot. Those weren't people. Those people weren't meant to be in your life in the first place.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and I do believe time heals everything. I am one of those people. Some people are black and white, done. I'm not one of those. I'm very much like, okay, time will heal.
Right.
And exactly what Sandra's saying though is just to jump on that a little bit is the hardest thing for me is always the expectations.
Yes.
Always the expectations. And I think Rosalind, you described it a little bit a moment ago.
Yeah.
As well. Yes, we're gonna have expectations like you don't leave the dishes in the sink and I might get pissed.
Exactly.
I'm gonna have some goddamn expectations in my own platform, right?
Yes.
But ultimately when it comes to friendships, it's hard.
Yes.
Friendships are hard. But one thing I think some of us have trouble with is, setting those boundaries, like exactly what you're talking about today. Healthy boundaries, stepping in to healthy relationship
Yep.
is crucial. And I'm sure we're all guilty of stepping out of that because that's life. We're
And it's
human.
not hard to maintain because not all of us, not everyone knows how to have a healthy relationship.
That's what
Not
I was
everybody
getting
knows
ready to
how to
say.
communicate in a careful way that you're impeccable in your speech. Okay, what does that mean? That means say it as clearly as possible in a way that the other person may understand it
Right.
more clearly.
Right.
To me, that's what it means. So
no, well said.
Yeah.
Well said.
It
So-
also means. Oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I think it
I'm
also.
still looking at my camera. My camera's off.
You
I am
are.
so damn
It's
trained.
trained, isn't it?
Jump monkey, dance
So-
monkey.
You know, everything true crime just said
I'll
something.
be the rose like. So.
Thank you.
I think everything true crime has come up with some amazing little comments. Her last two ones. Yeah. She's on. Okay, I've heard from
Excellent,
somewhere
kiddo.
that people's opinion about you is none of your business.
It is.
And you
That's
know
exactly
what? That's
right.
been the hardest thing for me to learn because I always was worried about what other people would think. And I still am. Trust me, I still am. But it's not as bad as it used to be. Because now I realize if I don't, okay, it's what I feel. If I know I've done the best I can, then whatever anyone else thinks doesn't matter because I'm happy in the end. And then the second thing, in some ways, I think it's okay to be selfish, depending on. That's what today's discussion was about.
I don't like that term because I don't really feel like you're
What,
being
selfish?
selfish. I don't, and that's why I don't like that term because I don't feel like you're being selfish. I feel like that term's been thrown out so many times whenever people are like, oh, well, you're focused on yourself or you're doing this for yourself or you're doing that for yourself. You're selfish. I don't feel like that term should be used in those circumstances. I feel like that's another stigma. Like that's something that needs to be broken because you're not being selfish if you want to fix yourself. You're not being selfish if you want to be a better person. You're not being selfish if you want to go to therapy. You're not being selfish if you want to put boundaries. You're not like
Being respectful of yourself.
you're being respectful to yourself. You're honoring what you want to be. You're honoring that yourself needs the help and you want to be a better person. I don't feel like that's being selfish because
It is not. But there are a lot of people that would take it that way because they're not in your same
exactly.
space.
And honestly, when it comes down to it, those people that take it as selfish, those are the people that need the work as well.
Right.
Those are people that need to work
Well, we all
on
need work,
themselves to
right?
understand
Ooh,
that
well
they deserve to want to love themselves and be a better person. And there's nothing selfish about it. You know, like a huge thing when me and Adrian got together was how can I love someone if I don't love myself?
And
That's what Jeff said. Until you learn to
love.
love yourself, the door is locked to someone else.
Well,
Perfectly
How the hell you gonna love anybody
I
else?
think there's a spectrum of
RuPaul.
Exactly. You can't. I mean, you can to an extent. You know what I'm saying? But you're not fully going to be able to open yourself to that person if you can't live yourself.
Yeah.
And
I
I
think-
still struggle with this. You know, like I love myself, but I don't fully love myself. And I'm not going to fully love myself until I can heal my trauma. And I know that. But that's what I'm working on, you know?
And
you're
I
doing a
think
great
one thing,
job.
Crystal, I was reading what you are saying in there and wanted to make sure we addressed a lot of that. I think there definitely is. Okay, I know I've lost friends over my lifetime because of one reason. Sometimes it's because I'm blind to what they said. Sometimes they've told me and I just ignored it. And it just got to the point where something got shut down on me. Or sometimes they never told me. And all of a sudden they just disappeared. And in reality, they should be telling you. That's what today's discussion was about. Tell people what your boundaries are. And then I'll come back. Go ahead, Margie, and then I can come back.
So I have a story. So, okay, so I want to say like 2016. I have a new business and it's event marketing. This beautiful girl comes up to our little booth. I'm not even kidding you, 106 degrees out. We're sitting, we're dying. We're so hot. And she's like, oh, we just had the best conversation. You know, it was so great. Well, she turns into one of my employees shortly thereafter. And we just became family friends. You know, she ended up having a baby and, you know, things happen. Like, they spent every holiday with us for years. And with her own family came to our holidays. And then all of a sudden she just disappeared at COVID. just disappeared. And 2 days ago, I think I told Crystal about this. Jet comes running in my room early in the morning before I'm even up, and he's like, the pretty red hair girl with the red hair girl, she's here. I'm like, huh? And I was like, oh my! And so she shows up at my door because she's going through a hard time. Because true friends don't disappear.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's
Don't disappear. Even though she had just kind of like, she was going in an abusive relationship is what it turns out. She had a very controlling, abusive relationship who basically made her get rid of anybody that she was previously in connection with. And she found a way out.
Bless
And
you, Sandra.
well, I think. Sorry, Rosalind, what were you saying?
I just said bless you to Sandra. She was
Bless. Okay, got it. I
Sorry.
think one of the things, I know, Cristola, you were talking with it, and I agree with you. Certain people never leave, but sometimes they may, and that's fine. Because like that bus, some people are going to leave, and it's not your fault or the other person's fault if they do truly leave. Because they're at a different place in their life. You're at a different place in your life now. Because like Sandra said, we grow. Okay, who Sandra was a year ago is not who she is today.
Boy, that's
Okay,
true.
who I am has changed. Now, I think, Cristola, I'm trying to read what you're all saying here, and I think you've got some good things to talk that are great subjects for us to talk about. Okay, we do get into the thing, and this is kind of where I was talking about with the boundary side of things. There is a thing where we talk with our friends and we want to kind of work through ideas. I think we do this a lot here on the internet, on YouTube a lot. We get into Discord DMs or stuff like that, and we start communicating with people, then we make phone calls, then we do this, and then we do that. But normally we would be seeing the person we're talking to, and we could tell if a person is, number one, being triggered themselves. Mm-hmm. Maybe something you are saying to them is triggering that person. Mm-hmm. Or maybe that person has something they want to share, and you're like, oh, but I want to share too. And so you get into the thing where you get two different people who are all wanting to share at the same time. And there's a sharing level that you've got to. It's kind of like when we get 9 people on this one panel. It's happened before, and you got everyone trying to get something in, and it's almost at the point where raise your hand if you need. Someone's coming through. Let me just check who that is. I know who it is. Okay, got it. You know what? Someone else want to take that? I got a phone call coming in. One sec. If someone wants to take that up real quick. Sorry, my dears.
Mute yourself. There you go. Okay. Like Crystal is saying, there's a lot of miscommunication that happens when we don't get the visual clues or cues that we're accustomed to getting when we're actually sitting across from somebody, or even like me with my avatar instead of a picture. I'll be changing that here in a minute when Local Mike comes back. But I know that there, I see you, but I miss having the communication. One of the reasons I like to go live on other panels and have my own channel is because I like being able to hear your voices when you respond. I love people coming up on the panels, and so I can hear their voices and hear the intensity and the passion that's in their voice. I'm still looking at the freaking camera and it's off. So funny.
You're so cute.
So Cristola says, I don't like being on camera by myself because I'm breaking out and feel self-conscious. That's an issue. Like layers of an onion, you get triggered and worried. And I get that. We really, Cristola, everyone has triggers. I'm not trying to make yours small. Don't take it that way. But I'm just telling you, we each have stuff that we need to overcome that we're working on. We each have stuff that we can see needs to be corrected, and we don't always have the ability to do anything about it at the time. And it's not always a healthy choice to continue in that manner, but it may be the only way we know because of the whole domestication thing. You know what I'm saying? Everything true crime, you put an @ first and then type in a couple of letters of the name and it will tag them.
There you go. Yeah, sorry, I ordered food for delivery today, and for some reason Bite Squad didn't put it in. So
I would love that, Cristola. I really would. But
Sorry, dogs are barking up a storm. Let me shut them up.
yep. But yeah, I would love to talk with you. So yeah, find my I will find you on Discord after Cantina or maybe over the weekend, and I'd love to have a discussion. Huh, everything true crime. Try hitting the at symbol and then just type
If she's on her
ROS.
phone, she has to type it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it doesn't work like that on phone. Because I've tried, well, I have an older phone, so I don't know. It didn't work.
What doesn't work?
When I'm on a phone and I'm trying to tag somebody in the chat, because, my phone's like, oh, look how cute, puppy. Puppy. I
They
know.
won't shut up.
Is it
I
a
swear they are not quieting down today.
It's a big boy. It's a big boy.
Oh my gosh. They're both like, okay, Pia, Cassie, are you going to behave if I put you down?
Oh,
She will. This one will keep barking. So it's like, nope, that's not how it's going to work that way. So, but yeah, no.
Yeah, that might be the challenge you're having. Everything true crime.
Sorry, catching up on what's here.
I do have an older phone, so I know it's kind of limited as to what it can do. But
oh, there's
yeah.
Mama. Look at my.
I saw her back there.
Mama, look at my. Hi.
I swear I'm going to kill these. My mom's going to go kill the dogs for me.
Isn't that nice? How cooperative.
I don't know what they're barking about, other than the fact my phone rang, and so they think someone's at the door, and there isn't.
That's funny.
So,
excellent.
Yeah, no, the tagging bit is. I wish YouTube would set it up where we could actually tag on our phones easier. So, thank you, ET.
At one point, it worked on mine, and then it stopped working. So I could push the name, and it would pop in there.
Yeah.
I mean, unless I was getting it confused with my computer, it is hard though.
Yeah, computers I can do it no problem, but iPhones have not been able to do it. Android, Apple, iPad can't do it.
I had for a minute there.
Yeah.
Using Chrome. I was using something duck.
Okay.
I wonder if because I changed my browser, I could do it there.
For a second. I don't know. I'll have to research that.
I don't know.
But yeah, no, everything true crime. I really wish, because all it is a little bit of computer. They just program it. That's all they got to do.
Aloha, Mama.
Can we see Mom in the back? Yep, we can.
She just went through the door.
She's getting mad at the dogs too. She's like, oh my gosh.
ET works in IT, doesn't even have her own laptop.
Oh my gosh. I work, and I love it, ET.
Right, Tart?
Oh my God. Hey, you too.
You know what? ET, if you think about it, it's like my husband. He's a carpenter, and I have baseboards in one room. Why would you bring a laptop home? Like, what's the point? Just being silly.
That's funny.
Rosalind, how was your weekend? Last weekend?
It was good, but it didn't turn out to be the way I thought it would. And it was really good. And that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Okay.
But it was really good. And I just registered for the big camp out Labor Day weekend. So I'm very excited for that. And if the weather cooperates this weekend, I'm going to do the video of setting my van up again, because I need to clean it out before I go camp anywhere else. So look forward to that. But yeah, so it was a lot got done. I was very pleased that I got a lot done. So yeah, but getting back to the campground is so magical. I don't know if any of you have a special place, you people in chat have a special place that you go to that it just feels like home, and it's away from home, like a vacation spot or the ocean or camping. But this campsite that I tend to frequent is like my real home, and it's amazing. It's just it's so much love and so much look at my, that's funny.
So basically, yeah, I just typed in chat what's going. Mom keeps opening up the door, and our house
Art?
alarms keep going ding dong, and the dogs bark.
Art, what are you saying?
That's why I'm laughing. Is that one? Then I'm laughing at the other one.
Oh my goodness.
Well, if your husband or your partner is a mechanic, your car's always broken.
Oh,
It's
I
the
get
same
it. Okay.
thing. Like, we get it.
Because it came out of the yeah. I just kind of
Mind
went away
you,
for a while. I
mind
looked
you,
back at chat.
what she's explaining, and I assume it's a
Yeah.
she, simply because I can't imagine letting a man wax my vagina. But I would assume that's
I'm sorry.
it would be really hard to do it yourself. Like, you got to get the
Okay.
I'm an esthetician, so I know that. Anyways,
Excellent.
hi, Mom.
Crystal will talk. It'll be okay.
Okay. Actually, I might lock them in the bathroom at this point because they're going to freak out when Bite
yeah.
Squad shows up in about 3 minutes.
Oh.
And
Because yeah, locking them in a bathroom will keep them from barking, won't it?
exactly. You put them in the bathroom, no one's going to be here. I'll be over here at the punch bowl. You know what's so funny, Jeff? I just read over here at the punch bowl. We have a place called Punch Bowl here. So I'm thinking, what? He's going to be
Yeah,
over at
right.
Punch Bowl? What's he doing at Punch?
That
In fact, my
close,
dad's
right?
buried up in Punch Bowl. So, and so, oh my God, so crazy. And yeah, Crystal, I mean, we can definitely talk. And like you said, Rosaling's willing to talk. A lot of this is about growth. Honestly, a lot of this stuff is all about growth for all sides. Okay, and that's the thing. It's when people start dealing with issues and trying to find solutions, and they move on to a certain place and someone else moves, or you just never know where things go. I understand.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go put my stuff in the dryer.
Mom likes talking. Oh, there we go. Now I'm getting the call again. Be right back, guys. I'm sorry.
No, it's the real world. We get it. Hi.
Yep. Hey.
Will you come on camera now? Because I
No, I really
I'm
no.
feeling a little insecure.
No, I not just yet. I can when one of them comes back, I will go and do what I need to get back up here.
I hear you, sister. I hear you.
Thank you. Yeah. But yeah, it's been an interesting week.
I'm too.
Weather here is stupid hot and muggy. So I'm hoping that ends hopefully with some rain tomorrow in the morning.
I'm wearing a sweatshirt because my husband, we put solar on our house.
Oh my God. I saw
So
that.
our house is freezing all the time.
I wish.
I can wear sweatshirts in my house, and I'm like, he's like, why are you wearing a sweatshirt? I said, it's freaking freezing.
Yeah. Bite Squad, we'd like
Art.
to end your car warranty.
You saw
Hi, this is Loretta, and I'm calling about your car warranty. We've noticed that. Yeah, no.
Hi, this is what's her name? Who always calls from Google. The
Oh,
Google.
I get a Loretta from the car warranty place. Yeah.
I did get my dinner.
Yay.
Yes, I at least got my dinner. But yeah, it's weird. I don't know if anyone uses Bite Squad and that it has the Bite Squad Unlimited.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay.
$10 for
Bite
delivery.
Squad, you can order your food. They have a bunch of different restaurants, and you can order your food, and they come and deliver it. They have something called Unlimited, which usually would give you free delivery, not the extra charge, within a certain radius.
Mhm.
Worked wonderfully. Tonight, I went to go, kind of like Uber Eats, exactly, ET, kind of exactly like them.
We have DoorDash here.
DoorDash here too, yeah. DoorDash, Grubhub, Bite Squad, Uber
Well
Eats,
done,
I think
ET.
are the four. And well, all of a sudden today, the app was, first of all, charging me for delivery within that area,
I'll be
which
right
they've
back,
never
guys.
done before. And then on top of it, a place that's like a mile and a half away, which should be free delivery no matter what, they were saying was not even within location of my house. There was no way of getting to my house from there. And I'm like, it's like mile and a half away. This doesn't make sense. So they've been calling me nonstop, like, what's your address? I'm like, the the app shows it's weird. They're really weird right now. So, but yeah, let's see what we got here. I learned in the past week how to set boundaries with my boundaries and work.
I'm just right. I'm literally just writing that right now. I'm like, that's
Yes.
one of the hardest ones.
Wow. Yeah, that is, I think, because there's so many, you can kind of walk away. You can actually, in a way, bitch out someone who you're just friends with if you had to. But with work, you've got so many additional layers that, yeah, it's a little bit harder to deal with.
Ages, and you have not only personality types. I mean, you're looking at people. I mean, you could literally be sitting in front of like a psychopath or an empath, either way, you know, and have no idea because they have their own facade for their work environment, which is a safe place for people, I guess.
Exactly.
One of those, so.
I think it's kind of interesting what Sandra was bringing up earlier about how this whole time, oh, she's here. Yay.
Hey.
Thank you. We get another camera up. Yay.
Yeah.
Uber. Okay. Uber escort. That's what it's going to be called. Oh, Uber sluts. That works. That does work too. Yes.
Siren, you should start that service.
Oh my gosh. Well, maybe I do have some job possibilities there.
Right? What a deal.
Oh my gosh.
As a driver, okay?
Of course. Of course. You ninja cooker, right? Ninja prostitute.
That's it, exactly. And also, oh my gosh.
Wait. I saw she doesn't respect anybody. You know, coworker, no matter who's on vacation, will answer for her. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Wow. Yeah, that becomes rough because especially unless you can go talking with a boss or something like that to bring that person together and to work on an action plan. And if that boss is having issues with them to begin with or something, or not having, maybe they like them. Sometimes you run into that. So.
Oh, I had a coworker at one point that anytime they had the opportunity, I mean, it was almost, I was bad. Oh, those are cute. Pretty.
Thanks.
Pretty colors. The coworker would basically, I mean, they must be brilliant. Their minds, they must be in this like category of like weird brilliance.
Yes, exactly.
They're sitting there and like they
oh my God, I love her.
How to jump in at the exact moment to make you look the worst you possibly could, even though that's obviously not what took place.
Right.
I was like, I finally like blew up in the middle of the office. I was like, how many times are you gonna throw me under the bus that doesn't exist?
Hey, I got a question. I've been thinking, sorry, and I know we've gone through other subjects while I was dealing with all the phone things. I was kind of thinking with what Christola was saying. And shit, I knew this was happening the moment the door opened again. And that's what it is. Door opens and then they go ballistic. Stop it, Cassie. And are there anything that, okay, if someone comes to you and you're talking with them, and so let's try problem solve the idea. Okay, someone's talking to you and they're crossing your boundary at this point. Okay. What are some things, let's look at both sides. What are some things that you would say as the person whose boundary being crossed over?
I would first
chat
I'd want to clarify the situation.
Yeah, okay.
So I'd want clarity about what was going on specifically.
Okay.
I'm probably not as tactful as
hey Molly.
Rosaline.
Molly, go lightly.
Me, tactful? Molly, go lightly. Hey, girl,
Yes.
I've heard
Hey,
lots
Molly.
of interesting things
Hey.
about you.
Welcome, my dear.
Welcome.
We're talking a little bit about boundaries right now, actually. Got a couple people in chat who've been talking about boundaries and
Giving you examples.
yeah, we're just talking about ways we can share what our boundary is if someone just is not taking the hint. So Jet's mom, yeah. What were you saying with that?
I mean, Molly's like East Coast. I know that I know exactly what to say because my husband's East Coast. But
there you go.
Yeah, no, what I would say, okay, honestly, I want to clarify the situation as an adult. Try my best, take a deep breath, And if I can't freaking come up with something nice to say on some fucking level, I would just probably take a step back and say, I need to think about this. Or if I am being, my fierceness is if that Margie fierceness is coming out. Yeah, I'm going to come up with something really clever to say, and I'll go for the verbal jugular pretty quickly. But it's unfortunate that when that happens, because it's not necessarily
It's needed.
what creates
What is
the
needed at that time.
Right.
At the same token, I know. I mean, I've learned how to use that as tactfully as possible. Sometimes you got to in certain generations and certain genders. You do have to be like, "Oh, this is what's really happening, bro."
Yeah.
Like, you want this? This is what's happening right now. Yes, but generally speaking, if it's a, let's just say it's a female coworker who I'm having issues with, let's say we're on the same level, when there's no hierarchy, or even if there's hierarchy, like if I can't come up with something, and this could be for men too. I'm not saying, this is me personally. My experience, I would just say, if you can't get the calmness to come in before you say something bad, take a moment. It's like sending a nasty text message.
Okay.
Don't send the text message in capitals. Just don't do it. Take a minute.
That's a good point. Yeah,
Text
that's a good point.
For me, I'm going to call Rosaling. Should I fucking say this? Like,
No.
And I'll say, who said that to you?
I know. And then
Who do I have to hurt?
And
Oh, my
also, no, that's a good one. I know with me, a lot of times where my biggest boundary is that gets crossed is someone will start talking about an issue they're having. And they talk, and because I will usually sit and talk with them back, and I think that's what happens in a lot of these cases. People get into this back and forth, but then at some point there, something gets triggered in me. And that's when I have a problem, because I'm either going to ignore it or I'm going to blow up. And blowing up at them is honestly probably not the best thing to do, because they just need to know what it is that they are crossing. What line are they crossing? So what I've been trying to do more and more lately is tell people, you know what, I don't mind. Okay, I really appreciate talking with you and all right now, but I'm right now, something that's being discussed is triggering something within me. Is there a way we can give it a day or two? Or is there a way we could kind of focus on a different subject or something on that level? So that's something I've actually done in the past.
Yeah, I try and throw subtle hints.
Yeah.
But sometimes my hints get more and more like hammers and axes. And because if I don't recognize, if I don't take it into account, if I don't remember domestication is different, if I don't remember we come from different cultures, different times, different age brackets or whatever, different types of communication skills, and if I don't remember this, then I can revert back to what worked in the past that was not healthy and just lash out, and that's not good for anybody. And I know there are people I've done that to in the past that I've gone back to and said, look, I'm really so sorry. I did not mean that the way I said it. I did not mean to lose it. I apologize. And that's about all I can do. But and then try and do better. But I'm not perfect. I mean, yeah, we're all on this magical journey on this planet together, and something has brought us all together to learn from each other, and that's really cool. But when it gets down to it, we're still in our own little bubble. We still have our own little ways of doing things and thinking and going through our daily life. And sometimes it meshes and sometimes it just doesn't. And I'm still learning.
Well, and I will say this too: the older I get, the more in tuned in my ways. This is the real deal here, and I'm slowly. It's taking me some time. I'm comfortable in this,
right?
And it is what it is.
I know that's something my mom and I have. Okay, a lot of you guys know I live with my mom now, and ever since we lost dad, and she'll say to me, "Hey, I'm however old she is. Okay, this is how I think now, and I'm not going to think any other way. So we kind of get into this back and forth quite often about that, you know what? No one is ever at a point where they can't change. But what we've got to do is find ways to communicate between, no, it's fine, my dear. Okay, to be able to focus. Hello, my dear. How are you? How you doing, Jet?
He put tape on his mouth. I like this.
See,
I like
that
this.
works.
I didn't do
That
it.
works.
I didn't do it. Everybody needs to understand. Do not call CPS on me. That's him.
That's sometimes they do exactly what you were hoping they'd do. And also, but yeah, no, I think a lot of it is so many times. It's like I was saying earlier when that friend of mine contacted me about, oh, so and so's been acting this way or whatever. We can't have other people change. A lot of times I always expected other people to change. I always was like, well, they've got to change because I know I'm fine where I am and everything. And then I started looking back once I was calm and realized it takes two people to tango. And there's something that I need to learn from this also, like we were saying with the boundaries.
That's really interesting. You use the word calm, because when we're in chaos or when we're in this place of survival mode is a natural one that I mean, they talk in therapy all the time. When you're in a place of, whether it's chaos, whatever you want to call it, where you really can't hear that inner light, that inner soul, you're sitting here and you're just like, I just want to wake up tomorrow and get this over with, like wherever you are on the spectrum of life, in terms of super depressed and, like utopia, whatever you want to call it. It's I find it, I love how you said that though, because that's the truth, is when you can't hear, we talked about this earlier. This is what I think it means more, is if you can't love yourself enough to hear yourself. Enough to hear yourself. You don't have to be in love with yourself. I mean, I hear myself all the time saying, you're fat now, go lose some fucking weight. Drink a smoothie. Don't eat that fucking McDonald's. I hear myself all the time saying really bad stuff to myself. But ultimately, I know I'm at a place in my life where I can actually hear myself.
Yes.
I think that is a different dynamic. I think that's what do you think, Rosalie, and anybody, look at Maya and Sandra, like, what do you guys think? Does that make more sense?
I'm sorry, I was watching chat. I'm sorry.
No, I definitely think there's something to being. I think that, by the way, hi, Cherry K. And I think there's definitely a point to that quiet thinking things through and not just acting off of haste. It's when we think we react that we're going to make the biggest mistakes in our lives.
Yes.
Yeah, I used to be the queen. I don't know if she can hear me right now. Okay, Siren, your dad's not the only one who wears hearing aids. Trust me, it's crazy. Oh my God. Anyhow, and but I remember as a little girl, we'd get in huge fight. Okay, family, the fights that you would get when your kids are supposed to be going to sleep and there's a huge fight going on and all that. I would not go to sleep until everyone had apologized.
That's here too.
I would scream and I'd yell and I'd cause issues until finally everything was solved with a, oh, it's okay, I love you type thing. And then I would go to sleep. The problem is, as I got older, I started realizing we were never actually addressing what the issues were to begin with. So the issue was much deeper, and we kept repeating the same issue over and over and over because everyone was reacting off of emotion rather than stepping back and trying to figure out what was going on. And also, I definitely think having that time where you can just, hey, Fanta, yes, I thought I saw her.
Fanta's here and Cherry's
Phantasmagorical's here. Yeah, I saw Cherry. Okay, so Phantasmagorical is here. It's easier to say Fanta, trust me. And also, but yeah, no, I think definitely calming down and giving yourself time to kind of go back to those freaking 4 agreements. Just look at the 4 agreements.
4 agreements. Doggone them.
That's it. I mean, I swear.
I tell you, it's made a world of difference in the way I would have responded to people in the past, and how I have changed to adapt to respond at this point. But it's an ongoing thing, and it's not an easy task to remember to follow. It
Yeah.
is an everyday choice. It's a choice every time I communicate to make sure I'm being as clear and concise as I can be and still get the
Right.
message across in a whole way, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
I think that totally, utterly makes sense. And because I think one of the things that I've started trying to teach myself, if at any point I start realizing that I have nothing to learn on something, that I know it all, then I know I've got a problem.
That there's
And I
something more
think
to learn.
that's where the problem comes when people start seeing that, oh, well, I've done everything I can. Well, that's either when you have done and you need to look at doing the breakup and the moving on, or have you really done everything? Have you tried to understand where the other person is coming from? Things like that. So please let us see the Annie wig. Oh my God, are we gonna go through? Well, we could go through all. No.
Christola,
It's only
let's
up if
not
she
do
wants
that.
to.
Let's not
So
do that.
until they don't respect what you're voicing, yes, ET.
Yeah, let's not go there, Christola. Thank you.
Exactly. And also, oh my gosh. And reading
That
through
would be
all these.
crossing a boundary right there. That's an example.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
To me, it does amaze me how many people. Oh, Janessa's here. Hey, my dear. And yeah, it amazes me how many of us, and I think Sandra hit on a point there with us coming out of COVID. Well, oh God, I hope we're coming out of COVID.
Sure we are.
Yeah.
Claim that stuff.
Hawaii
Claim it.
just hit 600 new cases in one day. We were barely getting 100 a day. And now all of a sudden we're up over 600.
But you were never hit like we were hit in the States. It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
now starting there.
It's
So
just,
you're behind.
Yeah,
a couple
so
of
you're
months.
you're
That's
getting
all.
those
That's all.
your initial influx of the disease is now going to hit you.
well, what we really did actually is we shut down to the mainland pretty
Thank you,
heavily.
Christola.
When you're an island, it's easy to do that. Yeah, everything true crime, that's actually been part of the discussion. What a lot of it is it's those who don't have we're getting a lot of Delta in, but because of vaccines, it hasn't been as bad. And the ones who haven't are the ones who've been in the hospital lately. Yeah, ET, that's starting to happen here. Our city and state just did that also. There's the mandate going on here. So like I said, a week or two ago, I would not be surprised to see a lot of this hit 14-day mandatory quarantine in Hawaii. Yeah, now they actually have something, everything true crime. You can come here without the quarantine now. But what you have to do is show proof of the negative test within a certain time frame.
Wow.
And then you're able to come straight. In fact, that's why when I came back from Vegas, I thought I was going to get stuck with the 14-day. But basically, all I had to, Sandra, you guys have to, yeah, we just were told we have to do masks also. But yeah, no, I did the test. Actually, I was vaccinated, so I was able to sneak right through. But if you're not vaccinated, then you can show proof of the negative test within so many days, and then you can sneak right through. But it's definitely.
Sandra, we're not that far from each other, and there's no mandate for masks here yet.
We're in a hot zone.
Yeah, you are.
That makes
okay,
sense.
I get it.
And
but there
since I
are a
work
lot
for
of
this state, the governor made it where all state employees has to wear masks.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
It's not mandated yet, but
No,
a
it's
lot
not
of stores
mandated.
are suggesting that they would feel safer if you did have a mask coming in, but they're not kicking people out like they were before.
No,
Okay.
they're not
just
kicking
went to
anyone out.
mandate.
But we're in a huge hot spot right now. Like our
sorry.
county is in a hot spot.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yes, you
waiting to
can.
see what
Yes.
comes within the next couple weeks.
Yeah.
Like even our school, like we just got an email for our school district that even if you're fully vaccinated, they want you to wear a mask. They want teachers and all students to wear a mask.
Yeah. I know the show that I'm working on right now, we had decided everyone was vaccinated. So we're like, okay, group decision, we can go without masks. Literally 2 days later, our numbers went from 100 up to 400, now 600, and director and all, it's like, no, because we're actually going to hopefully perform in public for the first time since COVID started. And if one person gets sick, the show's done. You can't do a show if you got someone sick. So it's like, okay, we'll go back to mask. And then as of, I think it was yesterday, they said back to mandate across Okay, whenever you're in public, you've got to wear them now. So just keep going with it. Ooh, we
Well,
lost.
that's a shame.
We lost
She'll be back.
her.
She'll be
You know what? Everything true crime. Are you from Hawaii too? And I'll
Looks
be,
that
I'll
way,
be
doesn't
true.
it?
I agree with
Yeah.
you. I never took off my mask. Oh, here she is. She's still here.
Sorry.
She hit a button. Did you hit a button?
No, I'm trying to get the comments to go down. So I did. I don't know. I refreshed.
I have
Sorry,
two
guys. I'm
screens.
excited. I found someone who actually lives where I live for the first time. Sorry, when you live on an island, I feel so left out when all you guys are on the mainland
You
and can
should.
drive places.
You
And
should.
exactly.
We can't cross the ocean. We
Oh my!
can't
You
drive
guys just
cars
want to come
across the
visit me out
ocean.
here. That's all. That's
That's right.
all.
Now, if I lived in California, I'd be driving or flying to Hawaii because
Oh,
it'd be
definitely.
cheaper.
Yeah. Everything true crime. I heard. Now I may be wrong on this, but someone told me this morning that it's back to a mandate for masks. But I have not read that myself. It's just me passing on what I'm hearing. And
Well,
we know
we're
what
starting
assumptions
sooner.
do.
We're starting sooner for school. We usually start like the 25th.
Oh, really?
Because we're trying to give them more time because of last year.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, if you think about it, our kids have not been in school, many kids, for over a year and a half.
Yeah.
I did not put that together until last week. Everything, you haven't left your house. And you know what? There's a reason why I do Bite Squad and Instacart and stuff like that. I mean, it's crazy.
It's funny. The other day, like we needed groceries, and I was like, and we are able to like go to our grocery stores, and we don't have to wear masks and whatnot.
Are you going to jail?
I told Adrian, I was like, go get food and whatnot. He's like, can't you Instacart it? I'm like, you just got on to me for Instacarting all our groceries all the times that I did. He's like, I don't want to go out. I'm like, fine, I won't Instacart.
Oh my gosh.
The kid loves tape. It's like it's stickers and tape. It's just
He loves tea.
tape.
Oh, tea. Okay. I thought you said tea. Hey, no, we have a new tea place where I live, and it's called
HTO.
Well, it's like H2O, but it's HTO. And it's amazing tea. Like, it's the best tea ever. And they only charge $2 for a 32 ounce, which is really good.
You know what, guys? Sorry. I actually realized who Everything True Crime is. She and I have been talking on Discord lately under a different name. And I just saw the picture and I was like, oh, is it? So she is setting up her channel. She was asking me about setting up a channel at one time. So, my dear, you're going to have to share your channel with us because we've actually gone on the place. Gulf Coast Mama, who you see there, we've actually, by the way, Gulf Coast Mama, how many subs do you have now without a single video up?
Yeah, how many does she have? I'm looking. Hold on.
This has become a game of ours. We're trying to get her as many subs as possible without having a single video up to look at. So that's great. That's great. I love seeing
So
people.
I've
creating.
decided I'm just going to do a huge recap of the whole season of The Bachelorette because life has been too crazy to do every Sunday.
Yeah,
Did I
you got it.
during the last one? When did we?
God, it's been
There
a
was
month.
some sort of bachelor thing going on when we.
That's when,
We first started.
That was a year ago.
I would totally do a RuPaul thing if someone wants to do it with me. I don't want to do it by myself.
Hey,
Ooh,
I'll do it. I love.
Guess what? We
I
have
love
Ariel
the
the mermaid backstage. Hi, Ariel. It's not Ariel, guys. For those who are new, I just swear with her red hair, she looks like Ariel every time I see her. So
We have 32 subs. 32.
Thanks, y'all.
32 subs without, yes,
Right,
without a
well
single.
done.
Oh,
All
no
32 of
content.
you are amazing. I enjoy you watching nothing every time you see me.
Well, you know what, Gulf Coast Mama, you only know you're big until you get a W.
What's a W? I don't even know what that means.
Oh, Siren, is that that sound I
one
keep
of those.
hearing
I
upstairs?
do know what a W is. Sorry, blonde moment.
I'm pretty sure we all know what that is.
I do now. Yeah, it just took me a second. No show.
Oh,
What did I miss?
This,
I have
right?
no idea.
No.
This,
Sorry.
That
Somebody
one
was messaging me and I had to answer a
No,
this,
text.
the
it
W.
does not have a W. That doggy does not have a W. The baby has a W.
I get you.
No.
Hey, this is our university sign.
Oh no.
It
Oh,
is.
really?
Yes.
For what?
Woo
For
shot.
your gang?
Woosha?
No,
Your gang.
Woo shot. It's for
She said it's
Sorry,
her
to me,
gang
that's the only sign. Come on, right there. That's,
university.
Wu Tang, motherfucker. Sorry.
There we go.
oh my God, I
Oh,
love
I
it.
did
It's
buy
a wheat
something.
plant
Oh my
and woo
God.
shot.
Let me take my flower off, put my hoodie on. I'm
That's
gonna tell
really
all
what
about
they
it.
do.
You guys are
That
doing
is
that. I'm
literally
getting a couple
what
links.
they do.
Hey, Caspia. Oh my gosh, you guys are hilarious.
Y'all, I have a new reason though to get to.
Or
100
maybe it's
subs.
like this. I don't know. Never mind. I'm not even gonna say
Is
that.
it-
to you.
Where'd you
You're
go to
gonna have to
college?
learn it now.
Are you Longhorn?
No,
I'm a Longhorns fan. Yeah.
she is a
Oh.
You have the Longhorns?
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I have another
No,
reason to get to 100
WSU
subs.
is a
by the way.
W.
This is mine.
This is mine.
But
Hey guys, just for anyone who's wanting, I just thought I'd start posting a couple of links of everyone who's up here on panel that I know of,
Oh, sweet.
or anyone from. So I'm going to start doing that real quickly, but it could take me a few minutes to get through them all.
We don't care if
Talk
you
away.
it's
just subscribe to
Longhorns.
Gold Coast Mama.
Just subscribe to me so I can change my effing tag name from when I joined back in 2005.
Yeah, me
When they
too.
Oh
put
yeah, you
your-
gotta do that.
My tag,
I
I
made
can't
you
change mine
change
either. I don't know how to.
I made you
I
change
You
got
it.
can't
mine
change yours
loco.
either
No, it
Loco, I
won't.
got
let me.
mine.
because you have to have 100 people. That's so to get to 100, then
I'll
you
be
can
back.
customize it.
Okay, we'll do Rosaline.
But
Okay,
here's
well,
the
I
thing.
didn't know that.
y'all
Yeah.
didn't know my name.
So back in 2005 though, they automatically put it as your username. Well, back in 2005, I was still going with my college
Mine
tag,
too.
which was Princess with a Y Lace. So if we could just get me
That's
to
your
100
only
subs
channel
so I
name,
don't
isn't
have
it?
to
That's
sound
your
like a porn
stripper's
star
name.
anymore. That'd be great.
That's not porn star. I think Disney.
Princess Lace
No, I
with a
think
Y
stripper.
looks a little porny.
It's stripper.
It does seem a little stripper.
That's your
when she was a
only
stripper.
members channel
I
name,
appreciate that you think it's Disney though. That was what I was going for. But looking
I
back
know
on it,
you,
I'm
though.
like,
I know you, so I
Yeah.
see Disney.
thank
I
you.
don't
But I know her.
Oh my God, I love you guys.
Hey,
Now,
Amber
now.
Ann, good
I
to
was
see
never
you,
a
Amber
stripper.
Ann.
Just to put
Jump
that out
on up
there. She
here.
doesn't know
I
me that well.
actually like your name on
I'm
yours,
not
King
trying to
Goldfuss
spread
Mama.
YouTube run.
Really?
YouTube
Thanks,
reviews.
guys.
I'm just
Mine's my
kidding.
real name. Well, one of my names. I have quite a few names. I'm in
This
protective
is my real name. This is my
I'm in
real
protective
name.
custody right now.
Come find me.
I think I got your
Find
channel in
me,
there,
right?
Miss
I
Sandra.
won't answer my
Cool.
door, just
If
FYI.
it's the right channel, I think I do though.
Yeah,
Thank
I'll,
you,
I'll be
ET.
getting a name
It
change
is.
when I
Totally a stripper
back.
name.
Totally a stripper
It
name.
is.
And
I'm
when you
not
add-
lying. It is.
And when you add the lace to it,
yeah.
no.
totally.
Oh.
Oh
Yeah.
my
What was the
God.
other one?
It's
that-
the
What else has
combination
come
of
in
the
here
two.
that I know there's a name for? Okay.
Crystal had
Oh,
brought up
Amber
a name
Ann.
that
Gotta
struck
get
me.
Amber Ann in there because
Hey,
she's
Amber.
always
By
here.
the way, she just came in.
Oh, she did. Perfect timing. I didn't even know that. Okay. Getting Amber Ann's channel up
Hey.
here.
So,
yes.
like, you guys are having issues changing your name on YouTube?
Look at Jet's moms.
You have to
Uh-huh.
have 100 subs to change
No,
it.
exactly.
No, but
I was-
even before I had a channel, I was able to change mine.
15 people
Now
tonight.
you have
Let's
to
do
have
this.
100. I
Let's
don't know.
make
Now
this
you
happen
do.
tonight.
But
Let's
you
do
don't
this.
change it on YouTube. You change it on your Google account.
It
Yeah.
won't work.
Mine worked.
Well, then
I
do mine.
I
I'll do
changed
my
From
mine.
password.
Martinez to Pocahontas Princess. I think that's
I
what it
remember
was.
that. yeah.
No, I've changed everything. There is nothing else in the Princess Lace name except
Well,
for
I
this.
don't know. Your Google's fucked. I'm sorry. Google hated your account.
Well, mine was through Yahoo also back in the day. Mine wasn't even through Google.
Oh,
You
well,
guys
if
are
you
so-
were to create a new Google account and
Yes.
change this name and add it to your YouTube,
No,
you'll
I've
be able
switched
to
it over
change
to my Google. It didn't change. That's what I'm saying. I switched from it's still my freaking Yahoo.
I feel like
Yeah,
I'm
we're
gonna
gonna
have
have
tomorrow. I'll walk
Now,
you through it.
this is not cool because I can
Are
change
you
my name
Rosalie?
100 times without having
You're-
to sub.
Are you talking about your
GCM.
tag?
That
I
was
can
before I had sub.
I can
Go
change
for-
my name.
Gulf
I
Coast.
just can't change my tag on my
Get
URL.
with me tomorrow and I'll walk through it with you.
Let's do it
Okay.
together. Group-
That's
group-
cool.
Thank
That's
you.
cool.
Yeah, you guys, there's a way to do it. Like, there's
Yeah.
I
Yeah, but I
sent
don't know that
people-
we want to do that on a live.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
And then you
I
have
would
certain
love to see
people who
if somebody
change.
else
No, because then you'll
Strange.
have random people being.
Do you lose your
Yeah.
subscribers if you change it?
Mm-mm. No.
No,
No,
not if
no,
you
no,
change
no.
it. Not if
No.
you can get it. If you,
No.
Rosalind can help me change mine, then
Yeah.
we'll help you change yours too.
Yeah.
Can I join you guys?
Huh?
We just-
You could just join us. Yes.
Yeah,
Let me know if we're all
we'll
available
just get
at the same
together
time.
tomorrow sometime.
There's a bunch,
After
yeah,
10.
we can pull it off.
After 10
That's
p.m.
what's
Central.
great. Anyone in chat and all, there's enough people up here and in chat that can help out with a lot of these
Yeah.
things.
Well, Amber Ann tried to help me, and she said it's because I don't have 100 subs.
Okay.
Well, let's get her to 100 subs. Everybody go
Yeah,
over
that's
there
what I
and just
said. I have a new-
subscribe.
Everyone
Everyone
click
post
that
up.
button. Everyone click that
I'm
button.
gonna go make
Put that
15
button out.
accounts today to get myself to 100 subs.
That's right.
Oh my gosh, yes.
You know what's really funny?
Awesome.
I was watching one creator today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I have a really good feeling because you could pay companies to sub for you when you go live that show up on your lives.
Oh, hey now.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Say that again.
Okay, think of creators that have 400, 500, 600 people in their chats.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that girl.
You're
Hey,
letting
Kid
them
K.
do it super fast.
Hey, that girl, my dear.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, there are companies that charge you per 100 subscribers.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Show up
You can
in your-
buy subs. You
Yeah.
can totally buy subs. There are people, usually your larger channels, they definitely go out buying subs.
But
But
I feel like that's just ingenuine.
It's cheating.
And I won't do
It's
it.
cheating.
course it's
You know what I
ingenuine.
mean?
okay, wait,
Like,
let me put it this way. Most of us that are here that have a channel, it's not about numbers. It's
Right.
about
I'm not going to do that.
reaching people. No,
No,
I
I
agree
know.
with you,
We're not
Jets
saying
Mom.
you.
No, I'm not saying you do.
no.
It's
But I
about
did think about it there for a second just to change my URL.
yeah, no,
Not gonna
a lot of it is just it's being able to talk to people we care about, reach people who might be able to get something out of whatever we're
Plant
doing.
those seeds. Yes,
And
ma'am.
that's it. That's all it is.
I'm
So
a slacker at life. I'll admit it. I'll be the first one. I haven't been live in a while, in a month. I looked at my last video. I'm sorry, guys.
When I do start
That's why we'll
creating
do a
content, I
whole
don't know what I'm going to
shebang.
do. But
okay, that girl.
KDK, we saw that movie the other day. It was so good. I loved it.
Oh, no, that girl.
What is
That's
it?
not my goal. My goal is just to be able to change my URL from my stripperish name from 2005 when I first signed up.
I see Disney. I don't see stripper.
It's,
No,
yeah,
it's
you know what?
stripper.
I did not see stripper until they said it. I did not see stripper until I saw it. Sorry.
Exactly that, girl.
The
That
whole
does not
new
equal
world.
a community. I love the fact that
I
we're building
100% agree.
community.
I honestly would just want to pay for them long enough to change the URL and then quit paying for them and be like, okay, you can go.
Bye, Felicia's.
Bye, guys. Bye, paid subs.
No, so honestly, we had
Oh,
pop-up
I'm
people
sorry,
being
Priscilla.
inappropriate, right? I would have
I'm sorry.
inappropriate links put on some of my videos before.
I did do my nails. I'm sorry.
So
I
Are they
was-
to have links put
I
on
was
the
a-
video.
She
I bought a-
finished her nails before Cantina. I
Right.
saw the picture of what you were going to
See,
do.
and I didn't. I was going to do them while I was here, and they're in the other room. So
I put a sweatshirt on. That's my
That
thing.
girl, they are saying 100. Someone mentioned you have to have 100 to change your
Amber,
name.
Amber, Ann.
Yeah.
Amber did.
Amber told me.
Cassie, come.
Yes, ET. That's what I should do. I should start an underwear line called Princess Lace.
Hey,
I'll
That-
buy
there may already be one.
Let's see.
totally
It's,
works.
Thank you, that
okay.
girl.
it's not. Never mind.
You know, Siren calls me lacy underwear, so it works. It all comes together.
Lacy underwear.
Say panties
Come here,
Or lacy panties. Lacy panties.
that work.
See,
Siren, are you
I
here?
thought
Please
so
don't
too.
clarify what you call me.
I thought you can just change it, but I guess you can't. I mean, but my I don't even know what this.
Don't you already have
Like-
100 subs, though, Sam?
I will pay someone.
Yes,
I have
ET.
two different.
Mine. I will literally pay you $50 to change mine right now,
I have two different links. So I think maybe this one, even though I
and
changed
not
my
hack my
name,
shit.
it might be under MV Soccer Girl 08, which is fine.
Oh,
I'd have to
really?
start a
People in that
separate
password, they can
StreamYard.
hack everything.
I've had that
Probably
my
do
whole
but
life.
I have to start a separate StreamYard for you, Jets Mom.
I don't know. I don't
No,
know.
not ready.
Sandra, how did you ever
No.
come? I've always wondered about this story. How did you come up with the name Uniquely Martina?
Martina.
Whatever. Yeah.
Uniquely limitless Martinez.
Limitless. Yes.
So because so
Mama
the first part
Jane.
is because
Yeah.
everyone is unique.
Okay.
There's everyone's unique.
Mama
point
Jane's
blank.
here.
Limitless is because everything that I would cover is limitless. Like meaning
Okay.
you can talk how you want about it. You can put your opinion and not be judged. And then Smartinez comes from just my first initial.
Being a smart aleck.
And you're a smartass.
No, I'm not.
No, she's not.
No, I'm
Vote,
not.
vote, vote. No.
Oh, okay.
Put a one in
Yes, I'm a
no.
smart ass
No.
too. But that wasn't the concept of that name. But
I know.
the
That's it.
the two
That girl
first
just
words
hit it on the
are like-
head.
The two first words are important because everyone deserves to be unique and everyone deserves to embrace their uniqueness, you know?
I love that.
And then
That is true, though.
limitless means like, I don't want people to like feel like, oh, because a lot of people know me from true crime. And so I didn't want
Right.
people, and Rosalind can vouch for this, you know, and she like listens to true crime, but that's not what she's about, you know? Like, I
Right.
didn't want people to think that's how everyone met me, that's all I'm going to talk about. Like,
Right.
the topic can be endless or limitless. Like it can be, you know, that's why we started the Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Right.
You know, it can be over any show that you want, or it can be over. We did mental health
Any
one time.
subject,
We
right.
did. Siren came and did his makeup on my channel.
was
You know,
yeah.
like it's limitless. Like there's
We
no
played
boundaries.
games.
I guess
Yep.
that's what I was trying to put. Like there's no boundary. Like
I loved playing games on your channel.
yes,
Yep.
we played games.
It's fun to
Honestly,
do.
we got that game to Vegas and we never played. But
I
yeah,
know.
Oh,
we
God.
played-
Hey, girls,
we
I had
played
2 different games in my
at Google
suitcase
Bot
we never
table.
touched.
Uh-oh.
20 different face masks that
I
we never
know.
touched.
And we even told everyone the night that we were getting ready to do them.
Zach
That's
was
good.
amazing.
Oh, my
And we
God.
did it. We after
fun.
our
Hi,
live
Pandora.
that night, we went out
Hey,
and hung
Pandora.
out with
Pandora.
Adrian's
See,
so
ET, yes, YouTube game night was so fun. It was the best.
Adrian's
We should do it
sister and brother-in-law actually came down to Vegas when we were down there. And it was
Mhm.
like they were talking about coming. We weren't
Thanks,
for
Mommy.
sure. And so like they were like, hey, we're here. And so they popped up the night
Yeah.
that Cantina happened. And so after our live on Cantina, we just hung out as a family. Like it was cool. Like
It's
I don't
fun.
know how
It
to
was fun.
explain it. Like we're all family.
Yeah, exactly.
Like even though some of us we haven't met in person, we're all still family. And one day that time will come, you know, and it takes time because that trip didn't just happen within a month.
Mhm.
Like that trip was planned 6
Yeah.
months in advance.
Yeah, exactly,
Mhm.
exactly. And so
COVID made
Yeah,
it
it's funny
happen.
thinking-
I'm telling you, COVID made it happen because if COVID didn't fuck everything up and all the extra money people got, that would never happen.
you got it. Actually, I always find it interesting looking at how people. So that girl's talking about how she was that girl that always modded. That works.
I was
That
supposed
totally
to meet
works.
her.
Siren,
I
you
was
did hear your name. I was trying to remember.
Byron.
We're talking about you calling me Lacy Panties and how I'm going to start an underwear line.
Oh my gosh.
That
Okay,
girl
gotcha, Rosalie.
really
So welcome back.
driving by your house. I told you I cannot stop at 5 o'clock traffic on a Monday in Dallas. It will not happen. I'm driving through Dallas as fast as I can without dying.
I was like, who is she talking to?
You're
Me.
talking to that girl.
So when I
Yeah,
went
no, I
to
figured that out
Houston-
after.
Drove right through.
Yeah, when I went to Houston, I planned to meet that girl, and then I planned to meet another person. And driving
Priscilla.
there, we had to take a huge detour because before outside of Oklahoma City, it popped up that there was a 42-minute delay in Dallas. And I was like, 42-minute delay is not a 42-minute delay. That's like a 2-hour delay. I'm not
Exactly.
Yeah,
for 2 hours.
Exactly.
I will add an extra 30 minutes to my drive to Houston. So that's what we did.
Right.
So I couldn't meet anyone going down. And then coming back, I drove through Houston. We literally got to Dallas at 4:30, which
Okay.
is on a Monday,
That's crazy.
right before 5 o'clock traffic.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
that's the
No,
worst.
no, no,
And
no, no.
so we usually stop in Denton, so that's where I stopped. And then I was in Denton, and that girl was live, so I was like, "Well, we'll have to
Too
plan
late.
this later." Yeah, we'll just have to
Oh.
plan it better. You know what I'm saying? Like there was really no communication. Like
Yeah.
we packed up. We actually left Houston later than what we wanted, and so that was another thing that made me want to hurry up and get back
Right.
because we almost didn't
Yeah.
get home till midnight that night, and I had to
Wow.
work the next morning.
I
So-
know it was really late. It was much later than I thought you were.
Oh,
Well, I
ET
thought we got
is
home
north of
later than
Dallas.
what we got to Houston, and it was weird. So I
Mm.
don't know. I don't know. It was weird.
Huh. That is weird.
But we did stop like in Denton. We did stop and like actually get all of us went out and we went and sat down and ate because I was like, we're gonna be in the car for another 3 hours. Might as well just sit and eat and get the jitteries out and be able to stretch for a little bit longer. So that's kind of the reason why the other delay.
Right.
And then my GPS was trying to give me another way, and I'm like, I'm not taking that way because I don't know where
Right.
that's going to lead. And then we hit some, like, not rain, but like the roads were kind of slick, so people were driving slower. And I'm the person, like, I can drive outside of Oklahoma. Oh, you all froze for a second.
No, you're good.
You're
no,
back.
you're
You're good. You're good.
No,
We see
she's
Sorry,
not.
my
But
internet.
no, she's going in
Yeah,
and
you
out. I think.
froze.
There,
Now
she's
you're
back.
I know. Well, I froze, which means you all froze on my screen. But no, so like we got to like outside of Oklahoma City and we stopped at a gas station and it was like sprinkling and it rained previously. But people, I'm telling you, in Oklahoma and Kansas, they see rain on the road, they act like they're going to die.
They
Oh, that's
do. It's
Hawaii.
crazy.
The moment the roads are wet, it's ridiculous. It's like, oh my gosh, I gotta slow down half.
People here will drive 45 on a 60-mile-per-hour highway, and I'm like, just drive.
Oh.
Like you're gonna. You guys are all
Should be
gonna
ready
like
to, right?
die because you're going under the speed limit, and people have to slam on their brakes because and they're
That's
gonna
what.
slide.
Yes.
You know.
Yes, exactly.
But people don't understand that concept.
Yep. Nope, that's true. That's true. So I love me. I'm reading Mama Jane's talking about Southern cooking. And oh my God, I love me some Southern cooking. My mom's from South Carolina and my grandparents, one set were from Texas. So good old Southern cooking. Oh my gosh. It's the best.
Crystal, I
thing.
don't know what that is.
What? Gulf Coast Delta 8. What is Delta? Do I even want to know what Delta 8 is?
I'm
Sorry,
Delta,
eating dinner, by the way.
Delta 8 is legal here too.
What is it?
Delta 8?
It's not like THC, but it gives you the effects sort of like THC. It's weed, but it's like the legal form that you can get before it becomes legal for THC.
It's Delta 8. So basically what it is, it's a cannabinoid profile that it's still considered a hemp product. It does get you can still get high on it.
Huh.
I can show you right now if you want to, but it's not going to give you the Delta 9 is the one that you test for in terms of natural cannabinoids, what we would call marijuana.
So Delta 9 is the one that pops on drug tests, but Delta 8 does not.
Well,
no, it pops.
Now it'll still pop. It'll still pop.
Oh.
But if you do an actual full panel profile, it will not show Delta 8 per se, but it's not going to show what they're really testing for is Delta 9. So the laws are going to be changing here shortly because now we have Delta 10. We also have THCO. We have THCX. We have all these different little like chemistry magic people that are coming in and changing the hemp industry.
I have no idea about any of this stuff because I don't do any of it. I'm allergic.
Are you using a vape, Sandra?
Oh yeah, she probably.
Sandra.
She's on her phone.
I was so desperate for a smoke last week, I broke out my vape.
You know, vaping made me want to smoke more cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I just quit altogether. Like, well, I quit altogether because I got pneumonia. But that was like five years ago, I think. 5 or 6 years ago.
No worries, Sandra. We can still see you.
I know you can still see me, but you all are choppy like robots.
Oh my.
Oh, really?
I was just
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all sound like robots. So
I was just helping about the Delta 8.
if robots take over the world, I know what you guys will sound like. So I'll be
We're
Exactly.
very
the Stepford wives, right?
My husband started vaping when I was still like
Dude, I'm
smoking
ready to
cigarettes,
quit.
and then
I'm
He
ready.
told
I'm
me-
at that point.
Me too.
I am.
he
No,
told me
I
he
am.
was going to
I'm-
quit everything before I quit smoking, and so I have been smoke free of everything for 5 or 6 years, and he still vapes.
Dude,
See, I smoked one time in my life.
Tell me I won't. Tell me I can't.
One time I
Exactly,
smoked in
I'll
my
prove you
life.
wrong.
I had a role I had to play, which was a chain smoker. So during the show, I would literally go through a pack and a half during one show.
Oh my
Did
god.
they make you
And
buy
I
them
would
yourself?
be so sick at the end of the thing that I would never
Oh,
touch
yeah.
another cigarette after that.
Ew,
I can't do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So-
even when I did smoke cigarettes, I mean, unless I was like partying, I didn't smoke more than like
It was
4 days.
horrible.
No, I was bad. I smoked like a pack and a half a day.
Oh wow.
Really?
I'm down to like
It was just
Like-
bad.
Just a normal day.
Fridays. I'm down to 4.
Yeah, a normal day. But you have to understand, like whenever I smoked, I worked in the gas station.
Right.
Mm,
Yeah.
mhm.
And so like I
Right
would be
there.
like, oh, it's okay if I smoke this pack because I'm able to get more because it's right
Right.
behind me. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I always
Right.
made sure I personally was stocked up with what type of cigarettes I smoked, so I would never
Right.
be without. You know.
Yeah.
But then like it wasn't until I got this new job that I have, like I didn't have the temptation, so I was like, I might as well stop buying cigarettes.
Right.
You know? So I stopped buying cigarettes, and then now I vape. But honestly, I'm to the point where I really want to quit vaping because
Yeah.
it's expensive. You know, like
Yeah.
honestly, when we went to Texas, our vapes were cheaper than what they were here, and I wish we would have stocked up on them. And they have more puffs. But then I'm just like, you get so used to all that, and you come back home, then you're spending twice as more. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's a cycle. I actually got a new vape and it's burnt, so I have to go change it.
Yeah, that girl, I'm the same. Don't tell me what to do, because
Yeah, don't tell me I can't do something. I'll prove to you I can.
or I'll start bad habits just because you told me not to do it.
Well, and so the reason why I smoke that much, I think is because I started smoking at a young age. And I never had to ever really pay for my cigarettes because
It makes a
people
difference.
would buy
too.
them for me. My mom bought them for me, you know. And then growing up, then like I got smarter. I would buy a carton, and so when you buy a carton, you have more at disposal. You know what I'm saying? It's cheaper. I don't know, but whenever I quit cigarettes, my type of cigarettes were like almost $6 or $7 a pack, and I'm like, that's fucking expensive when you smoke a pack a day.
Mm-hmm.
It's expensive.
Mm-hmm.
You know, spending $300 on cigarettes a week, that's ridiculous.
much.
That's taken away from food for my kids and taken away from shit that needs to be paid. I'm
Needs-
good. I'm done.
Yeah, exactly.
We're done.
Congratulations, Katie K. I just saw your thing. You got your referral for stuff.
That's awesome.
There's a couple people I know right now just in the community. I'm not going to say who they are, but a couple people have told me that they are looking at weight loss surgery. I had it back in 2005 is when I had mine. You were looking at the sleeve. Okay, that's definitely. I went before they had the sleeve. I wish they had the sleeve.
Amber
back when I
Ann
did mine.
wait. Nope.
Oh,
Amber Ann is
I'm
back.
so happy for you, honey.
Yep,
I'm
she's
so
back.
happy for you.
This is my serious face.
This is your
This is
serious
done.
face. Yeah, no.
Are you
Amber
doing a
Ann's
mom talk?
back.
Yay.
We're talking about weed. Yes.
Sandra will not be eating edibles tonight.
Okay, so I have to smile.
Nope. Mm-mm.
Sandra had that one edible last time.
Killed me.
Goodbye. That was
I'm gonna get a
hilarious.
mom
Made
takeover.
me throw up. I was sicker than a dog.
Aw. That's
Luckily, I've
I
already
tried
quit smoking.
Well, and that's funny though, because I was like, I'm just gonna show everyone these, and Adrian's like, "Are you sure you're just gonna show everyone these?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna take one." And I just
No, of course not.
temptation.
I have the willpower. Yes.
Mhm.
Jeff B, you are so you actually you know Gulf Coast Mama real well, don't you?
So he woke up in the morning. He was like, "How do you
I
feel?" I was like,
tried.
I feel like shit.
I tried.
Really? After the
Oh my
edible?
God.
Tried very hard.
No,
not to
I
And then I came home or came in bed and went to sleep. I fucking felt like shit.
yeah. No, I'm happy for you, Katie, because it really does. It changes your life. And I'm still less weight than I was at my highest.
I can't do it. I don't
See,
have enough weight
I'm
to
still
do
about
it.
50 pounds
No,
down
but
from
Sandra,
my
you
highest.
can get the mommy makeover. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that after I buy my house. So
There
I'm
you
looking
Yeah,
at
me
like
too.
2
Same.
years, 2 or 3 years. I'll be able to do it.
No, mine's gonna be next year.
Yeah, mine's next year is
Mine's
gonna be my house.
paid off next year.
Disney
really?
princesses
That's
are
awesome,
contractually obligated.
I'm
to
getting
smile.
contacts. I'm getting contacts next week.
Well, good for you. I
Yes.
hope you like
Exciting.
them. I have contacts, but even with the contacts, I have to wear glasses. Is that bad?
Oh, really?
So
For both
that's
close and far?
that's what they were saying. So like if my eye doctor was telling me if you have like a what is it, astigmatism?
Astigmatism.
Yeah, if you have that or you have any other things going on with your eyes, they can't put that in your contacts.
Right.
And so your sight's going to be a little bit different than what you would if you had glasses. And honestly, at this point, I'm like, I don't care because if this mask mandate comes back, I cannot wear glasses and a mask tight.
No. Yeah.
I can't.
But
I can't.
understand, you might still need readers for up
Yeah.
close.
Yeah,
so
no,
what we're
that's
doing
fine.
is
That's
just do
fine.
that. Yeah.
And the
Well,
reason I
I'm
went to a larger
farsighted.
frame, Sandra, the reason I went to a larger frame is because they sit over the mask.
Oh,
See, and
okay.
So that's why
well,
one
I have
thing
my
we were
I
like,
have my prescription to get
Yeah.
new glasses. I'm going to go bigger.
Yeah, try and take a
you've seen
mask with you.
You've seen my purple ones. They're a little bit
Yeah,
bigger than
those
these
are
ones.
nice. Take a mask with you.
But they give me headaches because they're so tight around my head.
But they can
Because
adjust
they have a
that now.
spring. They have a
Yeah.
no, they have a spring.
Right, and I get it. But this part here, they can bend out.
I know. And so
Look how
I
far
have
out those are.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
they have springs too.
They fixed mine.
Oh, good.
They fixed these ones and they're
Okay.
still like I literally
Oh,
got
no,
them
those are
2
two
weeks ago
pointed
and they're
in.
so spread out still.
Yeah.
And they still slide a little bit, but I'm not gonna go with these again. I
Fingers
want
crossed,
bigger.
that girl.
Huh. Okay.
And I'm gonna
Fingers
get
crossed.
braces. Me and
Wow.
my
Oh,
fiancé.
really? Are you getting it
getting
in
braces?
September then? You
Who's
know,
getting
girl,
braces?
I was the same way. I just knew with me and my health, I was better off with it than without it for me.
Can't do
I
it.
actually understand you when you say you really want it. I understand you. And also,
I'm telling you guys, I have been the same weight for 2 years. Like I have not gained 10 pounds more or lost 10 pounds less.
That's not a bad thing.
No, more
Nope.
than 2 years. 5 years because my daughter's almost 5. Like 5 years, I have not gained any more or
That's
or
good
lost.
though. It's
I've
good that
been-
you haven't gained any.
I mean, I know I get that, but I'm like I can't. If I'm not gaining, I can't go get weight loss surgery, and if
Right.
I'm not losing,
you're not where you want to
I'm
be.
still- yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm
That's why
literally
you have the mommy makeover. As long as you're within 25 pounds of your goal weight.
You know what?
Okay.
We should all focus on doing
I'm
some
not-
sort
I'm
of
not-
diet,
I'm not
diet or
25
health
pounds
thing.
away. I'm not 25
Yeah.
pounds in my goal weight though.
I know. Yeah, Rosalind was
You
working.
look like you are.
Not that we all have to do the same thing, but we should start up in Discord, maybe a folder for anyone who wants to do weight loss as a group or
Yes.
something, or healthier as a
Just-
group.
Just hold each other accountable and have
Yep,
someone
that's
lean
it
on.
exactly.
That's great.
Because that's the problem. No, you got it, that girl. Exactly. It's so hard even with me because I get so busy and I forget. Yes, I'm down 50 over my highest, but
Yes,
still.
Jeffy.
Yeah, Jeff B. What would life be without Jeff B. in here
Oh,
throwing out his
Jennifer
comments?
Ann has a friend that has a Facebook group that's starting a
I saw that.
lifestyle change on Monday.
Wait,
I
Amber
joined
Ann
it.
has a friend?
She has a
Mhm.
friend.
Love you, girl.
She started anyway. Yeah, her friend started this group for a 21-day lifestyle challenge.
Sweet.
Mhm.
E.T., not sure if you're talking about other things outside of full weight loss surgery versus a partial. There's multiple different weight loss surgeries.
The
Yes,
mommy
ET.
makeover though will
If that's what you mean.
fuck these up.
Mommy makeover is actually more of a plastic surgery type thing.
It is because it
Yeah.
gives you
It's
tummy tuck
100%
and
plastic
push your
surgery.
baby
But
out.
mommy makeover is going to give you your lift, your implant,
Yeah.
your
I don't want
lipo,
implant.
and
I don't
your
want implant.
tummy tuck.
Take my
But
fat
yeah,
from my
with the-
stomach, put it in my boobs. I don't want nothing big in me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with the other things, there's your full weight loss, like the RNY, the open RNY, where they go and it's 2 steps. They make your intestines smaller and they make your stomach smaller, both. That's what I have. Then they have the sleeve, which just makes the stomach smaller. They have a couple other things also there. So
Yeah.
there's actually quite a few depending on where you are in
Mm-hmm.
the whole continuum. So,
Mhm.
but the more you lose before, and girl, before anyone does the surgery, let me tell you, lose the weight before you
Yep.
start. I know you can also get kicked out of the program, so watch that. But the lighter you are when you have the surgery, the better your final
Better.
results are going to be.
Yeah,
Exactly.
KDK. I am getting it. After we buy our house, and I can figure out a time to schedule 2 weeks off of work.
Yep,
Yep.
that I
That's
could see
me.
that.
That's me.
You
I
can't-
eventually will, but I have to get a house first.
You
I
have
want
to
to. I want to
keep.
back up for a minute, guys.
Yes.
Cristola was saying something about her kids getting glasses, and they were denied glasses because they said one side would be way thicker and make no difference.
That doesn't.
Boy, that's a
That
shame.
sucks.
And then
That's not
it came
okay.
down to a doctor said they could wear a patch. The only thing that could help is someone with a patch
No.
over the strong eye.
No, you need a second opinion.
Yeah, I would
no.
go to a second
No.
opinion. I've heard of that before, just
You
as a
have
way of
to.
strengthening the other eye, where they don't need to wear. Maybe that could be also. They don't want them to have to wear glasses to begin with. They're young enough where maybe it's something where they can strengthen everything in the eye. But always check with a second doctor. I'm a strong
Definitely.
believer in that.
Yeah, no, for real, because that's
And
not
if they're-
cool.
Well, but if they're young, if they're wee little kids, that might. That's the way they used to do it.
Strength.
And maybe the doctor is just really old school.
Old school, yeah.
But there's
Aw,
a lot
thank
of
you,
other
that
ways they can
girl.
do that.
I mean, I would say if that's what they're saying, go with it, but you still want a second
Plumie.
opinion at these days.
Plumie,
Like,
hey.
you still want that second opinion.
Plumie,
I thought about
Plumie.
doing LASIK because a lot of people have done that, and
Yep.
being a state employee, our insurance is pretty good, so I can do that. But
LASIK is great.
and it's
I've-
not even a lot of downtime, so it's like schedule
Nope.
appointment on a Friday.
I was
go
back
in
to work
and
the
then
next
stay
day.
home
LASIK is the
Stay
eyes,
home the
right?
whole weekend
Yes.
and then go back Monday. You know.
I wore glasses from the moment I woke up to the moment I went to sleep, from the time I was in 4th grade until I did the surgery in 2008 or so.
Mhm.
And that feeling of waking up for that first time and all of a sudden you could see. It was just, now I'm needing glasses now, but I've now gone how many years without glasses, and it's been the greatest thing. Oh, strong minds. Hey,
And
my
that's because you
dear.
have
My
LASIK. You
my
got the
eye
LASIK,
doctor
and that's
got
what
mad
made
at
a
me.
difference for you.
Yeah,
That's
LASIK
awesome.
was wonderful, but it does, at about 10 years, your eyes start changing. I don't know if it's actually reverts slowly or it's just
Okay.
you're getting older.
Okay.
So I'm definitely
Yeah.
needing for both now, but I'm still
That's why
going
I'm
around with
waiting.
the glasses.
I'm
That'd be
waiting.
amazing.
A lot of companies will allow you to do the medical flex program where you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
put
yeah.
money straight out. That's
Yeah,
how
I'm
I
not-
paid for mine. Then I also went to my different optometrist, and he had
long
something
ago?
that, even though it's not covered by insurance, if you had insurance, he gave you a discount
Yeah.
on the whole fee. So I got it for half price through him. So.
Okay, so
Oh
the
yeah,
LASIK for you-
Cristola, just so you know, what we're suggesting you do is more of like a second opinion, like you would do with any time you go to a doctor. They tell you something that, okay, say a doctor tells you you have cancer. Okay, you go see a second doctor just to get their thought process on it and what options are. The more information you have, the better your final decision can be.
Yep.
And the more doctors you get, now you may have to pay for it. Yeah, that is the problem. You may or may not be able to handle that one out-of-pocket visit. But sometimes doctors will allow you to come in for that second opinion.
There she is.
Guess who's backstage,
I have
gang?
a question, Loco.
Go
Loco,
get your state insurance. Go do
Loco,
it.
I have a question.
Yes.
When you did the LASIK, God, that was
By the way, Amber, hi.
How long? Hey, Amber. How long ago did you get the LASIK done?
I had my gastric bypass 2005, and I think I had my LASIK 2007, 2 years after that. So 5-7.
Okay, and you're still okay with not wearing glasses?
I'm still okay. I was this time for the first time when I got my driver's license test. One eye was a little off, and she's like, okay, just so you know, you can't use your right eye for looking out the mirror. But it's not like they're requiring, like I'm going to sit here, okay, I'm driving now, or something like that.
So were you nearsighted or farsighted?
Oh, this is where I always screw up. I could not see far away. I could see close up, but not far.
Nearsighted then.
Nearsighted.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it was the best thing I ever did.
Okay.
It was scary. I have to say, when you're he actually gave me a teddy bear to
But
hold. But
No, but the older, so they tell you when you do
That was years
LASIK, the older you do LASIK, so like if you were to do it now, the benefits would last longer.
That's what I'm
like
thinking.
The younger that you are when you do it,
I might not have 20 years. It's good.
Well, the thing why they want you to wait till you're older, the main reason why they want you to wait as long as possible is your eyes are still changing.
Yeah.
You reach a certain age in your 20s or so where they stop changing so quickly.
Got it.
And that's why I'm not sure if it's getting worse because the LASIK is not working as well, or my eyes are now changing again.
Hold on.
Oh, we agree, Christola. It's not LASIK. Sorry, we're talking two separate subjects, Christola. I know it's actually confusing because we're talking multiple subjects.
Hold on.
But
Mama Jane has really exciting news, y'all.
I know.
Really exciting. So she is pain-free for the first time in 10 years.
That's amazing.
Wow, that's amazing.
And I know you were really nervous going into those injections, and so this is really exciting. That's really awesome.
That's awesome. I'm so happy.
I'm so excited for you.
I'm ready to see what your journey is without pain.
Yes.
Because I know pain takes a lot off someone.
Really ET.
It takes years off people that have to deal with chronic pain. So I'm happy we get to enjoy your life now. Without pain. That's exciting.
Yeah, that's super exciting.
That is great. Yeah, that's awesome news.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Leave Jeff's mom alone, Jeff B.
I know that girl, aren't you? Yeah. Everyone who deals with pain on a regular basis.
Oh, I was looking at my son over here. That was my
your mom look. Yeah, mom look.
No.
Hey y'all, I was off for like 2 seconds. What was this eye patch talk?
Okay, yeah. Christola, you want to explain the eye talk bit so we can kind of see if I understand, I need to go back and Christola
I
write
don't think
something
that
in.
we're understanding at all, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think we are.
I don't think that anybody's really getting what she's saying.
It sounds like the doctors are wanting her to, rather than getting glasses, one way to solve, and correct me, Christola, if I'm wrong, so we got the full story here, or pop up on camera, not cam, but up on panel.
Come on, panel.
It sounds like they want her child to wear a patch over an eye, and over the course of one summer, it's going to fix the eyesight issue.
Yeah, it sounds
enough to wear glasses.
Yeah, it sounds like it is probably a compound issue involving a lazy eye situation. So glasses don't fix lazy eyes. The lazy eye, the vision is not the problem. The mechanism in the eye that controls your vision is not the issue. It's the muscles around your eyeball that get lazy. They don't want to function at the same rate as the other eye. So people that are uncorrected, those are when you see like the wild lazy eye where they've got like one eye that drifts really bad. That's how it can get it at its worst when it's not treated. So what the eye patch does is the eye patch forces the eye that is weak into, it's like exercising the eye muscle. Exactly. It forces it to actually function appropriately or else you can't see. So covering the strong eye will rest the strong eye and force the weak eye to work. Then once you have that taken care of, then you can correct the actual lens vision issue with glasses. So Christola, if that is helpful at all, that's that is what I understand as far as
Sorry.
the eye patch stuff goes. Sorry, I got distracted trying to read. Go back and read.
I think that's right. Actually, Amber Ann, for those of us who don't know what lazy eye is, and we can find out if that's actually what's going on. Okay, it might explain for Christola too. How does that person see differently? Is there a difference in their eyesight? Can they not focus maybe or something like that?
Well,
Christola's telling about
your brain depends on you getting signals from both eyeballs and then it being able to put them together. So have you ever looked? You can do it. You all can do it right now. Put your hand up in front of your face and look at
Christola, we
it. Then
see you.
close one eye
We see you.
and look at the hand with the other, and then close the other eye and open the other one, and you'll notice it looks like your hand moves.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
done that.
exactly.
Yeah. So your body gets two completely different lens views from both eyes and then puts that information together in your brain, and your brain stitches that info together. Well, if you can imagine, when one of your eyeballs isn't facing exactly where your brain thinks it is, it's not going to be able to stitch that information together very well, and you end up with blurred vision. So now she said something about her husband's family has a hereditary issue where they have blindness in one of the eyes. And that I'm not sure. I would need more information if the blindness is caused by the
Can I stop
musculature
something real
issue.
quickly?
Yeah,
I
I just saw that.
Stop this. Christola, all of us believe you, hon. Honestly. Hand up. All of us believe you. What we're trying to do is understand what's going on because you live with this. We're trying to pick out from what you said in your comments exactly how everything works and get all the information for ourselves. So we completely believe you. None of us didn't believe you. What we're trying to do is understand exactly what's going on so that we can actually be part of your discussion. Otherwise, we can't be part of your discussion. I'm so sorry about that, Amber.
And part of the solution too, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't
We just want to try and help. That's all.
We all misunderstood what you were trying to say. Like we've all
I
had
understand,
our own
Christola.
situations. So
And
you know what,
Christola, it sounds to me, because I jumped in right at that point when everybody was responding to you.
Well, it's all your fault,
It
Amber.
sounds, I know, it usually is. What I got from it, hold on. I feel like I can't sound sincere if I'm not looking into the camera, and I was eating. That's why it wasn't on camera. Christola, it sounds to me like the girls were probably a little shocked. That's a lot to ask on a child to put an eye patch on them. They have to deal with the opinions of other people, insecurities, all that kind of stuff. So I think the girls were more like, get a second opinion, because doing that to your child could cause other psychological issues is what I was catching from the vibe. Am I right, ladies?
That's
Am
what
I
a lot of what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that had more to do with it, why they were saying get a second opinion. Nobody thinks that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing for your kid. We have no doubt that you are, or you wouldn't have taken them to the doctor in the first place. I just think that it probably caught them off guard. And most, like, eye patches are not used very much nowadays. So that does sound like a very archaic way of doing things if you don't understand the mechanisms behind them. And there's not a lot of people these days that have the actual structural issues that require them. Most of them are lens issues, and they can be fixed with LASIK or glasses. So that's why I actually hopped on. I wasn't ready to hop on yet, but I just know a
You're
little
on now.
because
I do have to say this, if I could say this real quickly, Christola. Your ability, this is what impresses me. You started feeling a certain way. Okay, you were starting to feel like, oh my gosh, people are saying this to me and stuff like that. The fact that you were able to not just ignore that feeling, but step up and say, hey guys, I'm feeling like you don't believe me in this. What's going on? That's huge. Because me, the way that I used to be, and still to some degree, I would sit there and just say, okay, they just don't get it. And they're thinking horrible things about me and all that. Yeah. You had the ability to step up and say, I need help here. What's going on? So I think that was awesome, girl. To be honest, more of us need to do that.
Us all to understand.
Amber is
our.
What was the name that we gave her?
Amber the All-Knowing.
Amber the All-Knowing. Stop.
Yeah.
I am a know-it-all, but no, I read.
See, I actually know more than Amber, but I'll just let her speak.
She's coming for your title, Amber.
Oh
God,
no,
I mean,
no.
Just kidding. I'm just
No.
kidding.
Sometimes people do, but it's
I know
letting the nurse
I know
talk.
a lot of
makes the
information.
difference.
I know a little information about a lot of things.
Yeah.
But I'm also good at reading people
Yeah.
and reading between the lines. So that's why I hopped in, because I felt like that was going
Because you could.
backwards.
Because you
Yeah.
could.
Because I could.
Well, it's
You had
also
the
good
magic
being a
word.
nurse. When you're a nurse, you can explain things and
Oh,
people
I
in
mean,
a
that
different
is
way,
my
which is great.
literal job is to
Yeah.
take information from
It's
from
knowing
people.
those lines. It's like Rosalie and I are kind of like, okay, neither of us are nurses. We know those lines between
Love
what
you
we
too,
can
Mama
and
Jane.
can't say.
Okay, Jeff B just called me Ambernipotent, and I
Yep.
want that to be my new name. So
Oh,
Okay.
I
have
like
to
that
say,
one.
Change it.
it's hard
Change
to
your
say.
name. Change your name
Ambernipotent.
to that.
It's hard to say, but I want y'all to practice. We call
Ambernipotent.
that Ambernipotent.
Ambernipotent.
Although it does kind of sound like impotent, which kind of sucks. But
She's a
Amber
drug.
impotent.
She's a drug now.
But do you want any more children?
Amnipotent. Amnipotent.
Amnipotent. That could work too.
I'm in a minute.
We'll just call it that.
What if yeah.
I feel
Oh my
like,
gosh.
we're watching
I
Titanium now.
That's true, Christola. When you're a mom, you know things too.
Aluminum.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Christola, that is the worst. Is when people question your mom,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instincts.
your mom's spidey
Yes.
senses when it comes to
Yes.
your kids or your own body.
Yeah, because I
Don't
think
even
one
get
of
me
the
started
things
on
that
that.
came across there, and that's why all the girls were like, oh, getting the second opinion and all, is it sounded, at least to me when I read it, like you didn't like what you were being told and you were questioning it. So that's when we're like, oh, if you're questioning something, if your gut's making you question,
Yeah.
go follow up with a second opinion. That's actually kind of what I was thinking myself. And I've
We
known
were just
people with
trying to
lazy
help
eye.
you.
So I think that's what's great about, but what's good is you recognize what was going on and you did ask questions, which is I'm sorry, too many people just decide and they judge and they go on that judgment call without clarifying. And you clarified, which was great. So omnipotent.
Omnipotent for sure.
I'm going to say you're impotent in a second. That's not good, so I'm going to shut up.
Thank you for being
my
patient
gosh.
with us, Christola. And
Yeah,
for standing
thank you. I
around and helping
appreciate
us understand what's going on.
Well, and it's
Because,
Bubble
yeah,
milk
Mama
tea, I love it.
Jane.
There's
Especially
instructions for your bubble milk tea.
I love bubble milk tea.
Why are there
Wow.
instructions on it?
To make it at
What?
home, I'm sure. I bet she's making it at home
bubble milk
instead
tea.
of buying it
Google
already
it.
made.
Google
I
it.
love
I bet YouTube has a video on it.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I would definitely Google it.
Or take a picture, send it to me, and I'll send it to my friend who does speak Chinese.
Yeah, and that'll happen in the next month, and by then the tea should be really good.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I know, I get on their case if they did say no. Okay. It's instant. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Instant bubble milk. Sorry.
I don't know. What
I'm
that
judging
is.
it without trying it.
I don't know. Crystal, I'm gonna Google it here and see what the heck it is. What's it called?
Bubble milk tea?
Okay,
Is that
bubble
what it's
milk
called?
Also known
tea.
as
So
boba
good.
tea.
Boba tea. But it's it's tea that has milk in it and stuff with the boba. And you can get it in all sorts. You can use almost any type of tea when you make it. I've got a whole menu over here from our local milk tea place.
Yeah, it's like a
Ew.
tea latte.
Yeah.
It's like an iced tea latte
That sounds
with
disgusting.
tapioca pearls on the bottom of it. It
It's
is
not
amazing.
disgusting.
No,
It's
no, no.
amazing.
I'm looking at it
It's
online.
so good.
Happy.
Google gave me an
I
information.
don't like the little balls at the bottom.
That's
Oh,
where
I
I was
love
going
my
with
favorite
that.
things.
The
Those are my
boba is the
favorites.
best.
They give you like this
Bubble
really
tea
big
is
straw.
a
It's a really
tea-based
big
drink
straw.
that originated in Taiwan in the early 1980s. It most commonly consists
Thai.
of a tea accompanied by chewy tapioca balls. But it can be made with other toppings
No,
as well.
yeah. There's other
Yeah.
balls. There's other
Oh.
Balls. There's other balls.
1 second, I got to pick.
There's other
got
balls.
I sent
There's
There's
some
other
the other
balls
day.
you can
Small
get that
balls.
pop in your mouth. So that's
Oh,
fun.
there's a lot of places that sell it near me.
Oh my gosh, it's so popular. So my cast
Interesting.
even
Thank
got
you,
me
Sandra.
one for a
Texting me,
show
my
one
phone's
day.
gonna die.
Yeah. I can't with you.
They're flavored.
It's gross. I don't want balls in my mouth.
You don't want balls to pop in your mouth.
Come on, girl. Of course you want them. Okay.
You want a happy
Flavored
husband?
balls.
If you want a happy husband, you put the balls in your mouth. Okay.
Now that
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Now
We've
that
already had
you
this discussion.
Just
Right there.
Oh wait, are we
Like,
talking?
Yeah.
My husband just said nothing wrong with that.
That's it right there. Those are the balls right underneath it, wherever
Exactly.
they are, right there. Yeah.
I love some flavored balls.
They are so
to pop in
good.
my
Is Lokamai
mouth,
just
my
showing
boba
us
tea.
her balls?
Yes, of
You
course.
got
I have
lots-
a
you got-
lots of
I mean, you got a plethora of balls.
No, we
I
don't
got
all
a
like
whole
balls.
glass of
She's got a
balls.
whole
You
cup
got
of
strong.
No balls. No
No.
balls.
Whole glass of
Those
little
are
balls just
strong
floating
hard
around and
balls.
bobbing up and down. And oh my God, okay. Bye-bye.
Dun, 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 aluminum.
Yeah, no.
Actually,
So,
I get it with an iced coffee. They put them in there, the boba in the bottom of the iced coffee.
Is
Where do
Plumie
you
I-
put
still
your
here?
iced coffee at?
No, do you know what? No, okay, real talk. My favorite ones are the
Balls?
what are the flavor? It's
The
like
two?
it's a Hawaiian flavor.
Salty sweet pineapple.
Hawaiian flavor. Is it fruit
Is
based?
it purple? Taro.
Okay, so it's not taro. Okay, if it's fruit
It's not
based,
taro.
lychee, passion fruit, mango, passion fruit.
Passion
Okay,
fruit.
got it.
Those are my favorite.
But on
Passion
your
fruit's good.
yogurt, why
Passion
would you
fruit is
put?
good.
Why would
I
you?
don't like tapioca
On
balls in
yogurt,
my mouth. I
they're
don't
so
like
good.
tapioca balls in my
Yes,
mouth.
Mama Jane, it's all your fault that we're talking about balls now, okay?
In our
Balls
mouth.
in our
I see
drinks.
you.
We all
Oh,
Sweet
Mama
little
Jane,
balls.
that's how Cantina is all the time.
Yep.
Exactly.
Balls.
making Jeff be blessed. So
We
that's
tell
It's
everyone
like
the
and
we're
first
our
hour
talking
is
about
serious.
depression.
We tried to
Squirrel.
warn everybody.
The
no,
first
but
hour is serious, then we devolve into chaos.
Well, wait, Lokamai, what time is it? You know, we're past. Usually this is
7:18. We're 2
we're
hours in. We're
about
good.
40, we're about 40 minutes early than this normal conversation. We're about 40 minutes
We're
early.
2 hours, 15
hey,
minutes
it's
in.
after
We're good.
midnight where I'm at, so
There,
that
no.
means it's okay.
The sun is going down here. We're good.
Guys,
But for
I'll be right
me-
back. I'm gonna switch over to my desktop.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Are you walking away from the balls? Just walking away from the
Exactly.
balls.
She's gonna go get her own popping balls.
Crystal, you hang in there.
I wonder what her
Your
favorite
mom is
flavor
hard.
is.
I'm so sorry, babe. You should be
Hey,
sorry.
everybody.
No, I'm
My
fine.
class bought me a drink with the balls in it.
Can everybody put their favorite flavor of popping balls in the chat?
I don't like them. I
I
can't.
don't even know
can't-
what that
You're
is.
supposed to chew them, but you don't know if you chew them or you swallow them. It's
No,
really
you pop
weird.
'em. You bite them.
Yeah, you bite it, but it's kind of like
Okay.
a harder.
It's not a drink.
Hello?
It's like a drink where you're waiting for the balls to come up the straw, and then you
Mhm.
sit there and you're like,
Oh yeah, you actually
And
the
suddenly
straw is a
you get a lot
larger
of balls in
straw,
your mouth,
so that
and it's not a freaking porno. And
What
you're
the
like,
hell are you talking
what do I do
about?
with this? And you're like, do I chew or do I just like take another sip and
pop
swallow?
rocks and balls.
Do I
There
pull the
you
straw
go.
and like I don't know what to do.
You spit it out. You
It's-
spit it
No,
out.
I have.
That's the best
I
part
have
of the
All
drink
of
is the
those
balls.
balls.
no.
I
You
have
put them on your
spit
frozen
those
yogurt
balls. I don't know.
because they're delicious.
I don't
It's
like
the
yogurt.
best
On your
part of
yogurt?
the drink.
So
I don't
you
like
get
yogurt.
yogurt and you're like, oh,
That's true, Kitty K. If you suck on it too hard, you will die. And it is like a gusher. That is true.
No.
they're disgusting. They're
They're
disgusting.
the best part of the drink.
The
Good.
best part is when they
He's
pop,
not that
the
small
warm
anymore.
liquid squirts into your
So-
mouth. It's great.
That is a previous picture.
Gulf Coast moment. No, I'm saying
That's-
like
that's actually my
texture-
drink.
You're a
That's
texture person.
my
Like,
drink.
how can you drink that? That is disgusting.
I'm sorry.
I
I'll
can't
calm
eat
down.
yogurt because of the texture. It's disgusting.
No,
I can't-
frozen
No,
yogurt.
it's not
like
that.
ice
Yeah,
cream.
it's not that. It's. I don't know how to describe. I actually had never tried it till about 2 months ago, and now I'm like totally into it. I'm loving these things. I love balls. And,
And
No.
the balls? Yeah, I
oh
know.
wait, talk
Cherry
about. Oh
Kay.
no, this is my
Cherry
straw. I
Kay,
took
are
the
you
straw
still
out. This is the container that had the straw in it
Do
that
you
I
have a
bought.
diagram of
They
what you do with it?
That's the problem,
I wanna see
Sandra.
the-
You don't ever like balls in your mouth.
Exactly.
Yes, Mama Jane, my mind
That's
is
where
so
we
in the
differ.
gutter now.
Ooh,
That's where we
balls.
differ.
Oh
Not
God.
eating the
I
balls.
am the
is first
only
time.
XY chromosome in my house. The only. The only. Even the dog. I don't know what dog chromosomes look like,
I'm
but
telling
they're
you,
not XY.
You're an XY chromosome. Is that it? I hear Plumie. Bubble milk is
Who's
so
an
easy.
XY? You're
Put
an
milk.
XX.
tea in a cup.
Like
Take a
that.
straw.
I'm sorry.
pour
I'm the only
the straw.
non-XY. I'm the non. I said the non.
Did
I mean,
you
technically speaking, I do have the
Go
biggest
read-
wiener in the house, essentially.
go read
Like,
T.T's comment?
what?
It says,
I like
I'm
boobies.
telling you, pop rocks and a PJ. No, why would you
Did-
want to do
What?
that? What if
Dude,
that
that's a
in
zero
their
wiener.
hole and then popped inside of them?
Cristola.
No.
Sophie, it is past decorum
Good
hour.
luck, Jeff.
Oh my gosh. Yes. No from under you. Oh, go.
I'm gonna cut the water down.
Okay.
I'm an
I
XX.
don't suck dick either, so it's okay.
That's why I said she doesn't ever like balls that pop in her mouth. So
Nope.
No balls, no dick. Sorry, not going.
she's not a fan
now.
of balls releasing.
What if they
liquid
go
into her
bounce,
mouth.
bounce?
I mean, I
E.T.
like
has
not
that
what
I
road.
did not say that. I
That's
still did not
different.
say that. No.
Oh my gosh. You
I play basketball all the time.
this is a
Basketball is
new,
different. You're
new,
shooting it in
level
the hoop.
for us.
It does not go in your
Thank you.
mouth.
I know. I think we have
There's
moved
not
on
a
to a
rule in
totally new
basketball that
level for
says
this group.
a-
Yep.
this
You know,
ball
you
has to
guys,
touch the
you
ground.
Yes, Cristola, you gotta bite them. You do gotta bite
guys
them.
have to bite that.
No.
You chew them. You
You
chew
guys
them.
are-
Sophie.
I don't get it. I'm
I'm
so lost.
hiding.
Boomer.
Here, 1 second. Okay, 1 second. Okay.
Gross.
where
You guys
is-
are gross.
Jerry,
No, they're delicious.
hey,
They are delicious.
They are
What,
so
balls?
good. And they come in
so many
different
flavors.
flavors. They do come in different flavors,
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah, they have
Okay, we're
so
talking
many
about Bobo balls.
They are boba
It
balls.
sounds like a fucking clown.
Chati. Let me see if I can find
Gross.
Chati's website.
Amber Ann, you okay?
Oh,
Or
hey,
you joking?
ET takes belts off with her teeth, so or his teeth.
Why is Amber Ann getting depressed?
I don't know
Don't.
if you're-
Aww. Why are you getting depressed,
Nikki Rex.
Amber
I
Ann?
don't
mean,
know.
I'm
I've
finding
been here the whole
depressed
time and
because
I
I won't
still
eat
don't
your
know what the hell
balls.
they're talking about, Nikki Rex.
I've tried to tell
Listen,
you
Nikki,
guys what I'm talking about.
we're
They're
talking
good.
about
It's after
balls.
midnight.
Nikki Rex,
here.
have you ever had milk tea?
Have you
Nikki
had
Rex, you
boba?
might not have. I don't know if they have them where you are.
Milk tea
Yeah,
or
milk
bubble
tea.
milk tea?
Well,
No.
bubble
Boba
milk,
or
it's
milk
added. The
tea,
bubble
tapioca
portion is
pearls.
the boba.
Rosalie, I'm
Yeah.
sure you have a place that specializes in it.
Here, I'm
milk
trying to
tea.
find something good.
I
We
here.
just
have
saw
a-
on
we
the
have a-
map. Yeah, I looked it up, Google Maps, and I saw there's so many places near me that have
Yeah.
that. It's like
Hi, Canine
I've
Rescue.
never.
Well,
I
I'm
have
gonna-
never.
Okay, so let's do an oath. I will figure out a time to drive up with you, and we both can try it, and hopefully not throw up.
So we
Okay,
just
let me
pass
see
on
here.
our bubble bite.
Here, let me see if I can
Gross.
find this. Share screen. Not the audio from it, though.
I choked on my balls. That's what it is. 911. What's your emergency? I choked on my balls.
I
I
can't.
didn't bite them hard enough.
Yeah, with you.
I
I
didn't
almost
bite
took
them
a
hard enough,
drink.
and they slipped down my throat.
This is my work computer.
Okay.
I cannot spit anything on
So
it.
there is bubble tea. Oh, sorry, there. Okay, so it comes in different types of things. There's the strawberry.
oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my God.
What?
These are all different ones locally.
Where's my weed?
See all the right there. That's all the balls right there. They all fall to the bottom. Balls on the bottom.
E.T. from home. Like, why would you want to do a BJ with pop rocks in your mouth? I want to understand the concept. Why? What if
Oh
it
my
got in the
goodness.
what if it got in the dude's
What about with
pool?
Altoids?
No,
Listen,
it's
no, Altoids will burn. I mean, so I've heard.
Altoids, totally.
So I've heard.
hold on.
So I've heard.
No, on
No, no.
him.
About grapefruit.
On him.
What we were talking about?
Good idea. Jet's mom, good idea.
Amber.
Okay,
Amber knows
Sandra.
What we're talking about.
Sandra, speaking because I'm oldest.
That's what I thought, Katie K. Thank you.
Um,
An
have you
Altoid
had
is supposed
Pop
to feel
Rocks
good for
in
a
your
guy.
mouth?
Yes, I love pop rocks.
Okay,
Now I
and
don't
I know
if
you
can
do
eat
not en-
them.
And I know you don't enjoy other things in your mouth. But
No.
if you
Doesn't.
can for a moment suspend your disbelief and suspend your preconceived ideas and just imagine that feeling of Pop Rocks in your mouth if you were doing something else. And the feeling that your partner would enjoy because of the Pop Rocks doing what they do.
But
Old.
Pop Rocks terrify
What
me
about the
now.
partners
That's
enjoying
absolutely
it
fine.
getting over
Let
with?
me clarify. I don't want people to think my,
You
my
go to bed.
husband
Pop
like.
Rocks hurt my mouth.
But I don't want
Really?
people to think like I've never done that with my husband. Okay, I've done.
Oh,
it.
Sandra, stop talking.
Now.
Not the Pop Rock thing.
Now we are moving down a whole new road.
No, seriously,
Get it,
seriously.
girl.
I'm gonna keep talking until I see you stop. I'm gonna save you.
Yep. There you go. Yeah, holding on. We're having
we
technical
don't
difficulties.
we don't think
everyone.
about what.
Sorry. Oh, wow. Look at these technical
Listen.
difficulties we're having. Oh my God. These technical difficulties.
I love it.
No, I literally meant I was having technical difficulties. That's why I didn't say anything when I popped on.
Hey, Ken, I miss you.
Anyone who comes backstage, just real quickly, cam up real quick so that I know we don't have any bombing going on, and then I'll let you on. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Oh wait, are you serious?
I get the concept. I get the concept of pop rocks. I totally do.
Yes, we have popping in.
Hey, it's good for both him and her. It's good for both. Sorry, my dog is. It's good for both him and her. Have you ever had Pop Rocks? I'm telling you, it's good for both him and her.
Really?
What?
Yeah. What? Yeah, sorry, my dog is losing his
Your
mind.
doggy is
Yes.
crazy.
Your dog sounds
I
like
know. Well, he's half Chihuahua, so yeah. He's
Over.
and his name is Gizmo, so don't feed him after midnight and don't get him wet.
After midnight.
But I'm telling you, they're good for women too.
I'll be right back, guys. Hitting the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
Like for
Exactly,
Plumie,
Plumie.
Plumie.
Exactly. That's how it is.
No
Thank-
porn bombing,
okay.
but hey, let's
I
talk
just
about
wanna
bite
know,
balls and pop them.
Since now I have
Exactly.
you on panel, I want
That's
to
how we
know
roll.
the concept.
how we roll.
Like, I don't need like the dirty, but I want to
For
understand like
sensation.
why would someone
So
do,
right, so
It's a
you know when you put
what if it got in your hole?
no, not in your hole, like on the good part,
We
Oh,
lost
okay.
control.
on the
Okay.
sensation part, right?
Okay.
And his entire thing is his sensation part.
yeah,
So there you go. It's extra sensation that happens, and it's greatness. A little sticky afterwards, but that's okay. That's what shower sex is for.
I don't like doing the sheets, so not happening.
They hurt my mouth.
Well, it's not
when
that
I do that, when I
messy.
eat
Good
them.
Lord.
I'm just kidding.
Well,
It ain't
we're not
that
telling you
messy.
eat them. She's basically saying put them in your mouth and then go do
And
what
then go to town.
Yeah.
But
you
if
put
they
them in your
hurt you
mouth,
by
and then you
the
go
And,
to
you
town.
can, and then afterwards you can go spit them out if they don't dissolve because Pop Rocks are
Well,
meant to dissolve.
I mean, all right. Yeah. Or you
Pop
can
Rocks
just
are meant
swallow.
to dissolve after a period of time.
Welcome,
Don't put
Amber
too
Ann.
much in your mouth that you're gonna have to chew. Right?
Well, you're not going to have to. Well, I mean, you're not going to have to chew. No.
Ding, 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 ding. Time to move on. Ding, 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 ding.
Okay.
Are you guys actually moving on?
Probably not.
Oh
know,
my gosh,
I'm a
I come
little-
back and see Katie K's comment at the oh my God. Okay.
Just swallow them.
I'm a little
Like you do everything
offended
else.
that Locomai did not make me turn on my camera to make sure I was not going to dick bomb chat. So,
Of all people who would do it right.
but I'm gonna,
Welcome to the
I am
live
now, I am now going to dick bomb the chat.
There you go. There you Oh yes, there we go. The dick bomb from that.
For
Nikki,
everybody out there,
please
that's
cover your
Dick-
eyes,
that's
cover your
Dick Van
eyes.
Dyke. If you don't know who it is, it's called Dick Van Dyke.
Nikki
Oh my
Rex,
God, I love
please,
it.
I need you to
Brave of you,
go
Nikki.
test this out. Report
Okay,
back.
Christola.
Let us know.
Yeah, go test it out.
How
Come
it
back
went.
and tell us.
I'm telling you, but it works on both sides.
I need
So
a
both
detailed
sides have to
report.
do it, right? It's amazing if you both do
I
it.
don't know.
Because you're not going to use a whole thing of Pop Rocks on one
No.
person.
It is
It's
not
just a
wise
mouthful.
for
What are we
It's
talking
literally
It is-
just a mouthful.
it is not wise for a woman to have any sugar coated anything in her vajayjay.
It's not in it, though. It's not in
Excuse
it.
me.
It's on the important part.
Dick Van Baum here has to agree with Rizzling that it is not safe to put
Absolutely.
anything with
So
sugar
that's
in your
what- like I said,
vagine
That's what shower sex is for afterwards.
because it can give you the yeast infection.
That's
And-
what I
Well,
was
but
trying to get
that's
to
what
the whole point
that's
of
what
this
shower sex is
conversation.
for afterwards.
If you're already
Hi, Char.
suffering with a yeast infection, which is a candida, like you're already suffering with something that feeds off of sugar. So, and naturally our bodies throughout.
Bye, Shar. Sorry, you came at a bad
I'm
time.
just gonna tell you, I've never had a problem with it. So
You might
But
also be
not-
somebody that doesn't struggle with yeast very much.
Yeah.
But our body
Only when I have, only when I take
Death.
an antibiotic. I only struggle with that with an antibiotic.
Moving on.
Okay.
Okay, Crystal, just sent you everything. Okay. Let's see.
Hey, I was about to educate people on yeast, Rosalang.
Oh, well, hey, don't
That's
let me stop
okay.
you.
Oh, yes, because we all know how much we need our updates on yeast. Yes.
Wait, y'all brought amnipotent in here.
It's
Only
good
to
to
come
make
up.
bread. Yeast
Nice.
is good for bread.
I'm
Canine
just,
Rescue says it's a small price to pay, y'all.
I was
It's
just
a
being
small
a smart
price
ass.
to pay.
I was just wanting to
Put a halt to
know,
it.
like, everything. Like,
Thank you, Amber.
I wasn't trying to make a huge, like,
Too late.
I know, too late, but I was
It's out.
I
I
really
just
wanted to
couldn't
know
type
if
fast
something
enough.
was to happen, like,
I'll be
what
back
would
now.
happen. I
I
apologize.
just couldn't type fast enough. I'm sorry. I'll leave now.
No,
Canine
no,
rescue.
no,
No.
no,
Stop.
sweetie,
No,
you're
no, no,
fine.
no, no.
No.
You're fine, sweetie.
I
You're
know, you're
fine.
fine.
Love this.
You
Okay,
are
now
more than
rescue
Honestly.
fine, my
fine.
dear.
Because I like to know new things. As long as balls aren't in my mouth. Sorry.
Best things is sliced bread.
And now they don't have to be. Now you can give them to your husband.
Exactly. Now I can get Pop Rocks and just like
I'm telling you, pop rocks in the tip, you'll be fine.
See, Plummy? There you go. It does work on boobs.
I love it.
Our
Shit,
ET is never meant to go home. Our ET stays with us for good.
Exactly.
Is he-
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my God. Oh, and now we have a Phoenix project rather than the Amnipotent girl.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
I'm logged into the wrong account. Hold on. That was not. I do that all the time. Anytime I have a live, I end up logging in under my regular account for my
I do
whatever
that
live
all
I
the
go on
time.
next.
Girl, I have
Yeah.
the local my life, and I never used it. I actually turned my normal account into my channel just because it was like, this is too confusing. I'm never going to be able to keep it straight. So I just used the one. So
Yeah, but some of the shit that I say sometimes it's probably
Oh my God,
supposed to be
yes.
under
That's
Amber.
why I
Ann
changed
instead of
my YouTube
that's
name.
true. That is true. No. And yeah, Save Robbie wasn't here earlier, but he's been running in and out for those who are just asking. And by the way, though, now that I've got how many? 11 here, you know what I want to show again? Because those of you who missed it earlier,
Boobs.
welcome. Cantina is open. Yes, 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 yes,
I
yes.
had a really messed up day. And a little Chardonnay. And I keep the party. So I'm going to the front of the line. Let me call me online. I'm going to the front of the line.
And I got someone backstage. I got someone backstage. How's that?
One more time. Like, one more time. One more time.
Oh, you
I
want
love
another
it.
time?
Yes,
Yeah.
another time. I love
Yeah,
it.
Okay,
love
well,
it.
let me let this one up real quick, and here we go again. Time to dance, guys. Dance. Welcome. Cantina is open. Yes, 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 yes,
I
yes.
had a really messed up day. And a little Chardonnay. And I keep the party. So I'm going to the front of the line. Let me call me online. I'm going to the front of the line.
And I got someone backstage. I got someone backstage.
That is fantastic.
I love it, but
I
I'm so
love it.
sad
It's
I'm not in the
amazing.
last clip because I was outside.
Oh, is that it? That why? I love that thing. I so love that thing. So,
I love it.
yeah.
Robbie, I know
You
you're
did a
in
good
chat. I've
job.
seen you a couple times. You did amazing.
Yeah, he did an amazing job on that thing. He totally did. So,
Why is everyone
okay.
muted? No one wants
Siren,
to
I
talk?
need clarification.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, shit.
One, how would you know? And two, how do you know? And where did that come from?
I feel like that's healthy.
Yeah, it is.
I
open.
feel like hold on. I
Thanks,
feel like
Steve.
because
Thank Robbie
actually
for it.
3 of us were around her for a long period of time.
Oh,
I don't
please.
feel like she ever did that.
No. Amber doesn't dump. No.
No, I did not. While you guys,
No,
were here.
I'm not
I have to
saying
say
she
it was really good
doesn't,
in the
but
house,
during
yeah.
that time, she never did, and I'm sorry. I dumped all the time. That's just me. But Amber
Oh.
never did. Ever.
Siren,
Yeah,
I know we've got
Jesse,
to
I don't know
go
why
now.
should we?
Hey guys, we're into number 8 on the channel right now. Say hello to Miss Cristola.
Yay!
Girl, she loaded up.
Oh my gosh, can I get a goodies from all of you? I love you all. I love you.
Hello.
Getting a kiss
Except for you, Em, because you look like you mono.
I'm the
What?
I'll take that title.
Wait, what?
What?
KDK
Oh, you got mono.
I'll take
I have mono?
Are you okay, baby? Do you feel good? You feel bad? I'm sorry.
No, I have like hay fever.
She's got
hay fever and
allergies. She's an allergy girl tonight. She's fighting good old-fashioned allergies. I know. We got worried at the beginning. Then she told us what it was, and we're all like,
Who's
okay.
Frank Sinatra over here? Who's that?
It's Dick Van Dyke.
Mm-hmm.
Well, whatever.
You got to be an old fart to know who that is.
Thank
our
you,
Dick
thank you,
Dick.
Locomai. Thank you.
Trust me, I'm the second oldest in this group right now, I think. So I think I can say that. I think I am.
Hey, I grew up on that show.
Right. Well, thank you.
Mhm.
Grew up on that show. Love that show.
Those were the days.
The only reason why she put that is because she was being the
You
investigator.
making airplanes over there,
what
Rosalie?
that show is about is the
Is that
investigator.
airplane?
Excuse me?
Making socks.
I look like you were about to throw an airplane. My bad.
Oh,
No, I'm trying to untangle the strings.
oh yes. Yeah, it did look like she was holding it up like she was ready to go for there. Yeah.
There's
I
a
don't
knot
know.
there.
I was trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm kind of in the age where there's a couple people who might be right about my age, but yeah, we're the older group.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
old as fuck.
Can I guess like how old you are? I think
Go for it. I
No.
think
you
most
are.
people know. So yeah,
No,
go for it.
you may not.
Yeah.
I think you're.
Yeah.
I've said how old I am on. I actually
I'm
have
kidding.
said my age before.
Honestly, I really don't want to because I don't want to.
We've all been
Honestly,
29 for
okay.
many
Here's
years.
the thing: you look like you're like 32, but I know that you're like 38.
That's
I love you, girl.
compliment to her. She'll take
I
that.
totally love you, girl. I'm
Yeah.
50.
Jeff,
50.
you're not 8 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, Siren.
See, I look like I'm 60, but I'm actually 35.
Girl, you do not. You
See
don't.
what's happening here?
I don't
Mama
think
Jane,
I've
that's
ever
how
seen her.
I am. I'm like, I don't care. To me, age is just, that's why I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'm 50. I'm 50. Especially if someone calls me 30 something. I love that. But yes. Yes, Jeff. Now that's the problem. How
Okay,
old are we mentally?
listen. Can I say this for real? And I'm being dead serious when I say this. I was not trying to flatter you. I was not trying to kiss your ass. You literally look like you're 30 something.
Thank you,
She
hon.
does.
Thank you so much.
Even
I
in
mean
person,
that.
guys, even in person, she looks younger.
Oh, thank you guys. Considering I'm with a bunch of people out here in Hawaii who are Asian, and
Yeah,
if
I
anyone
was
knows
gonna
Asians,
say,
they look so
considering where
young.
you live.
Oh my
Considering
gosh.
where you live.
Well, it gets me because most people who are Asian, they don't show their age until they're like in their 70s or so.
And it's overnight. It's overnight.
Just like that, they will.
Boom.
So no, true. Yeah, I love it. I love
That's
it
when they have
because
to burn the
Wait a
picture that's
minute.
in
Wait
the
a
ad.
minute. Okay, I know I asked you this the other night, and I'm pretty sure you answered the same thing. You're considered Asian.
Oh, me?
Right?
No, I'm considered Haole, or I'm considered Caucasian, or Haole,
Okay,
as we call it
so
here. Haole.
what? Okay, so what?
Asian would be if you are Chinese, Japanese, Korean.
Well, I know that, but okay, so what is, because my daddy had a bunch of friends whenever he worked in South Florida, and they were from Hawaii, and I cannot remember. I was so
We-
young. I
We
can't
tend
remember
to
what
call
they were
ourselves
called.
local. Sometimes I can say I'm local, okay, which kind of sounds weird on a countrywide level. Haole basically is the word for someone from another country, but now it's basically if you're white, you're Haole.
Period.
You don't call yourself.
What about the people that are native there?
Well,
Those
it depends
people.
if they're from Hawaii. If you're
I
actually
can't remember
born
the
Hawaiian,
name of it.
if you're actually Kama'aina. I know what you're talking about. Kama'aina.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm considered Kama'aina, which means someone from this area. So
I don't
And
think that's the
you can
word.
become Kama'aina by living there.
just by living here a certain amount of time, you kind of like where you're from. Wherever you guys are from, you're Kama'aina from that area.
And
Of course, yeah, because even if you weren't born and bred somewhere, if you grew up in a certain place, that's who you
become
are.
part of
That's
that
your
group.
identity.
Right. Because it's kind of, we have to have a different word because, okay, say if you're from Texas. If you're in Texas or something,
I understand. I completely understand.
And
I'm Alabamian and I am Irish and a mutt because I'm pretty sure I have more than Irish in my blood. But I have a lot of Native American in my blood. But so at the same time, I am Native American.
Yep. Because it's part of who you are, part of your makeup. So what's weird with Hawaii, though, is, okay, say you're from Texas. You live in Texas. You're Texan. Okay, Californian, whatever on those levels. Here, you cannot say you're Hawaiian. Because Hawaiian means you have Hawaiian blood in you.
But at the same token, it's convoluted. Because
exactly.
Priscilla, let me finish. It's convoluted because there are other people that have come to these islands, or once they became more westernized, that came from Samoa, whose families came from other, I guess you would look at my Pacific Islander cultures that are not Hawaiian. They are not Hawaiian.
No, none of us are, because it really goes based off of the genetics then.
Yeah.
So if you're
white, if you are dark skinned and have a Pacific Islander touch to you, you are not a Haole. It's really, did you notice that?
Well, it just becomes this thing of basically, okay, if you are from Hawaii, okay, or live in Hawaii, you're Kama'aina or local after a certain amount of time. So instead of saying Texan, you're Kama'aina or local. Okay, being Hawaiian means you have Hawaiian blood in you.
Right.
The same way they're Pacific Asian, or if you're from Samoa, you're Samoan.
But they're not going to call you a Haole.
No, because Haole has initially it started off as a term for anyone from another country.
Exactly.
But it's basically, instead of calling someone white, you don't hear the term white here. You're Haole.
Haole. Mm-hmm.
And it's just a name for it. Okay. Just how there's other names for other groups and all that. So
is it
it's a different.
Yes,
I don't see
absolutely.
it. I know some people do.
I was going to say the same thing, Rosaling, and I ended up not unmuting myself.
Yeah, I do not see it as a derogatory at all. It can be like any other word.
You were raised here, though. So this is your home.
Well, I think it depends on how you use it. It's like any terminology. Think about the terms for different races or anything on the mainland. Depending how it's used, it can be meant in different ways.
I've never seen the term Haole used like straight, just fact of the matter, you're Haole. Like, no, I've never once but see, generally speaking, I'm in my, 20 to, 35 range in life. So I lived in Hawaii a couple of different times, and my time being there has always been like, my son was born there. My son is technically a Maui baby.
Yeah.
And it's just, I've never heard that term without it being.
I think it depends where you're around, to be honest. I've only heard Haole used in a negative way maybe 6-7 times in my life.
Okay.
I have heard it used negatively, but you can hear
I don't
that.
think I've ever heard. I don't think I've ever heard it necessarily in a full-on derogatory manner, but it is definitely connotating that you're an outsider, and I think that's why those of us Howleys will see it that way. That it's derogatory is because it's like it like it excludes us.
I think that's where that comes from. A lot of times, I think is also a mainland view, and because for us, we've grown up with all these cultures mixing together. There is no major
melting pot.
To be honest, us Howleys are the largest of all the minorities. If you looked at the percentages, we are the largest percentage out here.
But like they don't get beat up.
We're the smallest
at high schools. In high schools and schools, there's not a problem with them getting like bullied and stuff.
There used to be years ago. Again, it also depends where you go. You don't see it now. No, you do not.
Because I was going to say that's like
I do not agree with that whatsoever. It depends where you live. It depends where you live.
A lot of, I hate to put it this way, a lot of how you are treated. Yes, you're going to have this with anywhere. On the mainland, you're going to have it. You're going to have different groups who like you or don't like you based off of race.
Right. No, I know.
We've really gotten away from that heavily. There's some people are going to think, okay, a Howley or a Chinese person or a Japanese person or something like that, they're going to think differently on them based off of that. The other thing I find, if you are a Howley who thinks, there's two different types of Howleys. There's the Howley that's just part of the culture. We're part of who lives here.
Right.
It's no different than saying anything else. It's just we have a word.
Like my parents are Howley. They're retired. They have a home there. They can go there whenever they want to. That's definitely Howley. Absolutely. They're Kama'aina too, because they're promoting. They're not just visiting. They own property. They are Kama'aina, and when it comes down to it. But yes, they're Howley. If you talk about like in that term, yes, no worries. But when you talk to younger people in like, let's say a bar setting, and there's a lot of other
who you're talking to, what area. It depends on who you are and what area of town you're talking about, just like on the mainland, just like anywhere you go in the whole country. It also depends that person, what their approach is. Are they approaching life as a mainland Howley who sees things from a division point of view, or are they seeing it as just one local Howley that hangs out with everyone else?
If I can interject, so I live in Vegas. I mean, most of you guys know this, and we are like the what do they call us?
The 8th island.
Yeah, the 8th island.
Yeah.
So I have worked several times with predominantly Hawaiian coworkers.
Right.
And that's where I have seen it. Yeah. It's because it's cheaper and so much of their population lives here. We have a huge Hawaiian and Samoan population.
Well, they can transfer. If they get a job, they can transfer very easily.
Yeah. So I have seen a lot of that outsider mentality because a lot of times, especially within the Las Vegas Hawaiian community, they don't like to marry outside of their circles. So I guess when I'm hearing a lot of that terminology used, it's a lot of times like, so and so is dating a Howley and they're getting serious and everybody's freaking out about it.
Yep.
And so that's where or like when we don't understand them speaking pidgin, or like it's not always like a negative thing. It's just very much so like we're this people and you're.
But that kind of reminds me of the Hispanic culture as well.
Absolutely.
No,
absolutely.
Because like I didn't find out. Like I was told my whole life I was Native American. Did my DNA test, come to find out I'm Hispanic. Which I already knew I had Hispanic in me. I just didn't know how much. Which, if you saw my DNA results, which I posted on Facebook, I'm full Hispanic. Like there's no tribe I can go and try and claim and whatnot.
Right.
But that's the whole Hispanic culture as well. Like I feel like if you aren't willing to take the customs as a Hispanic person you're frowned upon, you know, and that's still what I deal with this day. Like with not so much like my husband's side of his mom's side, but it's more so her, like his mom. Like she wanted us to marry Catholic. She wanted us to go baptize our daughter in a Catholic church. She wanted us to do all this stuff. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. Like I have a right as a person to pick
who you want to be,
what I want and how I want to raise my kids. And if you have an issue with that, then you have an issue with that. You know, like no one was sitting there telling you how to raise your kids because you were doing it the right way that you were raised. Well, I wasn't raised Hispanic. I was raised white. Like literally, I have the whitest person maiden name ever, Sandra Davis. Like I'm the whitest Mexican you will ever meet in your whole entire life. I can't eat spicy food. I cannot. I like literally. I cannot. Like I can't eat spicy food. I can cook Hispanic food, but I cannot eat it because it's too spicy. You know, the culture as well. I wasn't raised in a Catholic church. I was raised Methodist.
And I was raised in white as I am in a lot of Hispanic culture.
Exactly.
And I have a lot of Hispanic culture.
That's so crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy though. You know, like
okay. Can I speak to you, Sandra?
Huh?
I wasn't raised in the Catholic Church either, even though I'm Irish.
Mm-hmm.
We went away from that. And honey, I'm as white as you can get, honey. That toilet will outshine, I will outshine that toilet. Let's just put it that way.
No, I totally
I'm
understand.
sorry. Actually, I think you hit something, Sandra. I think
no,
you hit
people don't understand that Irish people and Mexican people were the original slaves. And
not
even
that,
Italian people, it's like, what? Why are we? Like, I don't get it.
Well,
I think
down to don't judge a book by its cover.
Bingo.
I get
That's
judged
where
all
it
the
comes
time.
down to.
I work with the general public all the time. If I'm up front when people walk up and they're Hispanic, they start speaking Spanish to me. I dealt with that when I worked in the retail. I dealt with that too. You know, even my
I've dealt with that too. You know, my Spanish teacher started speaking Spanish to me, and I was like,
yeah, and but they get offended and they get annoyed, and I'm just like, it's not like I was born in Mexico where I had to learn this language. I was born and raised my whole life in this, you know. Even I have tons of friends and tons of people I work with that were born in Mexico that speak great English like I do.
Yeah.
And it's you can't judge a book by its cover. And that's
where a lot of it comes from.
Exactly.
I'll be honest, guys. One thing I did want to say. Okay, one second, Crystal. Let me finish because this is kind of getting back to what Amber was saying a few minutes ago. I think a lot of people, for example, with the Hawaii side and everything, okay, I'll be honest, most of the people here, the local people who moved to Vegas are not really considered to be the local people anymore.
Hurry back, Rob.
Okay, so there's that one level, but a lot of it comes in where a lot of people, especially if you don't know the things, there's two types of people in Hawaii when you're dealing with the whole idea of race, culture, and stuff like that. The Hawaiian people themselves, for better or worse, were very much like the American Indians were. They had a group of people who came in and they took over their culture. Many people actually died through that process because they didn't have the diseases and stuff like that. And that to some degree, whether, okay, no matter where you stand on it, it was this thing that you will become like everyone else. You're Hawaiian people, but we want you to become like everyone else, have the same religion as us, have
I
all
don't remember ever learning that.
No, and most people won't. Most people don't because, unfortunately, it's never really come out. I've learned a lot more just because I'm here. And I've done the research since then. And so you basically, the Hawaiian people, and the reason why there's that difference between Hawaiian and Haole and all these other things is when people came in, the Hawaiian people, when James Cook came in, it was basically, it's our way or the highway. They treated them horribly, really badly. And many people died of diseases because they didn't have the immunity and stuff like that. The culture itself almost disappeared. Okay, so consider having, say, the Hispanic culture. Okay, you've got a small pocket of people who want to make sure a culture continues on. The language, Hawaiian language, almost disappeared, actually. So it's slowly starting to come back.
No, that's important. That's very important.
And that's where a lot of it comes from. People are trying to keep it going. So when people come in, unfortunately, when you have Haoles, they tend to come in, Haole kind of comes in one of two routes. A couple routes. One is, oh, I'm going to become you, which is kind of a laugh in that person's face. You can't become someone who you are not.
No.
You gotta be proud of who you are. Okay. Number two is, well, you should continue becoming more like us. Or number three is, I'm going to respect your culture and I'm going to learn what I can from your culture. And we're all working together as a group of people to understand each other.
I'm sorry, but I would go for number three.
Yep, and that's where I come from. That's basically how I've lived most of my life out here since I moved here in the 80s. But I've seen all sides of it. To be honest, I've seen all three of those types, and I've also seen the other side on multiple levels too. Trust me. I've had my share of being, okay.
Can I say what happens when people come down south? Or they don't even have to come down south. They just talk about it on the internet. They think that we all mess around with our family members. We do not.
Cousins. I'm just kidding.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to make light of this situation.
I'm giggling.
Right here beside you.
My mom is
okay. One at a time. Amber.
Sorry, my mom's from Kentucky. That's why I'm giggling. I'm giggling because we've literally grown up with all those jokes. So
well, and that's the reason why we have a comedian here, Frank DeLima, and I've shared this with some of you guys here. Frank DeLima has made a career out of making fun of all the different cultures in Hawaii. Because each of our cultures have these preconceived ideas of what they are. But the thing is, Christola, what we've kind of learned how to do, because all of us are minorities here, not everyone. You can never talk everyone in life because you're always going to have outliers on both sides. But we learn to laugh about it. We learn that the Chinese are considered.
That's what I'm thinking too.
We learn that
it's like there's always going to be somebody in some spot. There's always going to be somebody in some spot.
Yeah.
So you need to let her finish talking.
Yeah. And I think the thing is, all of us, so many of us, we start taking things personally rather than just, you know what, we all have something to learn from each other's culture. And,
well,
and
I mean,
okay,
can I just say this?
No, Christola, let her finish.
And so I definitely, what I want to do, because I feel that this conversation, unfortunately, is going to be getting to a point where we're going to have issues over it, and I don't want to have issues over it.
It's not going to be issues. All I was going to say is that every time I hear anybody talking about inbred, they always talk about Alabama, and that's not the case. That's all I want to say.
Each time I hear about it, it's Arkansas.
Don't take things personal.
And that's, Rosalind just hit the thing on the head, because like when I came in, I'll be honest, the first time I saw Frank DeLima come out and do one of his jokes, okay, and he did this whole song on Howleys. Okay, Howley Anonymous was the song. And he pulled my brother up on stage and he's doing this, and I'm like, I can't believe it. And I started taking it personally at first. Then I realized he's doing this with each group. And we're all learning how to work within each other. And I have to say, that was one thing. Now, it's not always like this.
Well, okay,
but we learn how to work. And people,
how would you deal with it if Hawaii was somebody, was the, like the point of everybody on the internet in the world saying that where you lived is incest capital
But
of the
Crystal,
world.
I think what's
But
important for
okay,
you to
so but if
realize,
Oh, man.
what's
Not
important
true.
what's important to realize with all races, things come down to preconceived ideas. I can tell you, Cristola, not everyone believes that.
no.
Okay,
So
all you
just
can
having
focus on, yeah, go for it, ET. Go for it.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The other thing is that people make fun of states for a whole lot of different things, right? It's by the state. It's not personal. It's by the state. Arkansas gets it worse than Alabama does. Florida gets made fun of because people think people in Florida are stupid and they don't,
People go there to die.
right.
Right, Lacey.
And so, and
They
Sorry,
people think that Texas thinks that they're better than everybody else because
Kansas is where
whatever.
you go for
It's just a
witchcraft.
thing. You
Sorry.
don't take it personally.
I'm
It's just a joke. You got to learn to roll with the punches. Not everything is personal,
That's what I've
and
learned.
it's not. Because trust
Well,
me,
I mean,
I live in a state
proud
that
of
gets
my
made fun of.
state, you know?
I live in a state that gets made fun of just as much for different things. We have shitty ass sports teams. Literally, the worst of the worst. We get made fun of all the time, but I don't take it personally. There's all kinds of jokes about where I live, but I don't take it personally.
Well,
And that's
I feel proud of my state.
Well, I'm proud of my state too.
Somebody's kids
But
getting
you
upset.
can't
You need to
take
take a break.
that kind of thing personally because all
Let's
it's going
take
to
a deep
do
breath,
is
ladies.
waste your. All
You're
it's going to
upsetting the
do.
baby.
1 second, let
Let's
ET
take a
talk.
deep breath.
All
Let's
it's
let
going to
ET
do
talk.
is waste your energy on things that could be spent better. Your energy could have been spent better than wasting it on what people think about your state. Is all I'm saying. If you are proud of where you come from, if you are proud of where you
could
have
have been
been,
spent better too.
if you are proud of where you've been and where you are now, that's all that matters.
So, guys, because I can see we have kids who are feeding off of our emotions right now and stuff too, because they're hearing us talking also, guys.
Yeah.
And it's not just what's going on in the room, but it's also how we're reacting too. So I think it's important for all of us. Okay, we go back to our 4 agreements. That's all we can do in our lives. Like I said about the one person who talked to me earlier today. And I told them, you can't control other people. All you can do is know who you are, what you believe in, and what you stand for. If you have that, that's all you can do in life.
I just wanted to say
I get you.
what
I get you're making a comment, hon. I do. I understand you're making a comment, and it's a valid comment. Not everyone, but there is a large portion that believes that way. But you know what? That is their loss. If they believe that way, that is their loss. Okay, if they're going to criticize people or prejudge people and not want to become friends with someone or something like that, that's their loss. Because you know who you are. And so.
Good night, Katie K.
Good night, Katie K, my dear. I love you.
Local Mike, can you highlight
Katie K going bye-bye? I love you, Katie. I really do love you, Katie.
I don't want to get into that
you
right
know
now.
that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And because otherwise we're getting into So, but I think right now, I want to change some subjects right now to something that I was talking to someone else who was in this chat a few minutes ago. We are starting to head into the holiday season in another 2 months. We need ideas of what we can talk about and what things we can do for special things.
Ooh, like
this is a community
that drink pumpkin lattes.
We're not going to drink pumpkin lattes because Starbucks doesn't have enough workers at the freaking place to make them.
It's bad. It's so bad.
I know.
I have never been so happy to make my own shit at home.
Pumpkin latte.
You put my dick
Pop
away.
rocks.
Hold on.
Pumpkin latte pop rocks.
I need pumpkin latte pop rocks.
Look how big
I'm
this
not getting
chai
pumpkin
latte is. Look how big. It's like as big as my head.
That's huge.
See, I don't know what they're
That is
gonna.
a huge.
As big as my head.
That's the one thing. For those of you who are new to the chat, one
have a
thing
big
we've
head,
been
Rosalie.
discussing lately is Starbucks has like 20% of their menu unavailable right now.
I think we're
And,
at 50%. I honestly
Yeah,
think
no,
we're
it's
50%.
50 now.
Really?
I even
Okay, see,
tried
I've
to
only got a
order
couple.
It's
peach-
bad now.
Peach green tea. I tried to order today, and they
Green
don't
tea is
have-
gone.
Syrups.
It's because green tea is gone.
No,
they
we have green tea.
No,
and
no, no. They
syrup.
have green tea. They don't have peach green tea.
See, and that's it. They finally had one location with green tea. They're now out of green tea. They were
Yeah,
making the hot green
and
tea.
you're not going to get
Come
peach
visit me, I'll
green
get you
tea
green tea.
until October or
No
November. And I was
syrup.
like, well, that defeats the purpose of having the refreshers. Like, you can't.
Do
You know
you
what
want
I
me
mean?
to send
Like,
you
and
some
you
green
have
tea?
warmer ciders and stuff at that time. So who's going to really?
Jeff B's going to be doing Halloween stuff on his channel.
Okay.
And
And
ASMR
green
readings for
butterbeer.
Christmas.
Yes.
ASMR reading.
Well, I know we
Probably
want to do
does.
some
That
sort
is
of
the
party.
Rosalie would like
Okay,
to
when
also
is
do those.
Party.
when is the cantina closest to Halloween? Let me
While
check.
you're looking that up, Mama
Jeffy,
Jane Star,
I saw that comment. I am
20.
going to outshine that potty. Watch me.
Okay,
Mama
October
Jane,
29th.
my mom made butterbeer fudge.
29th.
We do homemade apple cider and venison chili
Y'all need
and
to see
taco
my face
soup.
for this shit. She made butterbeer fudge and then tried to make me take a plate of it home. I'm down like almost 15 pounds. I'm like, what is wrong with you?
Thanks, Mom.
Wait, she made it recently?
Yes,
Can
she
you
made
mail
it
it to
I'm
me?
going to show you these.
Yeah,
I'll
Got
eat
it on
it.
$20. It was like 2 weeks ago.
Damn it.
I
Next
know.
time,
But if
mail
she
it
makes
to
it,
me.
I'm sure she'll make it again.
These
Yeah,
are
I'll eat
actually
it.
these are made at
Edibles?
Punahou High School, and someone made them. We have these adoptive parents for our shows. They're from the board, and 2 days a week they bring food for all of us at rehearsal. And someone made these, and they're kind of like a blondie brownie or something like that.
Ooh,
And
yeah.
they're
that
made at Punahou, and supposedly they were Barack Obama's favorite. Yeah, okay, everyone says
Wait,
that. I'm so tired of that.
We talked about doing a Halloween theme the other week. Do you
Right.
remember?
That's why I wanted to bring it all back
That's what we
tonight.
should do. Wait, we have to wait for Robbie to get back though, because he was like,
Well, I've been talking to Robbie about some ideas of some things we
can
could
go
do
through
outside
October.
Yeah.
of this.
yeah.
Oh,
October
was a-
29th is the closest Friday to Halloween.
I really loved that rom-com gone wrong idea.
Can we do it the Friday before? I'm just saying because I know a lot of
Yes, I'm cool with that.
probably would have Halloween parties. Okay, that's
So
Adrian's
October
one
22?
holiday that he like loves, and so we spend like the last week of literally Halloween, like going to parties, dressing up, taking the kids trick or treat. Like it's nuts. It's crazy. It's
Okay, so everyone cool with that if we switch to a Halloween canteen on October 22nd?
Yes.
Bingo. Let me know if you have a problem with that, and we can change the date. Oh, there's Jeff's channel, guys.
Yes,
Make sure you
everybody
sub.
subscribe to Jeff's channel.
And also,
hold on.
so yeah, I definitely think costumes. I might, if I can come up with some stuff, maybe I'll do a contest of some sort. And
Okay.
whoever wins, I'll pick out some goodies that I can send from Hawaii to them.
I've never been able to wear a costume. I've never been trick-or-treating in my entire life.
What?
See?
Is it?
And those of you who don't want to cam up ever, you can wear a costume and no one will know it's you if you cam up.
Exactly.
Wait, so
I've
you've never gone
never-
to a trick or treating and you've never worn a costume? Is that because of like how you like grew up?
That was my
religious?
mother. It was just my mother.
Okay.
She thought it was rude to say, if you don't give me candy, I'm going to play a trick on you. So, like, we went to a couple of church carnivals when I was younger.
Mhm.
And that was the only time, like, I got to put on, like a princess dress. I was little.
Wow.
But other than that, no. We weren't even allowed to hand out candy. She would put black trash bags over the windows. We would turn out
wow.
all the lights. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, my mother is, and I can tell you, she's the best person. She has the best heart, and
Yeah.
that I've ever met. But she was just like this is not my thing. And so it wasn't,
Yeah.
I've literally in my life maybe put on a dress for Halloween when I was a kid, like twice for a church carnival. That was it. I've never been trick or treating. I can tell you that for sure.
Oh, wow.
Well, everyone, that's the thing. So many people raised differently one way or another. And also, wow.
I love Halloween.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy because, well, one, I don't like to be scared. So I had an ex that took me to a haunted house, and I was like, I ran 3 blocks. They had a guy with a chainsaw standing outside the exit door. The only haunted house I've been to, and I ran 3 blocks with my midget legs.
Oh no!
I was like, nope, F this. I'm done. And yeah, I don't do being scared well.
That's okay. I don't know. I don't like. Ugh, it depends on the type of scariness.
But there's so many movies coming out, guys. The new Halloween, Candyman.
I want to see the Candyman movie.
I do.
I'm so excited
I
about
do
that.
too. Like,
I'm a puzzle solver, so I like stuff that I have to figure out, right? So, I like puzzles.
I love
So those kind of movies. If I can, like,
a good movie for you. You're a puzzle solver. A good movie for you would be Seven.
I've seen
Seven
it.
is
crime
good. Seven is
mystery.
good.
I figured it out in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it. I figured it out in 30 minutes.
Wow,
I figured. Well, I'm so like the epitome of a nerd, right? That's why I'm good at what I do. I'm an analyst.
Interesting.
But it's also the reason that I have to take a sleeping pill to go to bed because I can't shut my brain off. My brain constantly goes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there are nights that I'm like, you know what? It's been a rough day at work, and I'll put on trash TV. Like, I rewatched Love is Blind on Netflix because I don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
I don't have to figure something out.
I know that feeling.
I don't have to think about, or like a Real Housewives of something.
I love
Because
the Real
I
Housewives.
I don't have to think about it, right?
Yes.
It's my brain actually doesn't have to work for those kind of shows.
Yes.
Yeah, because seriously, think about like I have not watched any of the Real Housewives shows in forever. It's like, do you understand? Like, dude, your mind is like freed of all the drama.
Well, because it's all drama. That's all those are.
No,
but I don't have to think about it. They're all
freed
stupid.
of drama.
They're
That's
all
what I'm
stupid.
Like, it's all drama, but it's not drama I
Right?
have to think about. So that's
Exactly.
what it is.
Type of drama. I'm not part of it.
It's all
It's
drama,
mindless.
but it's not drama in my life, and it's not a problem to solve in my life.
There
And
you
so-
go.
Exactly.
That's what we need. Jeff has it. The Real Housewives of YouTube. That's
what I'm
basically
gonna
what
do.
it becomes.
Let's do
That's
it.
That's
for
going to be
sure.
my content, y'all.
They do single ones
wants
on
to
there,
sign
right?
Oh my gosh, it totally becomes.
I'll be the
Oh,
single
God,
one.
don't make
I'll
me
be the
do
single
one.
one with Pop Rocks.
Deal. Okay. I'm casting
I'll be
now.
the single one with a lifetime supply of Pop Rocks.
You're the
Maybe
single
I'll get
one.
sponsored.
I'm the
Or whatever.
one
He
from
would be
the beach.
so worthy of that. And I would use them.
Oh yes.
I would use them.
They work.
Well, I
I'm
know
telling
with
you,
how
they work.
one of the things Mama Jane had mentioned in chat that it would be cool to get her group together that used to do investigations and do an investigation of her area. I want to pull together a bunch of Hawaiian paranormal stories.
Wait, you're saying
and we could
Mama
do-
June?
Oh, it's so
Mama
draining.
Jane. Yeah.
It's so
Oh,
draining.
okay. Mama Jane, yes. I will be up for that. I'm right below her. I'm being serious.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, there's a lot of things. So we got that. And Jeff talked about doing his the 12 Days of Christmas YouTube style. We got some goodies that we could build up. That would be back to the Pop Rocks. Yeah, we're going to go back to Pop Rocks over and over during this stream. I can tell that's going to be the tie together.
Forever.
Yes,
guys,
exactly.
just like Cooter Punchers. We're
Oh my
never
God.
I flavored of Pop Rocks.
We
Exactly.
went
Pop
about
Rocks has
5
to be
minutes
number
without
5 in the
Cooter
12
Puncher
Days of Christmas.
earlier.
Y'all said Cooter Puncher, and my husband ran to the other side of the yard.
That's really funny.
Oh my God, so funny.
Aw,
Yeah.
good night, Siren. We
Oh,
miss
Siren
having
heading
you up
off
here
to
tonight.
sleep.
Oh, Siren, good night.
That's
Sorry.
exactly, Siren. That's what I want, but I need
that's
help
what
getting
she
them. So
wants.
can you pull them together for me?
You could
Every
work on
time I
that,
try to
please.
look at chat, I knock myself out of the stream.
Oh,
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Because
Siren,
I'm,
say
it's
good
'cause
night.
I'm on my phone.
Alright.
It's because I'm on my phone.
Oh
And
yeah,
I
when
don't
you're on your
own-
phone, it's so
I don't.
hard.
I don't own my own laptop, even though I'm in IT. But that's why I don't
love
own my
that.
own laptop.
Do you have a desktop or
No.
none of that?
Nope.
Oh my
I have
gosh, girl.
I have my work laptop, and I have my phone.
But of course, work you can't put
Good night,
certain things
Sarah.
on
Well,
your
Like
so I dabble
Good
in
night,
network security, and
Okay.
so no.
I got it. There you go.
Nope. If you knew,
message you be.
if you knew the stuff that they do on any kind of social media site to hack into your life, you would not have one either.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I'm horrible. I use my iPad, but I used to play World of Warcraft and all that, and you got to have your computer for all that.
Jeff's praying for us.
Yeah. I'm praying for
weird.
Thank you, Jeff. We need it.
Everything's
Especially when we
like-
talk about boba.
We
Everything's
do.
like
We all need Jesus.
Exploding bubbles.
yes, we
Exploded
all need Jesus.
We all
That's
need
Oh,
exactly
yes.
right.
I mean, I got Jesus. I just need a good man.
I've been looking for that
said his
for
name was
years, and it
Jesus.
ain't
You can have
coming.
mine.
That's why I
No,
told
baby.
Siren he has to find him
If you're
for us.
giving him away, he's not good. No, I'm just saying.
Oh my gosh, so funny.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm cutting up my dinner the rest of the way.
Whatever, Jeff. I'm praying for you too.
Cassie, no barking. Cassie gets ready to bark, of course.
I actually
Yeah,
think
you
I met a
pray
good
for
one.
us, and I'll go hug a tree for you. How about that?
So when do you go
Oh,
out
good
again, Rosalind? What's your
one.
next time going out camping?
Maybe Sunday.
Rosalind,
Just
you just need to make a recording in that voice that says you're going to sleep and you're beautiful
You're going to
and
sleep.
you're
Etherman.
gonna rock tomorrow and
Etherman,
you're
you're
a
going to sleep.
badass. Exactly.
Etherman, you're going to sleep. It is
Exactly.
now
Don't
time
do
for
that.
you to
Don't
go
do
lay
that.
down.
No, don't do
Turn
that.
off
I'm not
the
ready to
Rosalie, can
Not
I
right
be
now.
honest with
Dang
you right
it.
now? It sounds like you're doing an NPR voice.
Oh my God.
You're like,
Jesus,
You
Tom.
could do those. You could do those like
tonight
nighttime, like soothing.
Silkamaya, I love you.
Almost cut.
what? Why are you covering your face up? I'm sorry.
I love you, she said.
Gulf Coast, you're amazing.
I'm trying to cut my meat. Okay, there. Dinner's ready. Okay.
And the alarm went
So-
off. How cool is that?
Yes.
So,
Get my little
Pop
alarm.
Rock.
Sorry.
Stop apologizing. You're
I
fine.
thought we were supposed to be honest with each other.
Canine's got to get. Oh yeah, what time is it on the mainland now? Well, depending where you are, it
Depends
could be
where you
anything from
It's
six.
one
It's
night.
Yeah.
1:19 here Central Time.
Okay.
Hey,
so it's
Hey,
fairly early.
listen, Linda. I say Central Time, not you. I'm just kidding. I'm the bigger state. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Like you.
Oh my
So
god,
should
you're
come
horrible.
more
Oh no, I'm
often.
kidding. I'm kidding.
What are you doing? I got a puppy who just wants my attention.
What the hell is that?
Oh my gosh. So I need more subjects for my wives. I definitely need subject. But anyhow, my mind's bopping all
Ooh,
over the place.
How about how to deal with a narcissist?
You know, I've almost brought up the narcissist bit. I've got narcissist. What was the other one? CPTSD. I actually almost was trying to decide between those two this time, and then I ended up the one I just popped into my head one day. And I was like, "Ooh, yeah, let's
What
go
about
there."
how to
So
recognize
I
if you're
haven't.
playing your victim card too often?
Well,
That's
oh
because
yeah,
where's my phone?
absolutely.
What do you
That's a
mean
good
victim
point.
card?
That was
Let's
not on it
explore
at
that.
all.
No. Let's explore that. What do you
No,
mean
no,
victim
no.
card?
Let
No,
me
no, no.
finish. Let
It's
me
it's. Oh,
finish.
go
Let
ahead.
Okay,
me
Rosaline has
finish.
the guys, one
I
person at
will
a time.
keep talking until no one else can speak because I have a fucking
Okay,
microphone,
move
okay?
on, Rosaline. Let's
Okay.
go.
But you're a
We can look
badass.
at how to recognize when you're being
You hear that?
victimized and how to realize or how to recognize if you're playing a victim part and you may not be aware of it. And therefore, you're using a lot of survival tactics that may have served you in younger years, and they don't apply
See, I was
anymore.
wondering the same
So
thing
I'm just
about
trying to
you.
suggest a couple of different
Or
things.
if
Hey
you're
guys,
victimizing
guys,
yourself
one
for
thing to
attention.
everyone on this chat, I'm going to say here, when we get this many people in chat, we got to be very careful about talking over other people. So I know it's
wasn't
hard
talking
because some
over
people will
anybody.
talk.
I meant that towards her.
Okay, guys, please.
Does that make sense, though, Locomar?
That does make a lot of sense.
Okay.
That does make a lot of sense. You can finish
It
up
makes
that.
a
I'm still
lot
making
of
your.
sense towards my part too, huh?
Because there's a
Or
lot of us that are on here that just don't realize when I don't realize when I'm doing it. So I end up
Right.
just trying to do it. Rather than say
See,
something
why
wrong,
could
I
you
just
not
try
just
to be
say
quiet.
that?
So
Christola, you're not allowing someone to speak right now.
I'm done.
And
I'm really
also,
done.
or there's also, and I used to do this. It is victimizing yourself for attention, and I did this in my younger years.
I think we all do.
It was I was a victim of something, right?
right.
Or I would exasperate something that somebody said to me because it was for the attention. And I have done that, absolutely. I have outgrown that, but I used to do that as well. And so it's also, are you truly a victim of something? Or are you exasperating a situation for sympathy?
Attention or sympathy.
Or
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, you know, it's also possible to be both.
Bingo.
It absolutely.
It's possible to start off as
Absolutely,
a
it's
victim
possible to
and
be
then
both. But fuck, dude. Sorry, I'm annoyed.
No. Be real. I'm fine. As long as everyone's
I'm
taking their
triggered
time
right
and not
now.
taking things personal. The only time I'll stop people if people take things personal, but no, you're good. You're
People
good, my
need to
dear.
stop taking things personal. Like everything that someone says is not personal.
Right.
People have to start understanding whenever you talk, it's either because you experience it or you know of it or you've been through it.
Or
And
trying
that's
to
the
help
thing
them
that
coming from
or
yeah.
you're trying to help or you're trying to help.
Absolutely.
And that's the thing that annoys me with like, and it's not Cantina. It's just when certain people get on here or certain people are already triggered or something's going on, it's always someone else's fault. And
I don't think it's
like
just,
that.
I'm going to stop that with, it's not just Cantina. It's all life.
Right.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
It's all life. Okay.
And I just
It's
don't
like,
understand.
It
You
is.
fuck up, admit
but
to
we're
it.
all in different places of our healing. And that's the problem when we try to compare
Amen.
other people to where we
You
are in
can't-
our lives.
There's no comparing.
So,
Why is there comparing? Why is there
and-
comparing though?
Maybe
Why are
that
we
should be a
comparing?
topic. Don't compare
Okay,
yourself
when I
in your
mean
situation.
comparing, I
Exactly.
mean expecting other people to react the way we react, is what I'm saying.
But still,
Okay, because not everyone is at those places. Now, where are they willing to look at it? That's a different issue. And that's what this channel is about, being willing to look at it. Okay, but that also means we all have to look at our response to them too. Because all of us have our way of responding to them that is not always the best option either. And that's what we have to be open to, because we all have our lessons to learn also. Right now, my biggest pet peeve is exactly, actually, E.T., I think you hit on a perfect point. I've seen a lot of people who are playing a card And I mentioned during my live about threatening their lives.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't mean it. They tell me later, oh, I didn't mean it. I'm like, I don't care if you mean it or not. I'm reporting you to Discord. I'm reporting you to YouTube because
That's
I
smart.
can't be held responsible or leave myself feeling responsible for that.
Well, and if I know where you live, I'm reporting it to your police department because I had an ex who, that's how he tried to keep me to stay with him. He was like, if you leave me, I'm going to kill myself.
That's a different issue.
I had that. And it's
valid.
It's
Very
very
valid.
much, it's very much along the same lines though, is that he,
Hey,
it's
Nicole.
a shock that he would never do it. He never did it. And I told my parents what was happening because I was still in high school. And he was like, I told my parents what was happening, and they called our local police department because I knew where he lived. And they went to do a welfare check on him. And he absolutely admitted that he was only doing it to try to keep me with him. And I had, it also comes down to people are in your life, and I believe this wholeheartedly, for a reason or a season, right? It might be 4 seasons, but they're in your life for a season. And you learn from it, and they give you, as long as you grow from that.
Can I ask everyone a question real quick? I've been fighting for weeks on doing a video on the whole idea of people making threats like that, but not meaning it. But they honestly, when I talk to people who've done that, and I've talked to 3 or 4 people who've done the threatening type thing, they're like, but I don't know what else to say. I would say something.
I would like
clarify
to help you
what
with
kind of what are we talking here?
These are going back to, I kind of going away from where I was talking initially rather than the last story, and about people who are playing, I'm not even going to say they're playing the victim card. It's more like they're so upset that they start telling people, I just don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be in life anymore. Okay, I don't. Okay, excuse me. Yeah. Okay, they're playing this thing. They don't know what else to say, so they say the only thing that comes to their mind, which many times is threatening something that's very serious. We've all seen it. We've seen it multiple times.
I don't know if I am just a dick. I don't think that anybody says that because they just couldn't think of anything else to say. So I don't know. You might have to tread lightly if you decide to talk on that one, because the kind of people that are going to get triggered or offended by certain people's opinions on that are exactly the people that threaten that kind of stuff. And they're not going to necessarily understand. Saying things, in my professional history of people that I've dealt with, the kind of people that are really feeling those ways aren't the type of people that are broadcasting it in that way. So the people that are broadcasting it in that way are doing it in a manipulative fashion, whether it's to garner attention in a sad way or garner attention in a, people doting on you way to try to talk you out of it. We've seen
or
it in
manipulative
our own community several times.
Manipulative way.
Yeah, very manipulative. Well, it's all manipulative. Yeah, it's all manipulative, whether it means like they're sad and they're trying to garner attention, or they just want attention and are trying to garner attention, or they are trying to divert. That's another one people don't think about. Oh, I done fucked up over here. So now this happens all the time in relationships. Oh, I've been acting like an asshole. I cheated, whatever. And then when the person tries to leave, then they go, oh, well, if you leave, I'm going to hurt myself. They're garnering attention to divert away from an issue. But you just, I don't know. I would be careful on that one because, like I said, unless you want to approach it from the stance of how to handle it from the person who's hearing it. Because
Well,
if you're trying to talk to the people that are using it to be manipulative, like I don't know that you'll get through.
No, where I wanted to bring it up from is just all of us talk. We've all been in that place before where we felt that bad, right? I think I could very well say 90% of us have been in a place some point in our life that we felt like we needed to talk to people and we're looking for ways of talking. So what are the things you do? I know with me, I will go straight out and say to people, I'm in a really dark place and I'm not sure what I need to do right now. I really could use any. That's where I'm kind of coming from right now. If you had someone in anywhere in life who's watching this 6 months from now, who's in that dark spot, and they're not serious about something, but they just really don't know what else to say. Okay, whether it's manipulation or not, I'm not going to go
I
that
was understanding you different.
Yeah,
I was not,
and I
was
caught that when you were saying that. That's why I wanted to kind of,
That's the new way to say I misunderstood you. I understand.
I was too. I was thinking exactly like you were, and I was like, "This is a touchy.
No, I think
that's a touchy."
Easy one to misunderstand depending on where people are at that time and what's going on. Where I wanted to do is kind of bring it back to the idea, because we've seen it so many times lately. Even Jeff just said himself, he's seen it. Okay, we've all experienced it. We may have been part of it. I'll be honest with you. I've actually kind of borderline done it with my mom before, because I just didn't know what else I wanted to say at that moment. My bird is taking a bath, everyone. Okay.
Sweet.
And also,
I mean,
but
your
what are
bird
some
has a
of the
bath?
things that you can say? Different ways you want to approach. Yeah, the bird's
I mean,
taking a bath.
there's a lot of different ways than just saying like, I'm just going to end it and I'm done. Like there's tons of different ways. You can, like you said, you're in a dark place, go find your comfort, someone that you feel comfortable talking with that about that situation to, and know that there's not going to be any judgment. That's a huge thing that people don't understand. You have to find that someone that's not going to judge you. Because we all judge. We're human beings. We all judge on some aspect or another.
Right.
That's your first thing that you have to understand. You can't go take a situation like that and think the person that you're going to take it to.
Oh, no, Sandra, you keep up.
No, but you just can't go take that situation to someone that you think is going to help you, knowing that you might not get the result that you want.
Right.
It comes back to expectations. When you're crying out or need help, you can't expect that person's going to tell you what they want if you don't know that person. Like it's a judgment call. Like, and it's hard. I've dealt trauma. Trauma is my huge thing. And maybe I should do a series on this next on my channel, because that's literally what my whole life is.
You should.
Literally everyone in my life now, like friends that are here, don't understand what I went through because they've never been through that. And so when I sit here and talk about my story and have them try and understand, are they sympathetic? Yes. Are they, sorry that I went through what I went through? Yes. But do they totally understand what I went through? No, because they've never been through it. And I totally get that. Do I hold that against them? Sometimes, yes, because you're supposed to be people that I've known and have my back and be able to want to broaden your horizon and educate yourself and know where I'm coming from. I'm not trying to attack anyone when I'm talking about what I've been through or how I am or whatnot. It's because I want you to understand, because I really want to keep you in my life, because I actually care. When people are through trauma, when you care, it's something very hard to understand. And I deal with the victim card every day of my life. Every day of my life.
I would love to have a conversation with you.
She's not done.
Because of the people that have been around me for so long, I deal with victim. And I'm not gonna lie, I play the victim card. I know how to play it. But it comes a part in your life where you have to decide that you're not a victim. I was so toxic to myself and everyone around me. I had nobody. I had people. Don't get me wrong. I had people, but they weren't the best. They didn't have the best interest as me. It was what could they benefit off me and what could I benefit off them. That's not a relationship. That's never going to get you anywhere in life.
Right.
And I strongly tell this everyone. My husband that I'm with now is a blessing from God. We joke all the time, like he was a softie, I was the hard ass. Now he's the hard ass, I'm the softie. And it's just because I've given him skills and we've talked so much where he needed to toughen up and vice versa. And I don't know how to say this nicely without pissing anyone off. When you play the victim card, you're honestly, yes, you hurt the people around you, but you're hurting yourself more than anyone.
100%.
And why would you sit here and hurt yourself more when you're trying to heal and be a better person and be a better version of yourself? You're selling yourself short. You're selling yourself short of everything that you can have. And I didn't understand, and I'm so open with what I'm going through. I started therapy, and literally the therapist I sat down with, she was like, you don't need talk therapy. You need intense therapy. You need therapy that's going to sit there and pull those triggers out and give you a healthy way to handle them, because all you've done your whole life is just talk about it. And I'm like, yeah, I talk about it. I've talked about it since I was 5 years old up until now, like talking will only get you so far. You have to start putting actions. And so the therapy I'm in now gives me those actions, but everyone's different. Everyone has their own timeline. But I'm just saying, if you're going to sit there and just be like, poor me, everyone's against me, everyone's going to talk and do this towards me or whatnot, you're selling yourself short. Like, you have to know your self-worth. And it's hard. Like, I still don't know my self-worth. I'll be the first one to admit, I don't know who I am. I've told my therapist this the whole time, I want to know who I am. That's what I strive for. I want to know the full potential person that it can be, because I want to love myself. I want to be the best version that I was meant to be. Like, I want to be the best version that God wanted me to be. But when you sit there and you start blaming people for things that happen in your life, and I don't know how to explain it. I'm done.
We're going to keep going around. Just so you guys know, before Rosaline takes over, right now, what I've done for those of you in chat, I've kind of got a list, because I know all of us here want to say something right now, or most of us here want to say something. So I've got in our private chat a list of the order of everyone.
I'll make it quick,
because we all have a lot of something to say. And please, you guys in chat, please come up if you would like to.
I just want to make it quick, and take it back to something that Local My said, especially for the people in chat and the replay folks, that I encourage you to find a way to reach out and ask someone or let someone know, instead of, I'm thinking of killing myself, or suicide is a reality here, and it's ideation or whatever, to try and use the phrase, it's very dark right now and I'm not sure which way to turn. It's very dark for me. That phrase is powerful, and it may say better what you're trying to convey, because what actually happens personally. What happens is things get dark and you cannot see clearly, and I need to reach out to someone and say the words, it's very dark for me right now. Talk me through this, help me figure this out, or just listen. And if I'm able to do that and able to reach out to somebody, then I can come back, as it were, because it's not that I want to end my life. Well, not today anyway, but it's not that I want to end my life, but I just don't want it to be the way it is. And I don't know how to change that. At least in the past, I'm much better at this point. So thank you, Local Mike, for bringing that up. The phrase is, it's very dark for me. I'm in a really dark place. and I need to talk or I need to listen or something. So thank you for listening.
You got it.
And thank you, Sandra, for sharing so much. I know
Yeah,
that had to
no,
be
Sandra. And sorry, guys, I don't want it to feel like I'm shutting anyone off because all of us, okay, all of us have been through shit at one time or another, and we all need the chance to speak up and say our truth. So I'm kind of going around and just trying to, we can keep all coming back and forth and all, because I know this is hard shit for people to talk through. And when you get brave enough to actually say something, it's hard because I don't want to shut people up real quick either. And also just go back into chat if there's something you want to throw in. E.T., I know you had a lot you wanted to say too.
So, I absolutely 100% agree with Sandra, and I have been through a lot of the same shit she has. It started when I was 3, right? And I was essayed by a family member, a cousin. He is screwed up to this day. He can't hold a job. And I didn't know until much later in life how much that screwed me up. I was engaged to a guy who died in Iraq. We had been high school sweethearts. He died in 2008 in Iraq. And I was not a part of his family, right? Because we were just engaged. Long story short, I finally got the last letter he wrote me. I was pregnant with his kid at the time. He was the first one that I chose to be with. And he died. And I didn't know because I wasn't his wife, technically. His family didn't like me because he was Hispanic and I was white. And I played the victim card for a lot of years because I didn't know how to get over it. Either one of those things, I didn't know how to get over it. I tried the best that I could by myself. And then I got therapy, a lot of therapy. And it was intense and it was brutal and it was a whole lot of, you need to check yourself. Yeah, you're a victim, but guess what? You're strong, and this doesn't define you because you have a whole life to live. You can't let it define you. None of it. Not what happened in your childhood, not what happened with him. You can't let it define you. And I still, to this day, see a therapist because, hey, guess what? I wound up dating a cokehead narcissist that decided he decided it was okay to put his hands on me. And that was just 2 years ago. And I cried for 2 years because he wouldn't leave me alone. And I had to block him on everything. And I had to go back to therapy. And I said, hey, guess what? I need help. And I got it. And you know what? I am better today. I am stronger today than I have ever been in my entire life. But I also played that victim card for a long time. Not for sympathy, but I thought it excused my actions. Because I was angry and I lashed out at way too many people. Way too many people that I loved for too long.
No, I get you, hon. And by the way, Christola, you're free to come up, hon. We were saying, please come up. And I think that's the thing with so many of us. When I did the majority of my heavy, like, okay, Sandra, you were saying your therapist had told you, you don't just need that, you need hard, intensive work and all. And my heavy, hard, intensive work was when I was in my 20s. I lived on Kauai totally alone. I was the only one on the island. And all of a sudden, I'm dealing with all the crap I was dealing with from my childhood and all. And it's funny, during that time, I found myself actually on Delphi forums at the time and started up a whole forum with one of my good friends for survivors. But what I found myself doing is I was still stuck in the victim frame of mind in my own head. So I found I was never able to climb out of it. No matter how hard work I kept doing, I was still in that little frame of mind that I did not see it as a strength. Once I started seeing everything that happened to me as a strength, I was able to climb out of that victimhood and start actually making changes for my own life and start dealing with things and actually become the person that I've been before. I learned during that time that I can't compare what I went to with anyone else, the same way they can't compare what they went through to what I went through, because it's individual to each of us. When I was when I was in my 20s, I compared what I went through to everyone else. Someone would come in and talk about one time that they maybe were touched, and I was like, oh gosh, yeah, that's nothing compared. Now I'm like, what the fuck was I even thinking back then? Because you know what that meant to that person could have been 10 times worse than anything that I had gone through. It's just I was dealing with it in a different way. None of us can compare anything that we go through with other people. Okay, what we have to do and all we can do, it goes back to the thing that I was talking about earlier. The only person you have control over in your life is you. And I guess that's why the 4 agreements have always stuck out to me, because that's what it goes back to all the time with the 4 agreements. I was always comparing myself to others. I was always assuming that everything everyone else said was about me. Okay, all these things kept coming back to me, and I could not pull myself out of it until I started working on those different things. And I still don't talk heavily about what I went through. It's not something that I still have hard trouble going through it. I really honestly do have a hard time going through a lot of that stuff. That's why I say you never heal. I may be 50 and dealt with this 30 years ago, but you don't ever heal. It's all still there.
But you learn how to deal with it.
And
you learn how to be the best you with that.
Right. And you know what, Christola, you mentioned just a second ago, you don't want anyone to know. Trust me, very few people know my whole story and probably never will know. Even my closest friends don't know my whole story. But the one person who does need to know the whole story knows, and that's me. As long as I know what my story is, that's fine, because I'm the one who's going to have to do the work to get past that. I can tell people I'm a survivor. That's good enough. Because guess what? A survivor is never going to ask anyone else to tell you what they went through. A survivor doesn't need to know. A survivor is a sisterhood, a brotherhood of people that come together and support each other no matter what they went through. And that's what it's about. So I think it's fine. Yeah. Is it okay that you don't have to share? Hell yeah, Christola. You don't have to share. What we have to do as people so that we can heal and we could take control back from wherever it was is we have to look at how it's affected our lives, how we can take the control back. And you know what? Therapy is a huge part of it. I mean, I was going multiple days a week and shit like that. Okay, there's still times I might pop up and be like, okay, I'm getting in a really bad place and I may need to head back. And that's fine. But I start taking responsibility for those things and how it does. I have to take responsibility for my own grounding, for example. And I can't do what I did to my mom. Okay. My mom flew all the way to another island when I was in my 20s because I did not know if I'd make it through the next couple days. I can't do that to people. It's up to me. It's up to me to find ways to get help for myself. Now, I know I have the best group of people around me in the world who would support me in a heartbeat, and they'll talk with me. But I also have to realize that when it reaches a certain point, they themselves are going through shit. And recognize when I'm pushing into that where I'm actually affecting them, because I never want to hurt one of my friends. And I have to back off and pull my own grounding techniques together, whether it is my crystals, my drawing, my diamond, whatever it is, or calling up a therapist and saying, I'm at a point where I need someone to talk to again. Okay, go back to your grounding. That's what, in a way, this channel was about, because I found myself starting to deal with issues again. And I was like, okay, I can come together with people and rebuild that toolkit of mine. Because after 30 years, my toolkit has kind of fallen apart because I didn't need to use it for so many years. And I need to rebuild it up. And also, yeah, it's something, because I see such strong people here. And I see Amber sharing right now this podcast. Okay, it's actually an Apple podcast too. Yay. And so it's definitely something good. And that's, I think, why I wanted to talk to, it's a good reason why I wanted to bring this up, because I could see it's something that keeps popping up for many of us. Okay, that a lot of us are just looking for right now someone to kind of talk through things. And it has nothing to do with you if a friend has to, if one of you guys, if I'm ever talking to you and I get to a point where I'm crossing that boundary of yours, I would never want to cross that boundary. And I'm going to understand if you come back to me and say, hey, Loco, I'm going to be here for you and I will be here for you, but right now I need to take care of myself. And that's a deal we all make as part of the Discord. As part of a group of friends, we make that relationship and that friendship and that deal with each other. Okay, that we don't take it personal, and we will help other people out. So finding things, yeah, like Rosalind said, most states do. If you do check here in the US, and I'm sure it's the same in Britain. I know I have a couple of us UK peeps out there, and but there's usually groups out there who will work with therapy, because I hear a lot of people will say, oh, I don't have the money for that, or I can't cover that. You contact the phone numbers that people share. That's one thing I love about, I'm not one for trigger warnings. I've never been a trigger warning person because I'm kind of past that for myself, but I know other people need trigger warnings. But I love these phone numbers that people share, because it's knowledge. The more knowledge you have, the better off you're going to be. And so do that. Look at those things. Contact your local mental health departments. That way, if that good friend of yours says, I just can't handle right now, instead of risking breaking that friendship or that boundary, you're still taking care of yourself, because you still got to take care of yourself, even when someone says, I just can't talk anymore about it. You're still worth talking to. It's just you got to find someone else to talk to during those times. So I don't know. Yeah, ET, go for it.
I'm sorry.
No, actually, I was hoping someone would jump in.
Is finding the therapist that works for you. I have been through several. I even had one that during COVID, when I was struggling really hard, that said, okay, so you're telling me all of these things, so what are you going to do about it? And I said, that's why I'm coming to you, because I don't know how to deal with all of this. So it's also about finding, if you go the mental health profession, someone who works with you and understands what you're trying to do, right? What you're trying to overcome. It's not just Well, you're saying you have these problems. What are you going to do about it? It's finding someone who understands and can help you through that.
Right.
So that's a big part of if you go a mental health profession, that's a huge thing, is finding someone that you connect with and that can help you rather than saying, okay, so you have these issues. You know these are your issues. What are you going to do about it? Well, I'm coming to you because I need help dealing with these issues, right?
Right.
I need guidance. So that's the other thing. That's all.
Can I ask everyone in chat and here in thing, if any of you guys, and you do never have to answer any of these questions if you don't want to, how many of those who have ever been to a therapist have stuck with one therapist and never had to try a second or third? Okay. How many? Yeah, actually do that. Oh my God, I'm in trouble if I have to do this. Type in chat, how many therapists have you gone through? If you can come up with a number, because I think some of us probably can't even come up with a number.
I've gone through at least 6. I can't get to chat without disconnecting myself.
No problem.
So I've gone through at least
And Brand
6.
still hasn't found one. Yeah, I think I'm at about 5 or 6. Yeah. And I think as you're seeing this here, sometimes you're lucky and you find that first one and it's the perfect click. Sometimes you find that first one is a perfect click and then that person retires and you're up Schitt's Creek all of a sudden, or they move on or something. But for those of you, a lot of times we talk about finding therapists and all, it's like, yeah, but I've tried and I can't find one. I mean, just looking at the numbers, okay, I'm going to go with this number because I think it's closer to that. I think it's something for us to remember. It takes a while. And
But
it's
it
coming
also
up with,
has, sorry, go ahead.
no, it's good, girl.
I'm sorry. So it also has to do with your stage in life. So I had a therapist that was really good when I was in my 20s, right? And dealing with everything I had been through at that point. And then stuff happened in my late 20s and 30s. And I went through another 3 therapists to find one that fit what I had been through at that point, but also before that, right? So they take into account what happened before that, but also what had happened recently. So it's kind of like a staging effect for me. It was, I had this therapist, and they were really good at that point in my life, but they weren't necessarily prepared for what happened after that point. So then I had to try to find another one that could help me with a whole different set of issues, right? So it started with SA. That was one therapist. Then it started with, the next one was helping me to grieve my fiance, who in the eyes of the law was not my family, but to me, he was my family. So that was another one. And then you get emotional and verbal abuse. That was one. And then you get physical abuse. That was another one. And so it just kind of throughout your life, you get therapists that, yeah, they can help with one area, but they don't necessarily get to help with, they can't help with all areas.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Well, hold on. I'm interrupted. It's not even that you get from one therapist to one therapist. If talk therapy is something that's not going to work for you, it's never going to work. So you're going to see multiple therapists. That's the reason why I'm in the therapy that I am in now, is because I can sit there and talk to anyone in the whole entire world. And yeah, don't get me wrong. It doesn't discredit what I've been through, but I can sit here and tell you everything. But talking is not going to fix the wound or fix my brain on bringing my trauma up. It's not like it's not. So I had to find a therapist that does or EMDR, and that's what I'm doing. And it's hard. It's hard stuff. It's exhausting. It is like, and I do my therapy on my lunch break. So I literally have to go to therapy and try and bring myself back to reality and go to work for the rest of the day and come back home and still be present. It takes a lot. And that's what I don't think people understand. Like, if I don't call or message or talk or I'm there or whatnot, is because it takes a lot to rebound from that. Yeah. And you can see multiple therapists, and if all they're going to specialize is talk therapy, and that's not the type of therapy that you need, that's going to be the reason why you go through multiple people, because it's not fulfilling what you need to be able to heal. And I didn't understand that until I got with my therapist now. She's like, you've talked about this for years and years and years, and you feel good after a while, but it's never fixed the issues that need to be fixed. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah. And what you're going through right now, that's actually the type of therapy that finally did the best for me. And, but that's also what's good with the Discord and our group and all, is if you are dealing with things, it's nice to have people you can go to and say, okay, this worked for me. Because most people have never even heard of something like EMDR. Unless you're doing any research, it's not something you know about. Nope. And Amber, I don't know if you had something you were getting ready to say. It looked like you did for a second.
Oh yeah, I had a ton to say.
I
started to type it because I was like, I'm never going to get there. I wanted to clarify. I had stepped away when that conversation first started. So my last comments, I was talking about people that cry that they're suicidal when they're not. That's what I was talking about. Now that I know what you guys are talking about, I think that you guys have made some really great points. Rosalie had a wonderful example of how to reach out to somebody when you're feeling like you're in a dark place. There's varying levels. There's depression. There's ideation. There's I can't think of the term that I would use for this, where you just kind of feel like almost like worthlessness. Like you don't feel like there's a reason for you to be here anymore, but you're not quite to the point to where you're like planning things out. It's like a spectrum of depression. And I don't want any of you guys to ever think that you could never come talk to me about that I'm going to think that you're just doing it for attention. I'm not saying that. I was misunderstanding what she was talking about. I was talking about a different scenario. But when it comes to the other things, one of the best ways that you can combat when you're starting to have those kind of thoughts and feelings is to reach out to somebody. And it doesn't even have to be about whatever it is, or even saying that you're depressed. The girls can tell you that I go through cycles and I get depressed and I like bottle up and then I disappear for a while. And they've had to like throw the fishing hook out and be like, hey, what's going on? Come back to us. I can't say that I've ever been to a point to where I've been like plotting what I was going to do, but I've definitely hit points before where I'm just kind of like not sure what my purpose is here. You know what I mean? In those instances though, really human interaction is probably one of the best things that you can do. That link that I shared is for a podcast. It's Life Coach School. But that particular podcast is talking about vulnerability versus victim mentality. And in both situations, you are technically a victim. But it talks with you about how to, like, what is the difference between being vulnerable about your problems and claiming a victim mentality about your problems. So those of you that are kind of like a little lost on the fence, feeling sad, that might give you a little bit of insight into what you're feeling, why you're feeling it, and how to wade your way through it without going down the rabbit hole that is victim mentality, because it is really hard to get out of. And it's very rare for somebody to have victim mentality who wasn't actually a victim in the first place. And that's that manipulation I was talking about. When I was referring to manipulation, that's what I meant. Like people that aren't actually victims, but they know that those are triggering things to people that are very, like Jeff B was saying earlier, very empathic. And you can feel it when you're talking to those people. If you're one of those people that's manipulative, guys, we know you're being manipulative. The reason that we end up going through all the questions, like, are you planning on doing something? Have you been having thoughts about it? Is because we're kind of obligated by our emotions, because you don't want to be that dick that ignored somebody who actually was. And they said it and you were like, they're faking it. And then they really weren't. But for the most part, you can tell the difference between somebody who is genuinely reaching out because they're in need and somebody who's just saying it for the sake of getting, the people jumping on them with attention. But I wanted to clarify, because I don't think that all people that say that are manipulative. That's not what I meant by any means. I was just misunderstanding what you guys were talking about. So.
No, that makes sense. I think that's with everything in life. Okay, you've got a combination of people who mean things. It doesn't mean that there aren't people who don't manipulate. Okay, it happens. Okay, it's like anything in life. You got the full spectrum out there. But there is also a lot of people, they just seriously don't know what else to say, so they say the first thing that comes to their mind. Now, maybe over time that does become manipulative because they realize it worked one other time and they were able to get what they want, so then they push it further and further, and it just becomes the standard of what they say.
Can you give an example, Lokamai, of what you're talking about? Because I can't think of a single instance where somebody would just blurt that out because they couldn't think of anything else to say. And maybe that's just me, because you know me, I'm blunt as fuck.
I think it's a combination. There might be some manipulation with it. I think, okay, for example, with me, okay, like I told you guys, I had my mom come out to another island to help be with me at one time because sometimes I think it starts when people are they're depressed to begin with. They're going through a lot of shit as it is to begin with. And then I think it goes back to the discussion about boundaries. Someone starts getting to that boundary and someone's having to pull away at that point for their own health's sake. So someone then knows, okay, maybe from saying it in the past. If I say, you know what, they're already in a deep, dark place to begin with. And they worry they're going to be in a deeper and darker place if they're all of a sudden on their own. So they go and they make the comment about how I just feel like I just don't want to be here anymore or something. So they say that because they know, all of us know, if someone comes to you and says, I don't want to be here anymore, 9 times out of 10, no matter what 10 times out of 10 for me, no matter what your boundaries are, you're going to stop it and you're going to make sure you're there for that person. Okay, because you don't want to be that one person who misses that one time that it is real. Okay, even if it is just they're reaching out. So they may be saying it because, yeah, true, they just need you there. Or it may be the thing like, I don't want to be here, as in, I don't want to be going through this. And what other ways are there to not go through this?
I guess what I was misunderstanding, though, I'm sorry to cut you off. I guess what I was misunderstanding, though, is I don't think I've ever heard anybody word it that way. So that's why I didn't get it. Like, generally speaking, in the scenario you're talking about, if it's somebody that is actually depressed and they're saying it, usually in my experience, it's rooted in real feeling.
Yes.
Not like they didn't know how else to ask for help. You know what I mean? So I guess I was just misunderstanding that too. And I would treat it exactly the same way as I would if it was anybody saying anything else, even if they were like, I was thinking of, doing this to myself today, like I would treat it the same, because those people are still on the same sliding, slope to what inevitably could be something very bad. So.
And I think the only reason why I bring this up, and I'm not going to mention any names, guys, and I'm not even saying it's from someone here. It could be someone who could be rewatching this in the future. But I've been in discussions with people because we've seen this happen recently a couple times, and here on the internet, in my own life, I've seen it recently one or two times, and it seems to all come together at the same time. I'm noticing, but I went to one of these people and I asked them, "Were you serious about that night?" And no, I wasn't. And I'm like, "Well, why?" And it's like, "Well, I don't know what else to say. I feel so alone and I don't know what else to say, and I don't want to be here, but I'm not suicidal, but I don't know what else I want to say." So I think that's why maybe it's partly me not sure how to word it, because I don't know what they meant by that
Well, do you know what
themselves.
it sounds like to me? Can I tell you from like a clinical
Yes.
standpoint?
Yeah.
So it sounds like they're at that worthlessness stage that I was mentioning, where they are on their way to feelings that could build up to that.
Right.
And these are the people that is that is absolutely a cry for help. Whether and it's scary for people that are going through that. When you're on the side of rationality where you can still see, oh shit, I'm like about to go over the cliff,
Right.
but you're not over the cliff yet, because once you teeter over that, now
Right.
you're into hopelessness, and it doesn't matter whether or not it's taboo or whether or not other people are going to miss you. You're beyond it. But what you're talking about, these are people that are on the edge. They're teetering, and they're teetering between, I'm trying to rationalize what I'm feeling, but also feeling what I'm feeling. And those are sometimes the people that we have to be the most careful about. Sorry,
Which
Rosalind.
again,
Right.
no, you're good. Which is again is the reason I'm trying to get the phrase out there. I'm in a dark place. I know I
That's
may
what I
be
use.
thinking about this, you know.
That's what I use.
That's the
And
phrase
that's
I
what
use
I've been
too.
wondering. Could we get to what are some things?
Yeah.
Rosalind, continue on, but
So
that's
what
it.
when I feel that downward spiral happening, one, I will either get on this platform and try and ask other people what they're grateful for. I will find a way to make myself needed or make a difference to somebody else. Okay? So I have to make myself, cuz I'm not at that point. When I'm at that point in the spiral, I am not worthy enough for myself to stay. So there's no reason for me to be here at that point when I'm on that side of the spiral, because the kids are grown and gone, bills are going to be bills, and the cat's going to die someday anyway. So if I go for it, doesn't matter. You get what I'm saying? When you're in that dark place, nothing matters. When the kids were young, and I would tell somebody, look, this is dark for me. I'm going down spiral, and what about your kids? They will live on. They will have a good life. Well, don't you want to? No, you don't understand. It doesn't matter. I won't be here. And it was so real to me. Nobody could grasp that. So I had to find a way to say it in such a way that others would understand I'm not kidding, and that they wouldn't try and fix me. Because
Right.
when I got to that far in that dark space, there's no fixing it. Either you're going to listen, or you're going to come over and brew a cup of coffee with me, or you're going to let me call somebody else. But I've got to the point, and you guys in the replay, you have to get to a point where you know to reach out, that you recognize the signs you're going down spiral. This is why I talk about downward spiral a lot on my Thursday nights. And it's just really important to me because of what I have lived through. And so far, it's been 100% of everything I've been through. So I'm just saying that if you find yourself in that dark place, look for a lifeboat, look for a rope, look for a landline. What do they call it? A lifeline? Somebody, something, I mean, the counseling that I had at that time, and the reason I mentioned the state is because states have mental health departments.
Right.
They have to, I think they're required to service anybody that comes in and figure out a sliding scale of payment.
Yes.
That was a lifesaver. That was a lifesaver for me because, again, the tools that I learned to recognize when I was going down spiral helped me. We're like, okay, have I eaten today? Have I had enough water? Have I had a nap? give me a Snickers bar, right? But I'm making light, but it's to make a point that one has to be aware enough that something's not right. And if you get too far, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. And if I don't remember, if I get too far on that scale and that slide, that downward spiral, where it doesn't freaking matter anymore, then you guys aren't going to see or hear from me for a couple of days. I'll be okay. But I got to step back and find my own way, because I never learned to depend on people.
Mm-hmm.
And those who I did, it did not end well. So thank you, Canine Rescue. I appreciate the fact you say I can call you. I got a phone number now. You in trouble? But the tools we need, nobody tells us.
Exactly.
Right? So
that would be a
calling,
really good live.
That's where I'm kind of,
Talk about, and I bet you could put all of the heads together, because
that's what I'm thinking.
we need to know what to look out for. And Rosalind, you were talking about some of that stuff, what to look out for in yourself. Not everybody's going to be the same, but a lot of them are similar.
Right.
And then what tools to use, what tools to put in your tool bag, so that way you have them available to you when you start to feel that way.
Yeah,
because I'll be honest, I didn't want this to be, well, I love that it's becoming this, but this is actually kind of where I've been wanting to go for a while, because I think a lot of people are. And you kind of mentioned something, Rosalind. You were talking about how you and Amber, and I know myself, I disappear when things get real bad. You'll see me disappear, and I kind of go into la la land and all on my own. But there's other people here on panel or in chat who deal with it because they need the interpersonal connection more than ever at that point.
I wish I could.
And it's so different. Everyone deals in a different way, yet a lot of times we all expect everyone else is going to deal with it the same way we deal with it.
And I'm and I don't expect that at all.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to throw some tools out there that if as an individual, if one person can just start by recognizing, oh, I'm starting to sleep an awful lot, or I'm not sleeping an awful lot, or I'm starting to avoid this or starting to do more of that. And you start recognizing
not liking to do things you normally do.
Yeah, your own character changes.
The signs and symptoms,
and start noticing those things, because a lot of times it happens so fast we don't recognize those signs until we're drowning. Okay.
Exactly.
And the thing is, I know that I'm more aware of my beingness, my being alive and breathing, and when I start going downhill, I really know to look at specific things for me. Food, am I eating? Am I drinking enough water? Am I eating the right foods and not just shoving a pound cake in my face or something, or downing it, vodka and tonic. But the thing is I learned to recognize my own start of the downward spiral. I started to notice my own symptoms. So for me, I have specific things that I do when I'm at the top of the spiral, or when I'm starting to slide down the spiral, or when I realize that, oh, look, I'm this far down the spiral. What am I going to do? And I have things I do.
So what you're saying is basically like, I'm just looking at how.
Hey, Crystal.
It's okay.
I'm looking at like what I need to survive.
I think so. Actually, I think she's got something else going on with her audio. Go on, Rosaline. When Rosaling's done, we'll switch over to Cristola when Rosaling's finished with her thing. But I think she's got something weird going on.
Do you want to do this on another live?
In a few minutes, we definitely will take a look at that, but I do want everyone to be able to get, because all of us are
wait.
When you've been dealing with this type of emotion, I want everyone to have a chance to at least get some of it out.
I do want to ask just one question.
Say where they are if they have an issue.
Rosaline.
So, but did you have anything else, Rosaline? Sorry. In fact, I don't think we're hearing her to begin with. Cristola, hun? Yeah. Keep trying, hun. If you get in, we're going to just keep talking until, but yeah.
Well, again, to recognize the main things as you're going through, and you may be a little bit depressed. You may start feeling overwhelmed is my big thing, I get overwhelmed, which why do I bother? Because this isn't going to change anything. And then I start piling those things on top of each other instead of recognizing, well, focus on one thing at a time. It's so easy to do. No, not when you're down the spiral. So if I'm able to find one thing to focus on, knitting,
Yep.
I can pay attention, and it'll keep me here in the moment instead of in my own head. But
Right.
that's for me. That won't work for everyone. But if you start recognizing the signs, I think that's a big thing. First, the basic physical. Have you eaten? Have you had enough water? Have you slept? Have you taken a bath or shower? The basic things. And once you get that in, okay, yep, I've done all that. Well, what can you do next? Let's make something, create something, clean something, do something physical to help plant yourself back in the present time in case it's all the other things that are overwhelming you.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Totally.
So those are things that I do.
How would you do that?
Yeah.
And I usually try and reach out to somebody. But that's taken a long time to do. So I hope those things help.
No, I think that definitely helps. And that's one thing, if I forget to go back to this, going into Discord and all, guys, utilize that, because I think a lot of us don't know what are ways we can ground, what are ways we can recognize these symptoms in us. Because sometimes Rosaline, for example, just went through her list of what are the things that she looks at for herself. And you may have found yourself thinking, oh, actually, yeah, that I'm the same way. I never realized that.
There's also a simple thing. 5 things you can see. Look at 5 different things. 5 things you can touch.
Yep.
5 things you can, what's the other one? Hear.
It's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep.
Yeah. And then something you can taste.
Yes.
So it's again, bringing your senses back to center, bringing you back to ground yourself. So those are just some things that might help as well.
Going back to that grounding video that we had, we actually talked about that it really does work, even though we were joking about it when we were doing it on the video.
Right.
Crystal, let's see if we can hear you yet. Try speaking up, my dear.
Oh no, I was not trying to speak.
No, still not hearing you.
I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, you can?
I was like, I wasn't expecting.
Is it just me not able to hear Cristola?
It may be. I can hear her. Everyone else is muted, except everything true crime. Everything true crime. You've been here such a long time.
Okay, go ahead, Cristola.
Yeah, I'm kind of just like
I was just saying I wasn't expecting to be on camera because. Okay, here we go. I'll do it. Like, here we go.
That's so weird. If you guys can all hear her and all, I'm going to keep my mouth shut and just let her talk.
Everything true crime, Locomai, everything
Don't
true
let
crime
me
has been on
talk.
here
Oh, what are you What are you doing? No, don't let me talk. What's wrong with you? No. What you do? Nope.
So I have a little comment about that.
My name is Regina Flange. Regina Flange. Somebody else talk, please. Please, somebody else talk.
So I can talk about my own dark space that I go into.
Sorry, guys, I got a phone call. I'll be right back.
I am thankful enough that my best friend, she and I both know, because she deals with it too. She's been through a lot of trauma in her life, and she does it too. But we both recognize it in each other when we're kind of getting into a dark space, and she will call me and we won't talk about anything, but she will call me until I answer, and I will call her until she answers. just because we know when we get in that dark spot, we're that close. Actually, I'm not so sure she did that whole ancestry thing. We might be distant cousins, which is weird because she just became my best friend. Like, we've only known each other for 2 years, but she was the best thing out of a bad situation that I was in. But we know when each other is in a bad space, even through a text message. Like, we can sense it, and we reach out to each other until I get you on the phone. We don't have to talk about what has put you in the bad situation or whatever. We can bullshit for an hour and a half, but I need to know.
how to do it. I don't know which one it is. But we need to know that the other one is okay. And that's what we do. And that is actually what pulls us out of our really dark place, is because we have that person. So
Okay, sorry, yes, I'm back. Sorry, ET, we did not mean to like leave you hanging. Oh.
no, it's all good. I just
So
I was
Logan
just
will
I
be
was
back
just
in a
putting my
second. Sorry,
I was
guys.
just pointing out my perspective on the my best friend and I both go into a dark place. But yeah, I think everybody else heard it. So
Yeah,
I
no,
will tell you. I
heard
I
it.
could hear you because I have my AirPod in, but I was on my actual cell phone on the other ear.
I did not, because I just got back from putting my child back to sleep.
So it's funny because I'm like a super social butterfly usually. But like I said, the girls can tell you I literally, that's when you know something's not right, is because I'm not. Yes, Rosalie?
I'm sorry, but everything
No, you're fine, babe.
true crime has been here since nearly for 3-4
Yes,
hours.
I know, and I want
I've
to hear
not
from
heard
her.
her speak, so I wanted to make sure that we all make sure she has a chance to speak. I'm sorry,
I'll
I'm
log
assuming
off.
it's a she.
I'll
Oh,
log
yeah,
off so
fine.
she can talk.
I'm more of a listener than a talker, so it's just, I don't know. I kind of like to hear everyone's, like viewpoint before I comment. But I just wanted to like kind of add. Well, I'm a military spouse, so I kind of like I see like the everyday struggle of mental health because it's such a big thing here. And the thing is, like, one thing I've noticed, there's so many resources, but people are so scared to speak up in that sense. They don't want to talk about it. So it's like, I don't know, I've
It's
never
because
really,
of the taboo about it, right?
Well,
yeah,
yeah, there's a stigma about it, especially in the military. There's
yeah,
such a stigma about mental health.
yeah,
Well, and
like,
there's a stigma. I'm so sorry, really fast. There's a stigma about it with military specifically about strength and weakness. My
yeah,
husband is he's a
okay.
retired Marine, and I just got him to start seeking out therapy and literally had to threaten like leaving.
Yeah.
For his PTSD, and we found a wonderful therapist that specializes in PTSD, but it took him going in and his therapist being like, dude, he basically said to him, dude, I fucking get it.
Yeah.
I fucking get it. And you're not weak for that. Like, you're a war horse. Like, everything that you do in your life is, putting your body on the line and working your fingers to the bone. And then he's like, oh shit, therapy can be like that. But his whole life he was programmed to think otherwise. Like, you don't speak up about that shit or it makes you weak. So everything true crime, I totally get what you're saying, and I will now shut my trap.
I think it's a stigma with mental health in general.
Yeah.
Not to interrupt anybody, but if you go to a therapist, you're weak, right? Everybody has that stigma. I knew that's what I thought until I needed it, and then I got it, and it was like, oh my gosh, it's done nothing but make me stronger. So,
like, I even know, like, just from having anxiety, like how much
there was like a point last year was where I was waking up in the middle of having panic attacks. It was the scariest thing ever. Like, and I woke up one morning and I said, that's it. I cannot do this anymore. So I called my doctor. And after that phone call, I got off and I bawled my eyes because I was almost like embarrassed to get on medicine because of the stigma behind it. And, after I took the medicine and I let it, adjust to my system, I never felt any better. So
can I jump in real quick on that thought? I say this a lot to people when they are talking about the stigma of going on medication for depression. Can I get a 1 in the chat if there's anybody who would give someone shit about taking medication for their diabetes?
I can access chat, but mine is still a no. I would not.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, Amber?
Yeah, I was like, I will refrain from my smart ass.
I can't. If I get to chat, I won't get back into the live.
No.
So,
But you guys
no, I would never. I would never. Trust me, I'm medicated.
Yeah, nobody.
I'm medicated for my anxiety. I don't sleep. I have a medication for that. Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So would anybody here give somebody shit for taking Benadryl for their seasonal allergies?
No, absolutely not.
No, right? Like no one here would give you shit for taking estrogen because you need hormone replacement.
Exactly.
Never.
I do that.
So
that's the only reason I'm on birth control is because my hormones are so out of whack.
Yeah, but we would never in 1,000 years shame somebody for taking care of any other medical problem they have, but it's your brain. And now all of a sudden that's an issue. And that's what I tell all of my patients that worry about getting on medication for mental health stuff. I'm like, it's a tool in your freaking toolbox. That's what it's there for. If there was something wrong with your car, you would go get it fixed. You wouldn't sit there and think to yourself, well, what is society going to think about the fact that my transmission needs to be replaced? They wouldn't. You would just they would be like, yeah, you need a ride. You need your brain.
Yeah.
You need your brain to be thinking or performing on all cylinders. And whether it's Rosalind's always doing hand gestures and it mind fucks me every time.
It is literally
Local Maya is saying, sorry gang, my StreamYard is not working on my laptop. So she's tried logging in on her iPhone, which sucks. And I asked her, since she can't hear us, I asked her if we should shut it down so she can open it up somewhere else again.
So, gang, I'm on my phone right now. So, my computer's still on and StreamYard's working. I'm just on my phone. And I don't know if that was what was causing some of the sound that people were getting. So, I muted myself real quick. So, we'll see if it pops up again.
Look, Mike, can you open StreamYard in another window? Like, are you using like Google Chrome over Microsoft Edge or something like that? Maybe open it in another window and then bring yourself in as a guest.
That's an idea. Let me try that while you guys continue.
Yeah, then we can drop you the link.
Guys, I know you guys have
to your own live.
Yeah, we can drop you the link.
You
can drop it in your own chat.
Yes, okay.
We'll get you back into your own shit.
I can't let people in right now other than my own account, it looks like.
For future reference,
if
the host or hostess drops out of StreamYard, the live keeps going until the last person leaves.
Okay. So I can actually leave StreamYard completely and come back into the live and I should be fine.
I think you should be fine.
Okay, let me try that.
But I don't work with StreamYard.
I'm gonna try that out, guys. Be right back.
Well, I know, right? If it doesn't work, then we'll see y'all next Friday. But anywho,
literally, you would take care of your knees, your heart, anything else. You would take care of that. You would go to the doctor, take care of your mind and your mental health the exact same. It took me years to learn that, and you know what? I have been so much better since I did it.
Do you know the funny thing though? How many people drop a 1 in the chat if you've ever felt that you're clinically depressed? And raise your hand if you're on panel.
I'm raising my hand.
I'm raising my hand.
I absolutely have. If I do anything other than what's on my screen right now, I'll drop out of it. So
No, you're
I'm
fine.
raising my hand.
I cannot
good.
honestly
You're
say
good.
I've been clinically depressed because I've never been diagnosed with clinical depression.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So no, what
You
I
know what
mean
I'm
is like,
saying?
if you've ever felt that you could have benefited from being on a medication for it, like not I've got the blues, but like I'm
I think I understand
literally.
what you're
It is
saying.
like it
Yeah.
is detrimental to my life, kind of
So
thing.
it is
Not
so silly.
living wise, but detrimental to
With you, Sonda.
my work, my relationships outside of work, within work. If mental health has been a detriment, or you felt
We
like
see
it
you,
would be a
Sonda.
detriment to
We see you.
So
those kind of things.
my point is that the crazy thing is that 98% of us are running around worried that everyone else is going to have an opinion about us being depressed, when 98% of those other people are also wandering around thinking that someone's going to think some kind of way about them being depressed. If people realized more how common it is to have the blues, to feel depressed. Hell, do you know how many people I've met that have bipolar disorder? My husband has bipolar disorder, and it wasn't until I started talking about it and he started talking about it that we started figuring out how many people have it. And it really is not this like drastic, horrible thing that, I mean, every time people think about mental health things, they think about the worst version of it. They think, oh, well, you're only really, actually depressed if you can't get out of bed and you cry all the time, or you're only bipolar if the only thing that you ever do is be super manic or super depressed. And that's not the case at all. Like my husband is mildly bipolar, but when it's out of control, it's out of control.
Look at us back. Yay.
The ones that are
It worked, thank God, guys.
I was like, my ultimate point is all the cool kids have mental health issues. So stop hiding
Well,
so
from
glad I'm not a
your
cool
mental
kid.
health issues, because all of the cool kids up here, including Rosa Lang, all have had feelings. I only said that because you said that you weren't clinically depressed, but
Right.
we've all been there. We've all had it.
What
So
I've
I'll
seen
tell
is
you
the
guys,
ones
I
that
had a hard
try
I
to
had a
mask
hard time
it,
because I'm a
or the ones that try to mask it or say, you know what, I'm okay, are the ones that aren't okay. The ones that try to say, oh yeah, I've got all this going on, are not necessarily, and they may, but 9 times out of 10 they're not. But the ones that are like, I'm gonna figure out a way to deal with this, those are the ones, myself included, because I tried to do it for years, saying, you know what, I'm okay. If I just block it out, I'll be okay. If it didn't happen, if I don't think about it, I'll be okay. And no, it always rears its ugly fucking head. Sorry.
So who was
problems when you're not thinking about it?
Who was saying that they had a? I know Amber's had a spouse in the military, but who else had a spouse
It
in the
was me.
military?
It was, well, I was engaged.
I had my
I was
dad.
engaged to him,
Okay.
and he died.
I'm so sorry for your loss, but I understand when it comes to that. I was in AIT, so I never have seen combat. I was in the military, and in order for them to push me out, they were like, you're depressed, you have anxiety, you have this, you have that. Like it was all towards mental issues, which is something that's crazy because
Well, they now
after
deal
people
with
that
it. They
go
didn't know how to deal with it then.
exactly,
Now
and
they know how to deal with it. Well, they
I'm a little
pretend to
iffy
know
on
how to deal with it.
They have our way to go.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. They pretend to know how to deal with it now better than they did then.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're getting further. They're better than they were 20 years ago.
But
Okay,
they're still
back when
not
my
good.
dad and all that was in. But they still got a far way to go.
Oh,
There's a
absolutely.
lot of progress that's been made since the 22 a day awareness groups have been around. There's more focus being put on it. There's more focus being put on needing to provide. Not that the government is like saying that they care, but just like they're saying, hey, this is mandatory. You've got to provide this. So there's a little bit more accessibility than there used to be. But the stigma is still part of the problem because it doesn't matter how many therapy sessions they provide if you don't actually have somebody willing to come forward to accept the therapy. Then
So I
can tell you a funny story. I play pool every Sunday in a league, and one of my team captains, or both my team captains, are my best friend and her husband. And her husband was in the military, and when they were stationed, I forget what country it was, they said on their base they had this pond, right? And the ducks were trained. They got fed at the pond, so they always stayed at the pond. And the chaplain, because he did all different kinds of religions, said, you know what, if you're feeling down or, you know, not right mentally, go to the pond and feed the ducks. Well, there was this one guy that was feeling really down, and he went to the pond and he would feed the duck, and then he would punt the duck like a football. And he immediately got dismissed from the military because he was punting ducks and he was mentally unstable. But they didn't have any way to treat him back then.
Yeah.
It was literally their solution was go feed the ducks.
Well, I think
he fed the duck to get him close so that he could punt him like a football.
Yes, yeah. I think that's in general. I mean, I've talked to a couple of friends, that friend Patrick of mine who joins lives at times, his wife and all, about how mental health in general, we're just starting to get to a point where whether military or civilian life, that it doesn't have the stigma. There's still a stigma, but it's not what it was 20 years ago, where you didn't even want to talk about having the potential of depression, much less serious depression or bipolar. Or, I mean, you wouldn't even see an article on TV, advertisements now. You got bipolar advertisements and this and that and all this stuff. You never would have seen something like that. And it's just starting to become the norm that, you know what? The human brain, I don't know if there's a single human brain that is normal out there. Okay, if you really look at it, we're all dealing with one issue or another. And then you add in meds on top of it, and brain chemistries change and things like that. And we've got a lot to learn. And our bodies, our minds have to start accepting it.
So I have a question. I have a question for everybody on panel, because I feel like this a lot, and I want to know if I'm the only one. I feel like I don't truly fit in anywhere, and that I don't necessarily think like anybody else does. Because
I think we all feel that way.
I am a very I'm a very analytical person, but I'm also a very emotional person. So like I'm two opposite ends of the spectrum, and there's really not a whole lot in the middle. It's either I'm emotional or I'm very analytical, and I can answer a question either way. But I never truly feel like I fit in, or like I'm normal. kind of thing.
Can I make a comment on that?
Absolutely.
You might need to just do a mindset shift. Because I can tell you right now, of everybody that's up here on panel, Lokomai, Poo Ninja, and Gulf Coast Mama and I, we talk on the daily. We talk several times a day, and we video chat several times a week. But none of us are like each other. We all are almost like puzzle pieces. So it's not that we're the same by any means. We have a lot of different opinions, and all four of us are always not agreeing with each other, but or like we know who to go to if we want to get confirmation bias and have somebody agree with us, because we
also know who to go to.
But it's more than that. It's more than needing somebody to agree with me or whatever. Like I literally don't feel, other than my best friend, because she and I think a lot alike and we are a lot alike. Other than that, like I don't feel like I fit in anywhere else.
So that's what I was saying though. I think what you need in your life is to figure out how to use what your attributes are to sorry, I have fibromyalgia. My brain is really fucked tonight. So if it takes me a long time to say something, I apologize. But how you can contribute to the circle of people that you're with. You have been wonderful tonight.
Yes.
Like you fit
amazing.
Right in with this panel of people that are talking tonight. I would have never in 1,000 years guessed that you had that insecurity about you. But
it's more than just an insecurity. It is that I feel like I'll tell you this 100%. I don't speak the same language as a whole lot of people, right? I don't. I have a very analytical brain, and then I have I'm also an empath. So it's the collision of the two that don't make sense, right? The collision of the two don't make sense. I'm an empath. Like I can't see somebody cry and not cry with them, right? For whatever reason. But at the other end of the spectrum, I'm very logical and analytical. So the two don't make sense together.
I want to know what Myers-Briggs she is.
Oh no, but who does she
I
sound
know,
like?
I do too.
There's someone on this panel that she sounds like.
Yep.
Sounds like me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Guys, I will tell you they will tell you 1,000 times over. I am knowledgeable and my critical thinking skills are through the roof. But I once felt bad for a strip of highway because they moved the highway over and no one was driving on it anymore. Like I struggle with
I cried for a goat. I cried for a goat. Yeah. A goat.
I think E.T., one of the things, even with me growing up, I did not feel like I fit anywhere. I still don't feel like I fit in anywhere. Exactly. These girls, I fit in well, but I still feel at times like I don't quite. Okay, I think that's normal for most of us, that we never quite feel like we fit in completely, because in our heads, we start thinking to fit in, we need to be exactly like them or something, and none of us are like anyone else.
I don't feel like I need to be like anybody else. I just feel like I don't, I'm not normal. I don't know another way to put it. Other than
I am not normal.
And I think that's it. Once you get to the point where
I am the only one in my IT department that does what I do. I'm the only one that knows what I do. I'm the only one that does what I do. And yay, job security. But still, it's a lot of fucking pressure.
Yeah. Well, I think Yeah, Robbie's like, I'm not normal either. And I think
I don't
as
think
we start
anybody's
coming
normal.
to, and
Normal is
that's it.
boring.
We're expecting everything to make sense. I remember a time when I used to think the world was a movie going on around me, and I was this actress and no one else was real. I actually honestly believed the world ended during the night time I was asleep and everything started up again when I woke up. Now, I got older and that changed. And, but we start getting into this idea that we're different from everyone else and we're different at different times. Figuring out, I think Amber has a good point. Finding out what it is you're good at that often helps you find how you fit in with things. I was one of those kids back in high school that had my best friend, and she and I sat together I wasn't unpopular. I wasn't popular. I was just there. Okay, my friend and I sat during lunch together in a certain room, and that was it. Okay, I react weird at times. I cry at the drop of a hat. I mean, it doesn't take anything for me to cry. I'll watch a stupid TV commercial and be in total tears. So, but what Pooh Ninja and I were talking about, I think she was reacting to my comment. Have you ever taken the Myers-Briggs test?
No. But I've had more than one person that I've worked for tell me that they're like, you feel out of place? It's because you're genius level IQ. And I was like, well, no, I'm good at what I do. But they're like, no, you're genius level. And I was like, no, I don't think that's it. I've had 6 people that I've worked for. 6 people in the last 13 years tell me the exact same thing. And I was like,
it's a different outlook on life, sounds like. It's just a different way of looking at life and walking through life. That's why,
like, I can read something and do it once. I can read it, do it once, and it's in my memory forever. That's what makes me good at what I do.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
I'm in IT.
Right.
So I can read it, I can do it once, and it's in my brain forever.
Yep. And those are the people I've always been jealous of in theater, because they could memorize their lines and their blocking and their choreography all like that. And it would take me days and days and days of trying to figure it out. And I still never got it. And by the way, ET and everyone else, I'm posting, I know Amber probably has another link. Here is one place you can go to find out your Myers-Briggs.
No, I've never taken it.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm going to, not only here, we're going to do this in Discord. People start sharing their Myers-Briggs results on Discord because it's amazing.
If I try to go to the chat, I'll disconnect myself.
Oh, I'll put it in Discord. I'll put it in Discord.
Are you in our Discords?
ET, are you? I think you are.
I am.
You are. I thought so.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I've changed my name 3 times. I used to be my full name, and then I changed it, and then I changed it again.
Are you in my Discord?
Well, because people were getting doxxed from the glare, so I changed it to
no names. Yeah. We're
Are you in my Discord though? And are you in there as E Thurman?
I'm in every Discord is ET Phone Home now. So Jess Mom, I'm in yours. She's not here anymore.
I think she's in the chat. Are you in mine though?
No.
Well,
she's not in mine either.
Okay,
I'm in Locamize and Rosalings and Jess Mom.
What is Discord, Jeff? You're in trouble.
I will
Jeff,
give it. Let me know where I need to go, and I'll go everywhere else too.
Well, let me see if I can track you down in one of the other. Can you go into at some point in time tonight? Go into Locamize Discord and just comment. Oh wait, I found you.
No,
Never mind.
she did.
I have been. Me and Cristola.
We just saw.
Yeah.
No. I just saw it.
You
I hopped into one of the channels and I didn't see you, and I needed to interact with you. So when I hit invite,
so that you could do. So I just went into Discord and I started a new folder called Myers-Briggs and Tests, because I love to take personality tests. I just love.
I'll put mine.
And also, yeah,
So
if you haven't taken the test, take the test, put your results, because it's
my
amazing what people become. Because, for example, like me, I found out I'm an INFJ. I've always felt weird, like no one else is quite like my personality. I'm so out of it compared to everyone else. Well, I found out there's only 2% of the whole world's population supposedly is an INFJ.
I need to go do it. I need to
And
see
I
what
used to
am.
make all my employees take it, so I learned how to work with them, how to pull stuff out of them. It's really interesting. So go take a look in that folder, share what you are. And
the other part of that is I know how to beat those tests. I know how to, that's how analytical I am. Like it's ridiculous.
No, it's not something
That's how analytical I am.
No,
this one is not that tight.
Just honest.
Yeah,
just
no,
honest
no.
answer it as much as you possibly can, and it will give you insight.
Yeah. You don't want, it's nothing, think about it's something, okay, you're just trying to, it's like, for example, the first one is introvert versus extrovert. They're asking you tons of questions, and it's going to figure out where you are on the spectrum.
I'm both.
I'm an
I would love to
I
stay
am
home.
too.
I'm
I
a
am
very
too.
shy extrovert.
Yeah.
I'm really good and I'm really good
Yes,
as an
yes,
extrovert
that's exactly
when I'm
what it's
around
about.
people I know. But if I'm around people I don't know, I'm an absolute introvert.
And that's everyone.
You can still hack
For
those
me,
tests, guys. I mean, if you know
you
how to,
can
if you want
hack
to be
the
an
test.
extrovert,
If you want to
know
be
how to.
introverted, you can. But if you go and answer the way you really truly feel, I am an introverted. No, I'm an extroverted introvert. I'm closer to the line. Okay, I'm not massively. Everything is a spectrum. It's where you fall on that spectrum.
Well,
So
and
the
there's
really
more to introvert and extrovert than
Definitely
just how
hackable
you
tests.
are when you're around other people. Because the true definition of introvert
Bingo.
is somebody who, when they are in a social situation, it drains them of energy. Whereas an extrovert, when they're in a social situation, it gives them energy. So I get hella hyped up when I'm around you guys. My cup fills when I'm around other people. But introverts, they're the type of people that when they go to a party or they get on a panel like this, they are talking with a bunch of people, it zaps their battery, and then they have to like go within themselves to refill their battery again.
So I can
might
tell
be a
you,
person that is like an extroverted introvert where you like to be around other people, but it zaps your energy. And then you go within yourself. Or you could be introverted extrovert where you don't really want to be around. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to be around other people, but if you are, it doesn't.
No,
it
I have been in social situations at literally the bar that I would consider my home bar. And there's too many people, and I'm like, I can't breathe. And it's mostly people that I know, but I'm like, I can't breathe in this situation. I need to just go home.
It's amazing.
Because it's too much. It's like a sensory overload.
Yep.
Right. I get into a sensory overload but it's not even like just social situations. Like I'll go somewhere and I'm like, I'm in sensory overload. And I'm like, well, maybe I have something that my parents never got tested and I was never diagnosed with. Like I just want to crawl into my shell a lot of the time because it's too much. Sensory overload, people overload. Like I just want to crawl in right back into my shell.
And there are certain things where those are parts of what goes on. I know Amber can talk to that a lot more to me, where those types of things, okay, sensory overload is signs of certain things on one level or another.
Yeah,
but in the
that's not
end,
telling of introversion though.
Exactly.
Those are kind of like comparing apples and oranges. You can absolutely be an extrovert that has anxiety.
Exactly.
That's me.
Yeah, so a lot of it is understanding what these things are, because we do tend to see introvert, extrovert as to, oh my gosh, do you have anxiety when you're around other people? And it's not actually that. It is like Amber Ann said.
Well,
It's
but it's
about you drain when you're around others, and it could be a combination of everything. And
It could
that's what I
be
love about these
sensory
tests.
overload from too much noise, too much talking. I know that happens with Rosa Ling. I don't know if she's still in the chat or not, but I think sometimes if we get a little too wild, too many people talking over each other, I think that is a little overwhelming for her. So there's a bunch of that stuff. But as far as personality is concerned, like an introvert, even in the best case scenario, when they're in a group of people, it will drain their battery. And then with the extrovert, it doesn't. They feed off of it. And that is the literal definition of the two.
I could absolutely, like, even after tonight, I could sleep for 12 hours because even though it's online, it's just, and I love you all, but I just.
It's the introvert.
But part of it is also, part of it is also that I've pretty much bared my soul, right? And everything I've been through, which is draining to me.
Anyhow, yes.
In the beginning.
Yes.
But I also have, and it's absolutely one of the things that me and my therapist are working on, is being completely open and honest with people, because there are things in my past, which everything I've bared to y'all today is stuff that I always felt was shameful and my fault, even though it wasn't. So I just kind of kept it hidden, and I wouldn't talk about it. And it just weighed so heavy on me.
Yeah.
That I wouldn't tell anybody. Right. And so that just drained you in itself. And then now that I'm okay to talk about it, because my therapist and I have done all kinds of work for the last 3 years. It's not that it doesn't drain me. It just drains me a little bit less, but it still drains me, because I'm like, it's really hard for me to bare my soul, which I think this is what this is, which is probably why I'm 35 and never been. I just turned 35, never been married, don't have any kids. So it's probably one of those reasons that I.
Well, I think that's one reason why you'll notice, okay, in Discord, because I love those different personality tests, because I really like analyzing what's going on with me, why I am the way I am, how I can become better, things like that. Because I'm a 50-year-old who is not married. I don't have kids, things like that. And at first it worried me. Now I'm fine with it. Okay, you get to that point, you're like, hey, yeah, I'm cool with it. But it's great to see how all these things work out, because especially with the Myers-Briggs, because it really kind of shows you how a person thinks. Okay, how do they get from 1 to 2 to 3? If you want them to open up, how do you get them to open up? Things like that. So I think you'll find it I would really be interested in seeing what you are. Definitely. And everything true. I'm having a picture now.
And I love those. My problem is that I'm always somewhere, like, I can see this side and this side. So where's my middle answer? And they never give you a middle answer. I need a middle answer. It's not one extreme or the other all the time.
Right.
That's where I have, and that's where I'm over analytical, but that's what makes me good at what I do, right?
Yes.
It's because I'm over analytical, and I'm like, it's not always just black and white. There's got to be a middle ground.
And you know what? That's what's great when there's. By the way, sorry, not to change that. Plumie just shared she's an ESTJ. She just took the test, I think. There is your information. She's an executive.
How long does it take the test?
I took it a long time ago. I'm an ENTJ.
You're ENTJ. Okay.
I'm a driver.
It sounds like a job.
Now I'm thinking about doing it
I'm
while
a
we're
driver.
What is the jaw problem? That's what
ENTJ is the commander.
You got T. What is that jaw problem? TMJ.
TMJ.
I'm trying to make a joke and I don't know what the words are.
I'm a TMJ too. If it makes
I'm the
You're a
advocate.
TMJ too, Amber.
Jeff's mom is an ENFP. Let me pull up her information.
You know what?
Just use Pop Rocks. Pop Rocks will fill.
She's the campaigner.
Fix the TMJ problem.
Okay.
So I used to be, no lie, okay, mine has changed over the years. When I was in my early 20s and I took this test, I was also an ENFP. And then when I took it in my 30s, I was an ENTJ.
Yep. And that's the thing. It changes over time because you're changing. That's what's so great about it. We do change. Our personalities change.
Has anybody done the Enneagram ones, the numbers?
I don't think I've done that one.
So you guys should do that one. I'm an 8.
You know, my dad is a human resources trainer. And when he worked here in Vegas, they did a program called True Colors. And it's based off of 4 colors, but you're like a main color and then they're like ranked basically. Okay. But one thing I learned about that is your personality is different depending on what scenario you're putting yourself into. Bingo. So like my dad, blue is considered being like emotional, sympathetic, that kind of thing. In the work setting, my dad, blue was like his lowest, but at home, it was like his highest. Yeah. So you have to, those are also things you have to take into consideration. Not everybody's personality, like my personality here with you guys is a lot different than it is in my work, scenario. So
I've actually taken this test as my job, and then I've taken it as what I'm just doing right now. And yeah, there is definitely a difference between them at times, especially with like the second letter and the 4th letter, I think were the ones where I really got into differences. So yeah, it's really interesting to see how it works.
And the only reason I remember the ENFP thing is because every year on my time hop, apparently back years ago, it was a popular thing to do was to take this test on. And I made a comment about my thing. And that's the only reason I remember it because it pops up every year. It tells me what I was back then.
Then you got, actually, usually, okay, the I, intuitive.
Because I was the only perceiver and a whole bunch of, or whatever the judging was. All my friends were a bunch of judgers.
Yeah.
And I was the opposite.
Oh, you're on the S side, the observant side. So,
but I don't. Yeah, not now. Now I'm a judger. So take that for what you will.
I'm pretty much the same here as I am at work. You take it or leave it. That's actually a great, especially Plumie. I keep forgetting. Well, no, you work at home, but you also go out at work at times too, right, my dear? Trying to remember. I know you've talked to me about your work before, and I think I can see you doing it both ways, depending on where you are and what you're doing. So, but yeah, it's always, I used to do that, especially my management team. I would always have take it because it really helped, because certain personalities work better with other personalities. And this really helped me. Yep. Okay. Then that is, okay. That makes sense then. So yeah, I've got a puppy who's driving me crazy right now. So, oh, Robbie's falling asleep. And family fun. Yes. Catching up on everything here. Yeah, everything true crime and I are like, oh, it's still early at night. And I know it's getting late for a lot of you guys.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get off here. Soon.
My child's asleep.
Channel up everything true crime. I really can't wait to see your channel pull together. It's gonna be great.
I'm taking the test. Give me a minute.
Oh,
okay. Yes.
Topic with my,
I'm gonna finish my test and then I gotta get off.
Yeah, I gotta hear everyone's final test. I'm still never finished all my pizza from tonight. I had pizza and watermelon. I ate the top off my watermelon. It's like, okay. Oh my gosh. So I didn't get to show you. Oh, I think I showed you guys from the Vegas trip. Come on, where is it? I bought myself while I was waiting for the airplane. I went over to went shopping, and I got myself selenite. Gorgeous little selenite tower. I swear I love that little shopping area. And then I got, for those of you who are interested in crystals and stuff to help with different issues,
my daughter.
This is kyanite. It's hard to tell the color. It's more of a bluish and all, which you can't tell. This, if you deal with depression and stuff, is called lepidolite. And it's purple. You can't tell, of course, here. But it's actually got pieces of lithium in it. So it's really supposed to be good for people who have depression and stuff like that. So I got a palm stone while I was there of that. So, okay, Jeff got his too. You're the same as me, just an extroverted version of me. So he's an ENFJ. Let me pull up my little paperwork to share with him.
While you're pulling that up, I don't know, everything true crime, I don't know if you saw my comment in the chat or not, but you just put your picture up there. You are fucking stunning.
Oh, thank you.
Like, you should have had your picture up there the whole time. You are gorgeous.
Thank you.
I looked up and I was like, oh, surprise. Look how cute she is.
Oh, this is funny. You should take a look at the ENFJ thing. Okay, Jeff gets to be the protagonist. And his little picture of his character is a guy holding a sword. And I'm like, oh my God, that is totally Jeff.
Totally Jeff.
We're off by one letter. Me and Jeff. I'm an ENTJ.
And I'm okay.
And he's an ENFJ.
Got it. And I'm an INFJ. And he's who else? Okay, Robbie. We need to find out, but Robbie's falling asleep.
Robbie's falling asleep. He can't take the test right now.
We know he's an E. We can figure that one out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I don't know though. Sometimes people who act like they're one thing, they really are something different. So, Sandra is a driver. Okay, as soon as we finish those people up with tests, then we'll kind of slowly finish up. A sword is all you need, Jeff. That's it. I mean, I love this little person that it shows for your type. Actually, I haven't seen what I look like.
I'm putting the other one in the chat if anybody wants to take it, the Enneagram one.
Oh, good. I want to do that. Let me bookmark that.
If anybody wants to beat my 8.
Okay. Yoo-hoo. Okay, let me see. INFJ, where am I? I'm an advocate. Oh, great. I look like Dumbledore.
What?
Seriously. Okay, here we go. INFJ. It looks like Dumbledore. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
you said you were, wait, who's ENFJ?
Like,
I'm an INFJ. Jeff is an ENFJ.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
I actually go on YouTube. I actually have a Facebook, a couple groups that I am part of that are INFJ groups on how you look at the world. It's so interesting to see how people do that.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely, okay, the Enneagram, as soon as we log off, I'll start that one rather than
Oh my God, how long is this quiz?
Really long.
Hey, at least we don't have you doing your Harry Potter house. We did that one time.
Mm-hmm.
We had a Cantina where we all found out our house.
Sweet baby Jesus. That's all I'm going to say.
And you're getting a test that would normally cost a couple $100 for free.
There you go.
Yes. I'm always looking for a good deal.
ENFPT.
What are you?
Ooh, you got the T end.
FPT.
The hell's an ENFPT?
Says my personality type is campaigner.
Yeah.
It's a nymph.
What's a P?
It's a nymph.
Oh,
that's an additional thing they add on now, which I need to find out what my extra one is, to be honest.
I don't know what my extra one is.
ENFP. Let me find this up while we're finishing the rest.
So you're an extroverted.
Oh, I'm extra. Like, that's fucking surprising.
Oh, totally.
I'm shocked. You're extroverted, intuitive.
I don't know. Hold on, I'm trying to get to it.
Okay.
Oh, there's
Wait,
where
it
you
says
can
I'm
find,
an
you can hit what's the difference, and it'll show you what's the
ENFA or an
difference.
ENFPT.
Oh, so you're a turbulent campaigner. You can click on the link there, and it's going to show you what the difference is between the ENFPA versus T.
Oh, yeah, so I'm T.
Yeah, you're a turbulent, whatever that means. I'll have to do some research.
Friendly and outgoing campaigners are devoted to enriching their relationships and their social lives.
You're an NF, though. I can totally see. NFs are very much alike on that level, so I could see that. But the other two are, okay, interesting.
So what do they stand for?
So intuition is your in.
Omnipotent.
You're extroverted, intuitive, feeling, and perceiving.
So other campaigners you may know, Robert Downey Jr., Robin Williams, and Quentin Tarantino.
Ooh. Where's my
I know. We're all shocked, Jeff. We're all very shocked by her results.
INFJ.
My results?
Mm-hmm. Not really. We're not shocked.
So much fun stuff.
We're talking about you being extra.
Other INFJs are Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, Mother Teresa, and Marie Kondo.
Wait, that's you?
Oh, and Lady Gaga.
For you?
Yes.
Oh my God, that is so fitting.
I know. Thank you. Jon Snow.
Right on the nose.
I love Jon Snow.
Yes.
I love Game of Thrones.
Lady Gaga. I like the Marie Kondo. If anyone's ever seen my bedroom.
Do you want to know who mine are?
Yours.
No, her thing does not work for me.
I've got Margaret Thatcher, Bill Gates.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Bill Gates, Margaret Thatcher, Harrison Ford, Jim Carrey.
Ooh, Harrison Ford. Like. Harrison Ford's cute. Okay, sorry.
I could literally pick up something from high school and it would give me joy. I'm that sentimental. So
yeah, there you go. Exactly.
I need someone to tell me that I don't need the fucking pen that I used when I was pregnant with my firstborn.
It's like, do I need this? Well, I might someday. Okay, you never know.
Quit hoarding, Amber. Quit hoarding.
That's like me, though.
I don't hoard like.
Hey,
it's hard to
your
fucking
test is wrong.
Behind me right now.
Your test is wrong.
Is your test wrong?
Your test is wrong.
Why? What does it say?
It says, I'm an adventurer. I'm an ISFP-T.
ISFP.
ISFP-T.
Okay, so here's your page.
I'm retarded.
Copy. ISFP. So there you can go. There's your thing with everything that makes you, who you are, for that type of person. You can pay for more expensive stuff, but
I'm retarded. That's all there is. Or
hilarious, girl.
Or I can't figure out in my own head. That's probably what that is.
Career paths, you could link on and go to all these. It's actually kind of interesting because it helps you kind of figure things out.
Mm-hmm. Also, sometimes you think you're not that until you start reading.
I'm a nerd.
That's the thing. You don't think, because you hear the word, adventure, and you're like, oh, hell no, I'm not adventurous. Then you read it and you're like, oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Exactly.
Oh, no.
I am absolutely not an adventurer. I am not Dora the Explorer. Okay?
Oh, my God. Workplace habits. You can click on that and see what it says. What are your workplace? Yes. So it's always interesting to see how they come out. So, oh, my gosh. But yeah, always fun to take those tests and see what they pop up with. But we'll have to go in there, type up what you are in the Discord, and when we see memes, because you can actually see all sorts of memes about your Myers-Briggs type, which is kind of funny to go, just search up memes for your type, and it's amazing what pops up. So
it's called Special Kind of Stupid.
You're bad. Oh my gosh, girls.
Hey, Pop Rocks. That's all I'm gonna
I'll be
say.
back to Pop Rocks. Okay, guys.
Oh my
Well,
goodness, guys. Yeah.
did everyone get to take their test that wanted to take their test?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, I know a lot of you are starting to say that you're starting to get sleepy. Is that true? Okay, I'm hearing seeing a lot of heads. And I got to finish eating my food because
And my arm is hurting.
my calzone is actually really, really cold.
It's
Yeah.
3:30 here. I'm
Calzone
exhausted.
You got it. So, well, I'm happy, all you guys, that came up. Thank you so much. And we got some newbies here, which I love seeing you guys. Everything True Crime, having you come join us on today. I can't wait to see you around more. And ET, which I'm always going to say ET now, forever and ever. And this has been fun.
Forever and ever, you stay in my heart.
Yeah. And we will start working on what we could do for Halloween and stuff, because that's got to be the best Halloween of the year. Did I almost just say best Halloween of the year?
I'll take a seat and get 2 eyes out because I don't know how to do Halloween.
We will teach you. Yes, exactly. So all of y'all in chat, I love you to death. You guys are the bomb. We've had so much fun tonight, and we've been going for 5 hours, 18 minutes. So I think it's about time that we wind it up at this point. So I will see all of y'all on future ones, and I'll see you guys in chats and all sorts of stuff like that. And Pooh Ninja did not fall asleep tonight. Yay! Oh, okay. So love all you guys, and I will see y'all next week. And I'll see you around. What is Sandra eating? I don't know what she's eating actually. To answer the last question of the day, we'll get that answer.
Raisin Bran.
She's getting her brand in right now. Okay,
about to munch down
Amber and dumped down large logs or something, so she went and grabbed the. Okay, yeah, that was not a great way to end the night.
That was omnipotent over here.
Okay, guys. So I will see y'all later. Wait 1 second. I've got to
go.
I got a whole carton of goldfish.
Bye, everyone. So I will see y'all later. See you next Friday. Otherwise, I'll see you guys in Discord, on chats, and everything else. Yeah, the dogs think I'm leaving now. So love you all, and see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.